Hi, I'm Karlin Borisenko. In early 2020, I was the knitting Democrat who accidentally went viral on the internet for going to a Trump rally and then left the party. I became the conservative darling, was on all the shows, traveled around the country, and then realized that conservatives were no better than Democrats. If there's one thing that I've learned, it's that both political tribes are two sides of the same coin. But it wasn't all bad. On my journey, I became obsessed with understanding the woke ideology and the culture war. I broke the story of the city of Seattle doing segregated training with its employees.
How bad has this stuff become? The city of Seattle has now put out, I'm not kidding you, this is according to Dr. Karlin Borisenko, who's an organizational psychologist. The city of Seattle asked its white employees to voluntarily spend a day off in a training about their internalized racial superiority.
I broke the story that led to the first ever federal lawsuit against critical race theory in the schools. I broke the Coke Be Less White story, one of the biggest anti-woke stories of all time. It got over 30 million views. Coca-Cola's corporate headquarters even had to change their outgoing voicemail.
Throughout the past few days, you may have seen inaccurate reporting on the content of our recently launched diversity, equity, and inclusion training program.
I exposed the schools in Burlington, Vermont for grooming middle school children live on the internet. They called me an unwoke cult leader for that. And the Vermont Human Rights Commission slandered me publicly as being a hate channel. I even got called a hero in Breitbart for exposing that the Washington Post was writing a hit piece on Christopher Rufo. I have broken story after story after story about what's going on in the public schools, from Cambridge, Massachusetts, to autistic sex education, to the Department of Education in Michigan, literally training teachers all over the state how to groom children. I wrote a book called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. I host a podcast all about fighting back, and I'm downloading all of my knowledge to you on my Substack, karlin.substack.com. The world is a crazy place. We are literally surrounded by cults on all sides. On this show, we're going to do a deep dive into all aspects of the culture war, and I will show you the dark, dystopian underbellies on both sides. Here are the commitments I'll make to you. I will always tell you the truth. I will always bring you receipts. And if you stick with me, I promise you will see the world differently. Welcome to the cult. Please mount that like button for me and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Well, hello, everyone who's ready for debate night. We did it. The campaign season is officially starting off, and tonight we are going to be doing our epic debate reaction mega stream. And when I say mega stream, it's because I fully expect this stream to go about 6 hours. That'll be really fun for me. Thank God I have beer. And what we're going to be doing tonight is that, oh gosh, I forgot to send Joshua the link. Oh my God, we can't forget that. What we're going to be doing tonight is we are going to be pre-gaming the very first Republican debate. And then we are going to be watching that debate. And the debate starts at 9 p.m. Autumn, but we're going to be watching a little bit of like fun stuff to get started first. I've got some MSNBC. I'm looking at Rudy Giuliani's mugshot now. Rudy Giuliani has gotten his mugshot taken by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. I have MSNBC going on my computer right now just because. So what we're going to be doing, guys, hang on, let me get this link to Joshua. Oh no. I am so unprepared. No, I am fully prepared. I just wasn't prepared for this aspect of it. Okay. What we're going to be doing tonight is we are going to be pre-gaming the very first Republican debate. And when I say pre-gaming, what I mean is we're going to watch a little bit of coverage. We're going to watch some MSNBC. We're going to watch some CNN. We might even watch some Fox News if there are other things that people want to check out to see what the different perspectives are on the clown car that we are all about to witness. Let me know. I am open to looking at some other things as well. But I got to tell you guys, I was watching just a little bit of MSNBC right before this, and Nicole Wallace looked like she was going to cry. And it was just like, apparently MSNBC, like I love watching MSNBC because it's like, you really get it is so crazy to go back and watch MSNBC because they have no idea what's going on. They are so unhinged from reality. They are basically like histrionic about the entire situation. Apparently MSNBC thinks that Chris Christie is like the most acceptable candidate in the race and that he's a moderate. So I don't know what that says, but I don't agree that Chris Christie is acceptable in any way, shape, or form. I do actually have a friend that's at the debate tonight. We might even see him in the audience. I'll point him out if we see him. He has already informed me that he has seen Chris Christie enter the building. So Chris Christie isn't back there. And we got a whole clown car of candidates. We've got DeSantis, we've got Vivek, we've got Nikki Haley, we've got Mike Pence, we've got Tim Scott, we've got that guy from North Dakota whose name I don't know. We've got Chris Christie. Who else do we have? I don't even know. But it's going to be an epic night. Sadly, the only thing that would be making it better is if we had Trump himself, which we don't have tonight, but that's all right. So guys, we're going to have an epic night of watching some coverage. And I'm told that Fox isn't streaming this debate anywhere, but that's okay because I still have access to the feed. Don't worry about it. Okay, so here's how we're going to rectify this. I don't think I have streamed things off of Comcast on like multiple occasions, and I've never had any trouble with it because, as you guys know, my husband works for Comcast, and so I have access to all of the Comcast things, okay? So, yes, Chris Christie has entered the building, Nathaniel. He is there. So we're going to be streaming off of the regular TV. So don't worry about the fact that Fox isn't streaming it on YouTube. And I don't think this is going to be a problem because I've done this a lot before because we're doing a reaction stream. I'm talking over it, et cetera, et cetera. It's fair use. But just so you guys know, just in case YouTube pulls the debate portion of the stream, I am also currently streaming on Rumble. I'm currently streaming on Odyssey. I'm currently streaming on Rockfin, on Twitter, on Getter, on Facebook, I think. So if anything happens to this stream, you guys can find me in other places and you can come and join that stream, especially on Rumble. Rumble is probably what I would recommend you come and join on because it's probably going to be, the most active of all the alternative platforms. But I do have backup plans just in case that happens, so no one has to worry. We're going to be fine tonight, and I know for sure that Rumble ain't pulling anything down, so that's good. And I know for sure that Odyssey ain't pulling anything down either. So just in case, we're going to do that. All right, guys, I do have some pregame before we get started. Oh, look at Jenna Ellis's mugshot I'm looking at right now. Jenna Ellis looks very nice, very smiley. Republicans don't understand the virtue of taking an iconic mugshot picture. When Trump gets his mugshot picture tomorrow, I want Trump to be sullen. I'm making a t-shirt with Trump's mugshot picture like almost immediately. Like I'm going to be like waiting in bated breath for that Trump mugshot. I want Trump to look angry. I want Trump to look sullen. I don't want Trump to have a big smile on his face, although it would actually be kind of funny if Trump did have a big smile on his face if we were honest about it. Oh my God. MSNBC. Let me just show you guys this. Oh no, it just got off the screen. Oh no. Am I going to be able to stream it? Oh, did they take away my ability to do this? MSNBC, you fuckers. Holy shit. We might not be able to do debate stream tonight, guys. I used to always be able to stream this. We might not be able to do debate stream tonight. Maybe they fixed the bug. Oh, I'm going to be so bummed if we can't do debate stream tonight. Let me just check. I'm going to be bummed if we can't do it. We'll have to stream someone else doing debate reaction stream. I mean, I'm going to figure this out one way or the other. We're going to make this work, but that would be so lame. Why would they do this? Oh no, hang on. Let me just try this. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Never mind. False alarm. Where there's Rudy Giuliani's mugshot. So what MSNBC is doing is they had this graphic of all of the indicted Trump people, and they were replacing the nice images with mugshots one by one by one by one by one. Anyway, I can't wait for Trump's mugshot to come out tomorrow. I want it to be iconic. I'm going to put it on a t-shirt almost immediately. It's going to be great. Maybe Autumn, you know what, Autumn? Maybe we will check in with Sam. All right. Maybe we will to get another leftist perspective. Look, you got James Carville on there. He's looking rather. James Carville never dresses up to go on TV. Like, I know I don't dress up to when I've been on TV, but like James Carville really takes it to like the next level of like not dressing up. Anyway, so the stream is up and running. The stream is working. I've got MSNBC, I've got CNN, I've got Fox News pulled up. We're going to be just bumming around the different channels up until the debate, and then we're watching the debate, and then we will watch some of the after coverage to see the analysis. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Rachel Maddow. Come on, it's going to be great. But guys, I do have a couple other orders of business before we do get started here. As always, please make sure you mount that like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend my stream to other people so they come join us as well. And of course, if you do want to support the work I'm doing, one of the best ways you can do that is by heading over to unwokeart.com, which is my merchandise store. And of course, it is the home of the one, the only Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt 2024. And this is, I can't tell you guys, I am so thrilled. I'm getting such great feedback on this shirt. I had a member of my locals community get on my supporter call earlier today, and she said her husband loves the shirt. He got it for his birthday. He's been wearing it out, and every time her husband wears the shirt out, then people ask him, and they're like, "Where did you get that shirt?" And he says that he came to unwokeart.com to get the shirt, which is the only place that you should be getting it. Don't pay no attention to the Chinese knockoff websites, because here's the thing. The quality of this shirt is so nice. It's actually the same fabric of the shirt I'm wearing right now. It's a nice jersey fabric. It's so light. It's so soft. The quality is so nice. You ain't getting that on any Chinese knockoff site. And also, my shirt is the only one that has every single Trump indictment printed on the back. I really hope that he doesn't get any more, because I've kind of run out of room and I would have to rearrange things and make the text smaller. But it does have every single Trump indictment to date printed on the back of the shirt. And of course, it's got Trump looking dapper, given the victory sign on the front of the shirt. The only place you can get this version of it is at unwokeart.com. And it is a limited edition, which means it won't be around forever, but it'll be around for now. And I've got the regular t-shirt. I've got the women's cut. I've got that cool stonewashed tank top that's so luxe. It looks so good. I've even got it on a hoodie. And yes, even on the other items, the indictments are all printed on the back, and it looks great. And there are other stuff you can get on there as well, to include, of course, the epic All Tears Are Tasty tumbler, or you can get it on a mug or a t-shirt or whatever. But we don't just drink liberal tears on this channel. We drink conservative tears as well. I don't care if anyone comes crying in my channel. I have no sympathy. I will laugh just like the laughing skull on the All Tears Are Tasty tumbler. You can get that over on unwokeart.com, and all sorts of other great stuff as well if you want to take a gander around that. Got lots of great merch up there that you can only get on my merch store, and I'm really proud of it, and I love making it, and I hope you guys appreciate it as well. We also have bingo for the night. Who is ready for some GOP clown car bingo? And I'll post this link a couple times throughout the night. There's your bingo link, Rumble. Let me see, is anyone watching on Rockfin? Got it over on Rockfin, Odyssey, etc., etc. There's your bingo card link. I made a special debate bingo card. Click generate card. You get a free square in the middle. And then we're going for lines, or we're going for corners. If a candidate says one of these things or does one of these things, please go ahead and check that off. Every single bingo card will be different. Let us know when you get a bingo in the chat. And you can play this, I guess, really, like, we're gonna, do I want to allow you guys to play it in the debate pregame? Nah, be honest about it. If you want to play pregame bingo, that's totally fine. But let's all clear our bingo cards once the debate actually starts, and let's just start anew and see where we go. So if we want to play pregame debate bingo, that's cool. But let's just make sure we clear our bingo cards. I'll remind you guys when we get there. But we do have that. And of course, we're going for blackout bingo tonight. That is the ideal. And it's going to be a fun time, guys. Let's see. What else do I have? That's pretty much it. Who's ready to watch some MSNBC? Who is ready? I know. I need to send Laura Loomer one of those shirts. I really do. I need to put that on the list. Bot, I just gave you a bingo card. All right, let's turn on some MSNBC and we can see what they're talking about Giuliani right now. Maybe CNN is actually talking about something of import. Let me see. Should I get high now or then? I mean, whatever floats your boat, bot. Whatever floats your boat. Okay, CNN is covering Rudy Giuliani. Let's see what's going on Fox. Guys, who else is covering the debate tonight? Oh, look! Oh, no, Fox News is covering orphaned pumas arriving at the Philadelphia Zoo. So on MSNBC, we've got Rudy Giuliani. On CNN, we've got Rudy Giuliani. On Fox News, pumas at the zoo. All right, I guess MSNBC it is. Let's go with some Ari Melber. Don't mess up my stream. Okay, here we go.
5 points.
Yeah.
Well, and as you say, that Trump.
James Carville not even caring he's on TV. Queen Beth of the chat says that bingo card is freaking awesome. Thank you, Queen Beth of the chat. All the bingo cards are different. There are way more options than fit on one card, so everyone should have a completely different bingo card tonight. Not everyone has every option, so it should be a really good bingo night. If you want to play more than one bingo card, you are more than welcome to do that if you want to be fancy about it. I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much.
Funny act.
Yeah. James Carville,
so
keeping it
camera.
real, keeping it frank, and reminding all of us with a little humility.
Sit
We
back,
don't know what
bro.
comes next when we're dealing with
Sit
the
back.
unprecedented.
We don't.
Sit
Thank
back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got John Flannery standing by for our special
Look at
report
Rudy.
on what this accountability
Look at
means. We're
Rudy.
back with you in 60 seconds.
Sidney Powell actually looked kind of normal in her mugshot, didn't she? I guess we have to wait for a commercial on there. Teresa's got me on the big screen. Thank you, Teresa. I do appreciate that. Guys, what do you think is going to happen in the debate tonight? Give me some predictions as we're waiting for MSNBC to come off of commercial because I'm not showing their commercials. So here's what I'm interested in tonight. And hopefully, by the way, Joshua will join us at some point so we can have his psychic reactions as well. I did consult with Joshua over text message a little while ago, and he says he thinks it's going to be Ron DeSantis' night based on astrology. And he says that Vivek is going to have a harder time. Vivek has some challenging astrological aspects today. So everyone's really going to be coming at Vivek, but I think he's prepared and I think he's going to do a great job. The thing that I am looking forward to most tonight is I think that Vivek is going to absolutely wipe the floor with everyone. Do you guys agree? Let me know. I think he is going to wipe the floor with every other person there. And I've got a couple other things I'm looking for as well, but let's bring MSNBC back on now. Bing. Look, this is our graphic with all the mugshots. They're so excited about all the mugshots.
Giuliani was bracing for this and emphatically discussed it in advance as a mugshot for a former prosecutor who he drew attention to the fact
it's not a bad mugshot for Rudy. It's really not. I mean,
I'm going to Fulton County to comply with the law, which I always do. I don't know if I plead today, but if I do, I plead not guilty. And I get photographed. Isn't that nice? A mugshot for the man who probably put the worst criminals of the 20th century in jail.
That mugshot is now news today.
It's not a bad mugshot. I mean, Rudy has the proper demeanor. He's looking sullen.
Definitely flying around the image-driven internet.
I can make a T-shirt out of that, but I'm not interested in making a T-shirt of Rudy.
Because, as Giuliani understands thoroughly, he brought it up, there is something quite powerful about mugshots.
Well, MSNBC is like reveling in mugshots.
Right now.
Oh, they did a special report on mugshots?
Kind of a mix of the breaking news.
MSNBC did a special report on mugshots?
All of this as these people went in.
I fucking love watching MSNBC. This is great.
We can kind of feel it, right? How these images immediately grab not only our attention, but something even more. The moment you see them,
Trump's mugshot is coming tomorrow. He's turning himself in tomorrow. It's going to be great.
The humanity, the booking, the arrest, the criminal evidence, the suspicion that faces defendants hauled in against their will for their mugshot.
I will not make a T-shirt of Rudy Wizard.
Presumed innocent.
I will make a T-shirt of Trump. That's absolutely going to happen.
Giuliani was openly bracing for this, seemingly upset about it because
thank you, Elena. Go Vivek. This is going to be lit. It's going to be awesome.
The 1850s in America, a formal way to track and document suspects.
Thank you, Elena, for the super chat. I appreciate it.
Now, those people could be obscure or random. Or they could be quite known in their community.
Yes,
or
Chris,
they could be
I will be
famous,
on during
a
the
point that,
actual
of course,
debate. We're
predates
going to
Donald Trump
midnight
because
tonight.
authorities have taken
See,
mugshots
this
of
is
some
what I'm
extremely
talking
famous
about.
people.
This is
We
what
pulled
Trump
this for
needs
you
to do.
today
Look at these
as a very
mugshots. Frank
factual reminder.
Sinatra.
You see some of them right here. I'll come back to
I
this.
mean,
But
come
law
on,
enforcement
Jimi
have long said
Hendrix,
that
Jane
choice
Fonda. These are
reflects a
iconic.
deeper point, that even making the famous, who
Iconic.
obviously are identifiable, sit for their mugshot, reflects the point that no one's above the law, as these RICO
Frank Sinatra
defendants
was
may
so
be learning
handsome.
or may be reminded
Sidney
of
Powell
tonight.
even looks good.
It
Jenna
was a
Ellis
point
even
the
looks
Atlanta
fine.
sheriff reiterated.
Like, Jenna Ellis is way too happy to have a
We are following
mugshot taken. I'll tell you
our
that.
normal practices. And so it doesn't matter your status.
I don't think any of the mugshots look that bad. They definitely didn't look iconic either.
Ready for you, a reference there to defendant Trump, who, in his other cases, has not been booked with a mugshot. So if the sheriff is right, and we will only know when it happens tomorrow, if it happens, but if they take defendant Trump's mugshot like his co-defendants,
Defendant Trump.
that would be another
They're calling
first
him
for
Defendant
this
Trump.
former president defendant. But it is not the first time we have seen a president's
Defendant
aides
Trump.
face mugshots. Historian Michael Beschloss reminding people of that and sharing this photo online of Nixon aides booked in the Watergate era. There are reports defendant Trump and his lawyers want to make this another
Defendant Trump.
primetime viewing
Every
event
time
with a
Ari
keen eye on
Melber says
spinning what
Defendant
would
Trump,
obviously be a
drink.
terrible news day.
That's what the t-shirt's going to say.
Defendant Trump
Defendant Trump.
is not even unique on that
what the
score.
fuck is
Other
wrong with these
politicians
people?
accused of crimes have tried to sort of
Victor!
outspin the visual of the booking process. Here are memorable examples of various deliberate smiles, smiling through the indignity or the pain. These are all booking shots you see. These are not like yearbook photos. And it's bipartisan. I'm showing you 2 Texas Republicans bookings and 1 North Carolina Democrat smiling in their mug shots. Indeed, Governor Rick Perry made a point after his booking of posting online
My
a competing image
husband
to that day's mugshot.
just brought
The
me
governor
Sam
eating
Adams
ice cream,
Oktoberfest.
clearly to compete with the well-documented
Because I bought
impression that a mugshot can make.
Sam Adams Boston Lager
Or
by
beyond
accident because I
politics, the
wasn't
media
paying
savvy
attention,
mob
and he
boss
went to
John
the store and
Gotti tried
replaced it
smiling
with the
for
just
this
out
infamous mugshot,
Sam
taking
Adams
the same effort to
Oktoberfest.
spin what is supposed to be a day of reckoning as some sort of thing to smile about, or perhaps
We'll
to
talk
reflect
more about
a
that on the
casualness,
commercial.
or that
Don't
he was
worry
above
about it.
Now, Rick Perry and John Edwards, the politicians I mentioned, by the way, to be clear, were
John
actually
Edwards' hair looking
largely
good in that
cleared
mugshot.
of legal wrongdoing. A mugshot is not a conviction. Edwards beat back pretty tough federal prosecutor at the time. His name was Jack Smith, the same Jack Smith prosecuting Trump in 2 cases right now. Now today, Trump lawyer Jenna
I
Ellis
did
was
hit the
seen in
hubby
her new
jackpot,
mugshot,
Beth. I
also
think you
taking
did
that
as well.
approach,
We all did. Come
smiling,
on, in our own ways.
which we've seen in some of these prominent examples, but is rare for most people's mugshots. Now, any of these defendants could be cleared of wrongdoing or convicted.
My first Sam Adams
So as the Trump
Oktoberfest of the
defendants get
year.
their mugshot, they enter a pantheon
Cheers,
system
everyone.
and a moment
For
for
the
you
love
as
of
a
beer.
defendant that's always been a big deal no matter what happens afterward. That's true for RICO defendants, to white-collar crime, to El Chapo.
El Chapo now in the custody of the DEA.
Madoff promised investors abnormally high returns, but it was all a fraud.
Bulger has been incarcerated at Plymouth County Correctional Facility. He's accused of extortion, money laundering, and 19 counts of murder.
Just got the mugshot for former presidential hopeful John Edwards. This is incredible, right?
Simpson surrendered to police and was taken into custody.
That person is the Attorney General of the great state of Texas, and that is, in fact, his mugshot.
Mugshots are always a big deal in big cases. So while we hear some MAGA defendants misleading
MAGA defendants.
alleged mistreatment or a deep state or they're being singled out, the record shows defendants in both parties and all kinds of defendants, here's a famous one, go through this, including even feared figures like the gangster Al Capone, or as mentioned, El
It's
Chapo
just
Guzman,
a
who was on the run
picture.
for nearly 15 years, sometimes seeming above that apprehension, that mugshot, until he wasn't. And as mentioned, the famous and sometimes worshipped
You
figures
assholes really
have been
think the
through this.
mugshot
Hendricks,
is the thing that
Bowie,
they're afraid of
Cash,
most?
Jagger,
Oh my
Sinatra,
God.
Fonda, with the fist in the air, facing their public mugshots, even, I should mention, for sometimes quite minor offenses. Some of these pictures you see are for offenses that aren't even illegal in every state anymore, like pot possession. So that's the history for today's instantly historic mugshots. It feels significant because it is significant.
It's going to be
Defendants
great.
long accused of lies and cheating.
I'm going to sell so
now
many
put through the same legal
t-shirts.
process as anyone else, even if some of them once led that process, even if some of them led the entire federal government recently. Now they are booked like anyone else with the images used to track suspects. The way that police use mugshots was explained clearly by 50 Cent, who famously had his own
Ari Melber has gotten so
mugshot.
old in the past couple of years.
There it is. Same spot where Rob got shot. The block's hot. Warrant squad flashing my
I am going to put the mugshot on
He
a
said
mug.
because mugshots are used by the squad to find the suspects. And now
Mugshots.
prosecutors accuse Giuliani of stealing and cheating. And as it happens, some other lines from that same 50 Cent song apply. When you're rich, you smoke cohibas. Put me through any test, I'll pass because I'm a cheater. A cheater.
Let's see. We got a super chat from Jenny's Getting Inky with it. Why does it sound like they're addressing a kindergarten class? And why the history lesson on mugshots? Most of these pictures look better than my DL pic. No, it's true. It's like there is a legitimate debate going on tonight for president. And the thing that MSNBC wants to spend time on is a history of the mugshot. I mean, there is something funny about that, though, isn't there? Let me just get that off the screen. We're not watching their commercials for them. Mute. All right, guys. So what happened when Victor came up is that here's what happened. So I went to the store earlier, and Sam Adams Oktoberfest was out, and Sam Adams Oktoberfest, hang on. This is basically like the greatest mass-produced beer in existence. No joke. If you have never had a Sam Adams Oktoberfest, it has just come out. It has just hit stores. And I was so excited when I saw it in the store. And so I went to the supermarket because I got this like an hour ago. And I was like, I need it to be cold because I don't have time to chill it. And so I went to the supermarket and I wasn't paying attention. And I picked up a case of Sam Adams Boston Lager, which is still a fine beer. It's a great beer, and I would have been perfectly happy to drink it, except for the fact that I knew Sam's Adams Oktoberfest was out. And then Victor was like, because Victor's just sitting around watching TV, he was like, Carlin, do you want me to go to the store and get you the beer that you should have already bought? And I said, Victor, if you wouldn't mind doing that, that would be really great, because I'm going to be thinking about Sam Adams Oktoberfest all night. And so he did. And he brought me the Sam Adams Oktoberfest beer. This is the greatest mass-produced beer on the market. It is so good. It is a great Oktoberfest, but it's also just a great beer in general. If you've never had it, I highly recommend it. It is just like, it is the highlight of the year when this stuff comes out. And just trust me on this one. It's the best. All right, let me just do a quick check-in over on CNN, see what's going on there. Yes, good for Victor. And so I got a full case of Sam Adams Oktoberfest, and if I go through that, I've got a full case of Sam Adams Boston Lager too. Let me know if you guys are drinking anything fun in the chat. It's like a beer. It's not like a sour. I know I drink a lot of sours on this channel, but it's like a good beer. It's caramelly, it's malty. It's just like, it's got a really good flavor to it. ChatGPT, Trader Joe's drive-through red is good if you like beer that is medium hoppy. I'm not such a fan of hops, if I'm honest about it, but I know some people are. Does it taste like pumpkin? No. It's a beer. It's like an Oktoberfest, so it's like a specific kind of beer. But it doesn't have any sort of fruity flavor or pumpkin-y flavor or anything like that. It's just a really good beer. All right. Let me see. CNN is on commercial right now. Oh, Fox is actually doing something productive. Hang on. Let's tune into Fox real quick.
Even worse, some Republicans are supporting it. Sanders' socialist plan is not just an attack on your health benefits. It's his next step toward
Whoa, what is this commercial?
Healthcare, shattering your pharmacy benefits.
What is this
increasing
commercial?
drug costs and threatening private health insurance. Call Mike Braun. Tell him to oppose Bernie's radical healthcare takeover.
All right. I was wrong. Fox is doing nothing productive. They're just showing the debate stage. But to Fox's credit, at least they're talking about the debate, whereas MSNBC and CNN right now are screwing other things. Is Bernie running again? I think he is. And the reason I say that I think Bernie's running is, guess who's going to be giving a very important speech in Manchester, New Hampshire on Saturday. Bernie Sanders. And do you know how I know that Bernie is giving a very important speech in Manchester, New Hampshire on Saturday? Because I got a text message about it like 2 days ago. And so, yeah, I think Bernie's running again. You know what? Good for Bernie. Good. I'm not even upset about it. Good for Bernie. Like, Bernie, at least he brings something interesting to the race. He brings something spicy. Yes. Autumn, I will even buy a Feel the Burn t-shirt. I really will. Maybe I'll even make a Feel the Burn t-shirt, Autumn. I'll make it just for you. You know, you got to respect Bernie, because Bernie has quite literally been saying the same goddamn thing since he was like in his 20s. And he's like, what? Bernie Sanders is like 87 years old or something like that. Like, you know what? I'm living for it. Between him and RFK, I'm absolutely living for it. It's going to be great. Okay, let's see what's going on. Yeah, Bernie, don't let the DNC screw you again. We're rooting for you, Bernie. I mean, the guy was mayor of a city. Like, being mayor of Burlington, Vermont is not like a rinky-dink job. I mean, he did set it on the course of communism, but like, he was mayor of a city. Like, come on. His wife was president of a college that went under. Fun fact. Let's see what's going on the other channels. CNN is talking about that guy that died in Russia. What's that? MSNBC is still fucking talking about mugshots. They're still going. Ari Melber is still talking about mugshots. Breaking news. New mugshots released. Big story. Oh, I think I missed a super chat. I apologize, Rottweiler. I think I missed your super chat. This kind of portrayal and propaganda is a bit of an application of Goebbels' rule of propaganda. It's to drill the idea of them being a criminal, tell a lie enough times, and people will believe it. Well, isn't that an entire campaign, though? That's like basically a political campaign. Is you just say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, and hopefully you get people to eventually believe it. But yeah, I agree with you on that one, especially in relation to MSNBC. Beth says, hubby is from the Catskills in New York. Several times we went to a bar there called the Mountain Inn. They had over 300 beers on tap and over 500 bottled beers. It was a fun place to visit. Beth, that actually sounds really great. Maybe I'll look into that. There's a yarn festival in the Catskills. Well, it's not in the Catskills, but it's like near the Catskills. And so I was thinking about going out to it, and maybe I'll take a look for it. The Mountain Inn. Beth, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I'm going to remember this. All right, let's see. Fox seems to be coming back. Let's see what they're saying. Oh, they're talking. Oh, I was like, Fox is talking about mugshots too.
Whitmer
no, they're talking about
to
Michigan.
Start a civil war.
What is this about?
Molitor and twin brothers William Null and Michael Null went on trial today. They're charged with providing material support for terrorist acts. They have pleaded not guilty.
Debate night. Debate night.
We continue our look at what's keeping voters up at night with the issue of crime. Correspondent Griff Jenkins has specifics.
Yes, I'm going to be live during the
Violent crime
debate.
is keeping some voters up.
I don't
at
care
night.
about this. I don't care about this at all. This is boring. Yes, I'm going to be up during the debate. We're going to be streaming the entire debate. If for some reason YouTube pulls the stream, I'm streaming on Rumble, and I don't think Rumble will pull the stream. We're watching it all live. I will be up for hours. Let's go back to MSNBC. At least MSNBC is doing something that's interesting. Yes, Sarah, I am talking about Rhinebeck. Are you going to Rhinebeck? I've only been once, but I had a great time.
People sometimes forget the jury process, deliberately so, is incredibly human. People's humanity and their mistakes.
Brett Baer is going to be one of the moderators.
Assessed.
He is, Brian.
People who made honest or good faith mistakes sometimes are seen differently than those who are proven to be, as you mentioned with Mr. Giuliani,
Rhinebeck is
and
fun,
by his
man.
own account,
It's big.
arrogant
I
and
spent
not
way too much money last time I went, though.
What do you see then in what we're viewing, which are Trump's
unacceptable.
RICO co-defendants, who all will get their day in court?
Well, what I see is,
well,
even as we're reviewing
we can disagree that it was hard
another
news.
hoped avenue of escape, at least for one of the Meadows, has been denied. Meadows said, try me in a federal courthouse, take
Never
this case
trust a
and put it
person who
elsewhere
wears a
where I
bow
might get a
tie.
better jury, although I'll have the same
No, for
prosecutors
real.
in the same
They're like
case.
obsessed
And
with
the
all
judge
these
said no.
mugshots.
And the test, and
I'm
I haven't
also
read the
knitting
order or
tonight.
opinion. I guess it came down within the
I'm
last
working
hour
on
or so.
brioche.
But the order or opinion had to decide that he, that is Meadows, had a position, an official position, such that it should be respected and honored. But there
I
is
have
no
6
official
hours worth of
position when
knitting.
you take the oath of office,
You know what,
including
Judy? That is
as
a
the chief
really
of
good
staff to the
point.
president
Thank
of the
you for
United
helping me
States,
rationalize
to
spending
uphold and
$1,000
preserve the
on yarn in a
Constitution,
single
and then
stretch.
you do what you did to compromise it and bring it down.
I
And
still
so
am
there's
working
no
my
way
way
that
through
you
that
could have
yarn
a
that I bought
federal
at
case
Rhinebeck
that would
that time.
respect these individuals' positions as
Tucker did
officials
used to
of the
wear a bow
government,
tie, didn't
when
he?
what they did was antithetical to that.
What do you think of defendant Giuliani's argument that he was just lawyering, that the fact that he's a lawyer and lawyers are
Defendant
indicted makes it
Giuliani.
suspect?
What the
Because we're going to hear
fuck?
that at trial, and how would that fare in a Georgia courtroom?
Well, what we should do is pull out all those cases of lawyers he prosecuted and ask, did you make a mistake here? The usual argument is that when a lawyer commits a crime, and that has to be objectively determined by elements and so forth and proven in court, or
Guys, is anyone
an
drinking
agreeable
anything fun
plea,
tonight? I know we've got a
then
long haul, but let us know what you're drinking in the
that
chat.
person is often punished
This is like
more
the most
harshly
normal looking
because they
picture
had
of Sidney Powell
advantages.
ever in the
Lawyers,
history of pictures of
officially
Sidney
or
Powell.
unofficially,
It really is.
because
She
of
took
their
a good
training and
picture.
background, have a special position in society. Unfortunately, right now, we have a whole number of lawyers who are betraying their oath of office.
Right. I mean,
and the law that they know better than other people.
I'm only jumping in to say, yeah, you're making the argument that not only does it not work, it might cut the other way. That if you're an Eastman or a Giuliani and you're saying, how dare you, I'm a lawyer, it's more akin to if a doctor is actually found to abuse the authority they physically exert over a patient, a vulnerable patient, going back into tell the jury, hey, I'm a doctor.
Listen,
how dare you?
if you're
may
buying
not
the
wash.
really nice
We have
yarn,
another
it
one
just
of your
gets
former colleagues, John
expensive.
Sale,
But
fellow
it's so
bar
worth
members
it.
who also knows the score because he represented Giuliani at one time. So I'm going to go from John to John. And in the process, Mr.
You know
Flannery,
what?
we're only
Nothing
gonna
wrong with a
lose
$4
one
bottle of
H, as I
wine. I
understand
like
the spelling.
barefoot wine if I'm going for like a nice cheap
Okay.
bottle of wine, but it's
Good to
so
see you, sir.
good.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Our thanks to John Flannery. Up next, a man who did represent in the congressional probe, Mr. Giuliani, a man who is a Watergate prosecutor, brings tremendous experience, and who told us he declined
Is
to represent
anyone talking
Donald
about
Trump
anything
in the
that
Jack Smith
matters?
case.
CNN's
Big
doing
news
a
night,
commercial.
big guest, John Sale. Next.
Fox News is on a commercial.
Is this your plan to watch the game today? I have to watch my neighbor.
Okay, so apparently no one is talking about anything important, so we can talk about something important, I guess. So here's what I expect for tonight. I started talking about this earlier. Again, I expect, and I would like everyone's predictions in the chat, I expect that Vivek is going to mop the floor with all of them. I think that Vivek likes a little bit of a challenge. I think that he excels when he has a challenge. And so they're all going to be coming for him. He knows it. He's probably prepared for it. And I have no doubt that he's going to come out on top. And I think that's going to be great to watch. They're all going to try to nail him over this 9/11 thing, which I mean is stupid. And it's only going to make Vivek look more based than he already looked. So I have no worries about that. We'll see how prepped Ron DeSantis is. I think that Ron DeSantis is not that likable. I don't think he comes across well to like normal people when he's just like left to his own devices. So we'll see how that works out for him. Joshua seems to think it's going to be a good night for him. So we'll see. I think that Chris Christie is going to try to do something boisterous and he's going to attack Trump a lot. And so Chris Christie is going to try to have a moment. I think that Nikki Haley is going to try to look like the mom of the group. And she's going to try to like rise above and be the responsible like neocon that she is. And it's going to be really unlikable. But I think she's going to be like, try to be like the group mom. Mike Pence is going to be effing insufferable. Mike Pence is going to be shitting on Trump. You know that. Let's see. The guy from North Dakota is just going to try to make a name for himself. That's really all he can do. Who else is in the debate? Tim Scott's going to talk about his family and he's going to be extremely likable and very nice and then no one's going to vote for him anyway. By the way, I heard so Larry Elder was denied a position in the debate. And so because apparently the RNC decided not to accept the Rasmussen poll that he got 1% on, Larry Elder publicly on Twitter threatened to sue the RNC to stop the debate, but I happen to know that he never actually did that. So Larry Elder was totally lying when he said that he was filing a lawsuit to stop the debate. That quite literally never happened. And I think we can all assume that Larry Elder at this point is just doing it to grift. Oh, CNN's talking about the debate. Let's go to CNN. Something is finally happening.
Chris Christie says that anybody on this stage who defends Donald Trump, he's going to try and turn into Donald Trump, make them so much an ally that they are identified with the former president. Of course, given the former president standing in the polls, that may not necessarily be a bad thing in the context of a Republican primary.
So Chris Christie is going to be attacking Vivek.
Usually, these candidates take this moment to really introduce themselves. The Republican primary voters are going to tune in for the first time here in a big way. And so it's an opportunity for them to introduce themselves, get their vision out, but also to create a moment. And then usually they take that moment the next day and launch it into some gangbusters fundraising if it's a successful moment. That may not happen tomorrow, Wolf, because of what you're talking about down in Georgia. Donald Trump, expected to surrender tomorrow, will dominate all the attention. So
Trump is going to raise so much money tomorrow. Trump is going to raise millions of dollars tomorrow. It's going to be epic
because of the shadow that the former president's dealings in Georgia will cast.
Yeah, good point indeed. David Chalian on the scene for us. Thank you very much. One candidate who will not be on the debate stage tonight is Republican candidate Will Hurd after failing to qualify. He's joining us right now. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
Sorry,
Let me
Will.
ask you about the debate. And we're going to get to that in a moment, but I want to get your thoughts, first of all, on the other breaking news we're following. And I ask you as a former member of Congress, as well as a former CIA officer, the Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin, who staged a short-lived mutiny in June, has apparently died in a plane crash outside Moscow.
He fucked around and found out, essentially.
Well, Wolf,
it's very sad.
You have a person has a 1 in a 11 million chance of dying in a plane crash. And now I don't have any unique intelligence or insights into what happened, but considering that
I'm pretty sure we all know what
tried
happened.
to create a mutiny 2 months ago, I don't think this was luck. I think this was something that Vladimir Putin did on purpose and was trying to not only target him, but let everybody else know he's not going to play. And unfortunately, though, this is one of the issues that I hope the candidates on the debate stage get asked about, because unfortunately, there's too many of those candidates that are willing to engage and to be frank, want to kiss the butt of Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is a war criminal, and his actions and likely actions today is just a further indication of that.
And with regard to Ukraine's fight against
I
Russia's
completely agree with you.
invasion
I
right now,
completely
want to press
agree.
you on this, Congressman.
Vivek
Trump
is going
says
to
the conflict
Vivek is going to
not
wipe
a
the floor
vital
with
US
DeSantis, and it's not even going to be close.
Vivek Ramaswamy has even suggested Ukraine cede territory to Russia. Do you think this renews the urgency of supporting Ukraine's efforts to combat Russia's invasion?
Absolutely. Donald Trump is wrong. Vivek is wrong. Look, Vivek himself has said he's only been paying attention to foreign policy starting 6 months ago. Here's the reality. The United States of America built an international order that has benefited us. When we don't defend that international order, it hurts
You can
us.
do pregame
And for
bingo if you want, but we're going to
5%
start
of
real
the
bingo when
entire
the debate
DoD
starts.
budget, we've been able to dismantle the Russian military without having to send our sons or daughters or our spouses over to the conflict. I think that's a pretty good deal. The problem is not with the amount of money, but the speed in which we've been getting the equipment that the Ukrainians need. If we want to prevent
planning on
Ukraine
calling
from
him
becoming a
fake
forever war,
Vivek.
we should increase the
Fake,
speed in which delivering
F-A-K-E.
the equipment and the material that they need.
No
We need to
one
be
cares
supporting
about
them,
this.
especially the attacks in Crimea. I've been frustrated with the Biden administration that has been criticizing the Ukrainians' attack into Crimea. Guess what? Crimea is an important place that retools and supplies the Russian military. Of course, it's a valid attack. And unfortunately, I think this is a sign that the Biden administration in a potential negotiation, be willing to allow the Russians to have Crimea. Again, if the Ukrainians do not win this war, and by win, I mean push the entire all the Russians out of Ukraine, to include Crimea and the Donbass. If they don't win,
you on what?
Eastern Europe is going to stop paying attention to us, work with the Russians. Western Europe is going to realize you can't trust America
for what?
and start dealing even more so with the Chinese government. And again, I hope these are some of the things that come out and the topics I would be talking about if I was on the debate stage and if the RNC had not cherry-picked a few of the polls.
Yeah, these are important issues you're raising. Indeed, the other breaking story we're following involves Rudy Giuliani, who surrendered at the Fulton County Jail today in Georgia after negotiating a $150,000 bond. What do you make of this spectacle?
Who cares?
Look, we wouldn't be in this position if everybody recognized Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, all these characters, that he lost. Donald Trump, the election in 2020 was not stolen, it was lost because he failed to grow the Republican brand amongst the largest growing groups of voters.
Bro.
And if the GOP wants to make sure that we stop this 20-year trend of losing the popular vote, then we need to nominate someone who doesn't have this legal baggage, someone who is not trying to stay in power.
I agree.
Nominate Vivek. For any reason. This is completely unacceptable, and the American public deserves a sane, conservative party, and they want someone who's not afraid of Donald Trump.
When did Will Hurd become a boring
vision
shill?
of the future on
I used
how
to
we
like him.
achieve unprecedented peace
Trump
in these
derangement
complicated
syndrome
times. How do we have a
takes out the
thriving
best of 'em.
economy at a time that new technologies like AI is going to upend everything? And instead, we're having to talk about these crazy court cases down in Georgia, the issue with the classified documents in Mar-a-Lago. And to me, it's just, we have a lot more important issues to be dealing with, and it's unfortunate. And that's one of the reasons why I'm running for president. If some of your viewers want to continue to see me going, go to herdforamerica.com.
Will Hurd, thank you very much for joining us.
You didn't even ask him about the debate. God damn it. These people have one goddamn job. All I want is some debate analysis. I don't think okay, Fox News is doing debate analysis. Thank God. No, come on. My internet connection is strong enough.
So fortunately, people don't vote according to their gender and some other identity politics.
Kellyanne
She's got something
Conway.
to say. The curious thing about Nikki Haley is she never seems to tell anybody how she got the position of U.S. ambassador to the UN, who put her there. She sort of never says Donald Trump's name, and I think if she were called out on that and said, weren't you just fulfilling his policies? But she's courageous there. I think for she and Tim Scott to be so far behind Trump in their home state of South Carolina is maybe the next place they should go and focus, including if it gets on winner take all. Quickly on foreign policy, national security. Harold is absolutely correct. So many voters we talk to, and that's my work, they are talking about national security and foreign policy. If there was one good reason to have Joe Biden as the president, it would have been he had been vice president for 8 years. He had been in Washington for 50 years. He can bring respect to the U.S. around the globe. Instead, you've got Putin, who annexed a sovereign nation, Crimea, when Biden was vice president. You have him invading a sovereign
we're going to be
nation,
going
Ukraine,
all
when
night.
Biden's president. Iran is salivating at Israel. You've got China salivating at the rest of the world. And you have a vice president in Kamala Harris who's kind of embarrassed us on the national stage again and again. So I think it's a great opening for somebody to say, Putin is a bully who must be countered. Now, what they want to do in Ukraine, they should explain. And what would they do the same or different from the America First foreign policy? Where do they put daylight between them and President Trump? And what would they do different as the current commander-in-chief? Because his withdrawal of Afghanistan 2 years ago is a stain on this nation.
That contrast, fighting President Biden, running against President Biden, Byron, how much they do that, or the person who's leading the
Biden should have been impeached for that withdrawal from Afghanistan alone.
To have face-to-face confrontations,
for
with the
real,
people
no
you
political
have to beat
games,
before
for
you get
real.
a chance to beat Joe Biden. So I think it always, everyone says, well, each candidate on this stage would be better than Joe Biden, and we're all united by lots of stuff, but they end up fighting. One last thing about Ramaswamy. He's a really great talker. He's done a lot of cable TV. But recent polls have shown that 60+% of Americans say they don't know enough about him to have a favorable or unfavorable
Well,
impression
because he's
of him.
relatively
This is a
new
huge
to most
opportunity
people.
for him. And then I think the degree to which he talks
God,
about
I'm
revolution,
so
and
excited
he had a
how
big revolution party here
good
in
Vivek is
Milwaukee
doing.
last night, it scares some voters. You know, they don't like the idea of having a revolution. Let's make things better, but we don't want to blow everything up.
The fife and drummer just went by us. I think.
Look, it sounds good, whatever he's got going out there, but the question is, what will America want to do? I was interested to see that one voter you had at the start, Kelly, and we're talking about President Trump. That one voter said he wished President Trump would be here. How does President Trump, how is he perceived after this debate? I think is something that's going to be
good question. I
important
mean,
to assess.
All right, more with the panel
We'll
after
see,
the
I
break,
guess.
and a look back again a couple debates ago.
Oh.
Can you name even one thing that the federal government does now that it should not do at all?
Yeah. You want one?
Now you're a skeptic of climate change science, and in fact, you warn that federal efforts to fight climate change will cost U.S. jobs and hurt the U.S. economy. So why the change?
Well, Brett, first, that's not entirely the story.
Many experts believe Russian leader Vladimir Putin has
This is like a clip
ideas,
reel for
bigger
Brett
designs
Baer.
for the region
This isn't a
beyond
clip
Russia's
reel of the
actions
debate. This is a
inside
clip reel for
Ukraine.
Brett
First of
Baer.
all, recognize that Vladimir Putin is an opportunist.
Brett Baer's
and
like,
he's a
look
bully.
how great of a debate moderator I am. God, this is a clown show that never ends. All right, let me check in on my other channels, see what else is going on. MSNBC's on commercial, CNN's on commercial. All right, well, I guess we're back to just talking amongst ourselves for the moment, guys. We are basically doing a little debate pregame right now where we're checking in on, oh, Wolf Blitzer, breaking news. Oh, it's a Russia thing. Never mind. So guys, we're basically doing a debate pregame right now where we're kind of checking in on all the big cable stations. We're going to watch a little MSNBC, a little CNN, a little Fox News, get a basic maison scent of what we're going to see. The debate starts at 9 o'clock tonight, so you got a couple hours to go get some drinks and some snacks. And we're going to have debate bingo, and we're going to be talking about it and ripping on all of them because, as you guys know, I really don't like anyone except for Vivek. I think Vivek, and I'm really trying to get his name right. I trained myself to say Vivek, and now I have to change it. But he is my candidate. I think that he is the only wise choice for the GOP to nominate. I would absolutely vote for him if he did get the nomination. I actually was talking to someone today who's like involved with the GOP, and he basically said that Vivek is running to help Trump, which, like, duh, of course he's running to help Trump. But you know, I really do hope that he surges. I really hope that people see what an asset he is, because he is awesome. It would be the smartest thing that the GOP ever did in its existence to nominate Vivek Ramaswamy, which is why they won't do it. But it would be really smart if they did. Trump is going to be, so we can watch some of the Trump interview. So is that going to be on Twitter? So we can watch some of the Trump interview at 8 o'clock then. We're going to watch a little, we're going to keep flipping through the cable channels for right now. And if you guys have anything you'd like to say, please let me know in the chat what you think. I would not vote for Trump with Vivek I am not voting for Trump. I'm not voting for anyone except for Vivek Ramaswamy at the top of the ticket. So if he became Trump's VP, VP doesn't do anything. VP does nothing. It is a do-nothing job. I don't want Vivek in a do-nothing job. I want him at the top of the ticket. So no, it will not be good enough for me. Well, I think it'll be more, I actually think the debate will be more interesting because the debate is going to be them interacting with each other. CNN's talking about Russia. Fox News is on commercial. MSNBC is on commercial. Let me get Tucker's Twitter up, and we'll watch a little bit of that Trump interview later. All right. Well, Kamala hates it because she does nothing. All right, let's watch some MSNBC. I think it's coming back from a commercial. It's going to be great.
let's lead the way.
Oh, I thought MSNBC was coming back from commercial. Okay, here we go.
There is a
Excellent.
lot of news in America and around the world today, quite frankly. We hit as much as we could, and we want to give you an update on this women's rights
Oh my God,
story.
look at that ticker.
The all-male Supreme Court in South Carolina upholding a 6-week abortion ban. A few
The
months back, the same
all-male
struck
court
down a
upholds
similar
the
law.
abortion
What
ban to
changed? Well,
control
the sole female
women's
judges retired from the bench.
bodies.
The new court downgrading the rights of women. The ruling says, quote, a woman's interest in autonomy and privacy does not outweigh the interest of the unborn child to live. That goes even farther, at least in rhetoric, than the Supreme Court ruling. Polls show most also disagree. This could be a big issue at tonight's Republican debate, which we've been covering. And a reminder, Rachel
You
and the gang
haven't
will
been
be
covering
here
it, Ari.
tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern with reaction to that debate, whether you watch it
I
or
wish
not. We
that you
encourage
were
you to catch up
covering
with
it.
Rachel then. That's the update I wanted to share with you. And there's one more parallel we noticed today as Rudy Giuliani talked about what he views as the indignity of his treatment in Georgia. It reminded us of another Trump official who also went through the criminal justice process. Take a look.
They're destroying my right to counsel, my right to be a lawyer. They're destroying his right to counsel. It's not accidental that they've indicted all his lawyers.
They put me in handcuffs, they bring me here, they put me in leg irons, they stick me in a cell. What they did to me today violated the Constitution.
These are individuals who have talked about law and order for other people their whole adult lives and careers. They seem actually genuinely, personally shocked when any of this process, even in a very peaceful way, as it should be for everyone, is applied to them. It's a parallel we'll continue to explore, including something we've been working on, an upcoming report on disparities in the prison system with all this.
Oh my
So keep it locked
God.
on MSNBC on a very newsworthy night. The readout the readout with Joy Reid starts next.
That's right. Joy Reid's coming up. Holy shit.
As we age, our energy levels tend to decline.
All
leaving
right,
us
I will
feeling
post the
drained and
Rumble
longing for
link.
the energy we once had. To enjoy activities like spending time with family and carrying out daily
Hi,
tasks
Rumble, for
without
everyone
exhaustion,
watching over on Rumble.
It's
It's good
essential
to see you
fuel
guys.
our bodies with
There's
fruits
the
and
Rumble
vegetables.
link on YouTube.
Unfortunately, the average person doesn't even consume half of the recommended servings of these nutritious
Rumble,
foods.
I've got your chat up on the
That's
screen
where
now
Balance
so
of
I can
Nature's
see you if
fruits
you
and
want to
veggies
chat in.
can
I
help.
appreciate you guys
Balance
watching
of
over
Nature's
there.
fruits and veggies provides additional nutrition that
Hang
your
on,
body
I
needs.
will update.
Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get free shipping. And don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code LOVE.
Okay, guys, I just posted. Why are we watching a commercial? Everyone is on commercial constantly. I just posted the Rumble link in the description on YouTube. So if you guys refresh, it should be there. I'm really excited to see Joy Reid, though. Joy Reid is going to be great. So I want to just pop here for like a minute. Let's see what's going on CNN. Commercial. Fox News. Oh, because Kellyanne Conway's on Fox News right now. I guess we can pop over to Fox News for 2 minutes. There we go.
Listen, the backdrop here is that the House is really considering this impeachment of the president. Today we had this Hunter
I
Biden
hope
traveled
so.
to his
I
13
want a
countries
clown
with
show
PP
impeachment.
Dad. I can catch a ride with him. This is according to Fox Digital. He goes to 13 countries with his then vice president father when he was leading the now defunct firm Rosemont Seneca Partners.
I'm going to put a poll in the chat on
Report, by the
YouTube.
Senate Republicans revealed Hunter dropped his Secret Service protection
Should
soon after joining the board of
Republicans
Ukrainian energy
impeach
company Burisma
Joe
Holdings.
Biden?
There are little pieces here. Whether they can
Yes,
stitch it together
no.
to make that case, Byron, is really the case.
I
Kevin
would
McCarthy is careful
kill
to say this would be
for
an
a good
impeachment
do
inquiry.
nothing
We're not gonna pass
impeachment
a
hearing, an
resolution of
impeachment
impeachment.
trial.
This would just give us
That'd
more
be great.
power to subpoena information, to look for more evidence. But there is no doubt that House Republicans have pushed this story forward. They have caused people sometimes in the media
Oh,
who
Kara over on
absolutely
Rumble is
ignored or
drinking
dismissed
Stillwater.
the Hunter
Extra
Biden
dry
story,
stays on.
to
An
take it
inspired choice,
seriously.
Kara.
Okay, guys, thanks so much. It's going to be a fun night.
Good luck.
Thank you. Finally, tonight it's a special day. Countdown is on. We've been showing.
All right, we're going back over to MSNBC because I want to see Joy Reid. I have to. We have to watch Joy Reid. I know this is just a commercial right this second, but Joy Reid is the highlight of MSNBC because Joy Reid is like looking into an alternative universe that only exists in like the fantasy land of the far left. It's just like if you haven't watched MSNBC lately, it is the most entertaining thing that you will see all week. I promise you. This is going to be great. Autumn, I'm paying attention. I'll moderate the fuck out of you. I will just block you, Autumn. Okay, read out. It's on. It's all happening.
Tonight on the readout.
Mr. Mayor, do you acknowledge that you made false statements?
That is a total lie. Why don't you go put yourself somewhere
But you
now?
acknowledged it. Why did you not fight that in the court?
Acknowledge it. That was a stipulation that's done in every lawsuit, not for the purposes of truth.
You did not. You did not contest it. You had the opportunity to fight that.
Wrong.
I
did not.
They're like, Rudy Giuliani has a mugshot.
Rudy Giuliani surrendering today
Oh
in
my
Atlanta, now part of Trump's rogues gallery of Georgia co-defendants who are being booked, fingerprinted, and getting lovely mugshots to place above their mantles, courtesy
MSNBC
of
is
the Fulton
obsessed with
County
these
Sheriff's
mugshots.
Office. Also tonight, stunning news out of Russia as Yevgeny Prigozhin, the man who led the June mutiny against the Kremlin,
Not gonna
is now
happen.
believed to be dead
Not gonna
in a plane
happen.
crash.
Larry
Plus,
didn't even see
debate
that.
night in Milwaukee.
Yes.
Trump won't be there. Can any of the others prove that they are a legitimate threat to his renomination? Well, we begin tonight, however, with the truth and consequences. The truth being that there was no widespread voter fraud during the 2020 presidential election, and that the actions taken by Donald
The
Trump and his
2020
gang
presidential
took a
election
long
was
walk
the
off a
best
short
election
pier
in the
going
history of
from the
elections. It
legal
was the most
to the
perfect
criminal.
election in the history of
That leads
elections.
us to the
Nothing was
consequences
wrong
that
with
we are
the
now seeing
2020
play out this
election.
week as one by one,
my
the 19 co-defendants in the Georgia case are making their way to a Fulton County jail to surrender.
It is a blonde hat.
As you can see, in
That
place
is a
of some of
horrible.
the headshots that
Listen,
we've been showing you since the indictment
Joy,
came out,
Joy, I don't like to make fun of people's looks, but your blonde wig is really, really bad. It's a bad wig, Joy.
as he is
This is a
expected to
big
turn
night.
himself
Do
in tomorrow
better.
night in prime time to put on a performance for his MAGA followers to make it seem like he is the martyr he claims to be, to get his followers, of course, to send him money. But let's just deal in truth for a minute, shall we? Because no matter what kind of performance Trump puts on for his followers tomorrow night, this has to be legitimately distressing for the man who has gotten away
I
with so
don't really
much
think he
throughout his
cares,
life,
Joy.
and who has rarely had to truly face the
This
consequences.
is such a bad wig.
Tomorrow night,
What
during
was she
this very
thinking?
hour, Donald Trump will be humbled before the world as he finds out how humiliating it is to go from being the leader of the free world to being photographed like a common criminal. No matter how much bravado he displays, there is no way that Trump wants to join this cast of previously famous politicians who in some cases smiled for the camera as they too faced up to their crimes. For a lot of these people who exist on the elite side of American politics, booking day is likely both a shocking and a sobering moment. And it may be a wake-up call to just how real the consequences are in
There
the
are
criminal
going to
justice
be no
system.
consequences,
Trump's
Joy.
co-defendants could very well be looking at prison sentences for
No.
following the direction of a man who likely could care less what
That's
happens
literally
to them
not going to
as
happen,
long as
Joy.
it keeps him out of prison. Don't believe for a second that Trump wouldn't throw every single one of them under the bus to save his own behind.
Well, he would, but
We've
he's
already
not going
seen
to have
reporting
to.
to that effect. And if it wasn't clear enough, Trump's defense lawyer started laying that groundwork earlier this month, putting the blame on everybody but Trump.
Everything that President Trump did was with the advice of lawyers and counsel. What he's being indicted for ultimately is following legal advice from an esteemed scholar, John Eastman, that he could petition his own vice president and ask his vice president to pause the voting on January 6th to give the states one last chance.
Queen Beth of the chat says, isn't Joy Reid's straight blonde hair cultural appropriation, asking for a friend? I think that it might be, Beth. I think so. It's also just a really bad wig. It's a bad look.
Analyst, thank you both for being here. Lisa, I do want to start with you. Watching Rudy Giuliani come out today and do that sort of, it was almost sort of hysteria because, he doesn't normally talk anymore to normal news outlets. And so getting the chance to ask him questions, Von Hilliard shooting some questions at him. He seemed rattled to me, having watched Giuliani when he was mayor. There's his mugshot. It's got to be a humbling
It's a badass
moment to go from
mugshot.
being
The more I
US
see it, I'm like,
attorney,
Rudy
to being
captured
mayor,
the moment
to
of
being
that mugshot.
right?
He really did. It was a
Photographed in
great
that way.
job.
Talk a little bit
Excellent
about
job,
it, because
Rudy.
I can only imagine
Most valuable
how
thing you've done in
sobering
years.
it is. This is it gets real. This is when it gets real, when you take that mugshot.
It totally gets real. And there's no place, Joy, that's more real than the Rice Street Jail in Fulton County, Georgia.
Amen.
Where multiple people have died in custody already this year. This is a place.
Are you implying that Rudy Giuliani is going to die in custody?
Deplorable, frankly. And for Giuliani to have to walk through that jail and be processed like anybody else in Fulton County, Georgia, had to not only be humbling, but humiliating. It's a sad, if the story were to end here, and it won't, it would be a sad enough ending for a person who was once called America's mayor for the leadership he showed in the days immediately after September 11th.
Why didn't Lynn Wood get
This is a
indicted?
jail that the feds have looked into. I mean,
That's
right,
what
it
I
is a-
want to
it is a
know.
rough
What
place,
did
right?
Lynn
And,
Wood
Harry,
do to not get indicted?
For me, and
Because
you can put
Lynn
up some
Wood
more of
was
these
involved in
mugshots.
all
I mean,
this shit in
some of them
Georgia.
look more pathetic than others. Jenna Ellis, I guess, decided to do hair and makeup. There she is. She decided
Jenna
to
Ellis
try
did decide to do
look
hair and
cute for
makeup.
it, but you can try to look cute all you want. These are attorneys, Harry. These are people who went to law school. I can only imagine how proud their parents were when they got those law degrees, and for them now to be defendants, it is something that is so sobering that I wonder if for you as a prosecutor, if you can foresee some of these people rethinking how hard they're going to fight for Donald Trump's reality. Because Donald Trump's not going to fight for theirs. He's going to throw everything.
Well, Jenna Ellis is pissed off because Trump isn't going to pay her legal fees because she defected to Ron DeSantis.
That was Cheeseborough's idea. That was Eastman's idea. He didn't care about these people. So I wonder if you've experienced when people finally have that moment where
That's
they're
a good
taking
picture
that
for
picture.
Sidney
There's the
Powell, I
Kraken lady,
maintain.
that they say, you know what?
Sidney Powell
Yeah,
is
this
an
ain't worth
odd-looking
it. I'm
woman.
going to try to help myself and not help Trump.
That's it exactly. And I'll add to humbling and humiliating and sobering, terrifying. You take a step into that kind of booking environment and you contemplate that being your residence, maybe for the rest of your life. It focuses the mind on your own self-interest right quick. So we're seeing that already. This is a very sort of dynamic time in the Fulton County proceedings themselves, Joy, in which Ken Chesbrough, Jeff Clark, Mark Meadows, David Schaefer have all made efforts to one way or another get themselves out of it, and other than just towing the line for Donald Trump. So for Trump, it's a very dangerous
Jenna Ellis
time.
is
And
like,
you
I know
add to
God is going to save
that
me.
for most of them, they don't have the money for the exorbitant bills of defending themselves, and Trump isn't giving it to them.
See, that
He,
guy,
more than
that guy with like a
anybody,
miserable
is
look.
at
He
risk over
understood
the
what the
next
mugshot is
couple weeks
supposed to
of
be.
having people show up to Fulton County and say, okay, I've got some things to tell you, and they're about the former president. Let's make a deal.
Yeah, and by the way, I will know, and we'll go through, I'll tell you, some people, we don't know what they looked like before we see them in the mugshot. For your first time, really, for people to know what you look like, for that to be your image, it's pathetic.
You didn't know what
the
Jenna
Eastman
Ellis
one
looked
is
like?
Particularly pathetic. I
We
will
knew what
note,
John Easton looked like, or
Lisa,
Eastman looked
that-
like.
So Mark Meadows tried to make this not happen.
Yep.
He tried to go
Like
to the,
Ray
so
Smith?
did Jeffrey Clark,
That's a good
the former
mugshot.
Justice Department official. They were like, don't
What's your
let this
favorite
be
mugshot?
me.
Let
I
us know
don't
your
want
favorite
to be
mugshot in the
arrested and take
chat.
this mugshot. A judge said, sorry.
We are getting the Trump
No.
mugshot tomorrow.
Meadows' motion
It's
was
gonna be great.
immediately, he wanted to remove his case to federal court, prevent his arrest until after the evidentiary hearing on August 28. The judge said no. Clark's motion was to stay the proceedings and stave off his arrest while he tried to send the case to federal court as well. Judge also said, sorry, no. They're going to have to go through that indignity too.
Yeah, they are. They're both going to have to be arrested. And, you know, Joy, it's not, Katie Turner and I were talking about this earlier today. Being booked is not like going on an airplane ride where there's one line for the special customers and one line for everybody else who's seated at the back of the plane. It's more like showing up in an emergency room. And you get to see whatever presents itself at the jail that day. If there are a cacophony of other defendants who are there, you wait in that line with everybody else. And Harry is right. It is a harrowing journey from start to finish. I wonder how much time Rudy Giuliani spent at the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center in downtown Manhattan, when he was the U.S. attorney there. But that itself is a facility that was so bad that it was shut down.
Ain't that the truth?
Now he's getting to see the inside of conditions where he has himself placed people before.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's bring in Luke Broadwater.
I really
New
might
York
put
Times
Giuliani's
congressional,
mugshot on a t-shirt.
reporter.
Like, it's
Luke,
a good
I wonder
mugshot.
if
I don't
there
even
is
like
any
Giuliani.
reporting on kind of the ramifications beyond what we saw today. We know that Donald Trump is throwing $100,000 a head.
Yes, those are
fundraiser
actual
for Rudy
mugshots.
Giuliani, which is probably smart, where he wants to keep him on side because if he decides that he's no longer standing with Trump, he would probably have a lot to say. But are there any reverberations from Eastman world, from
Imagine
Jenna
just
Ellis
having
world, from people
$100,000
who
you can waste
might be
on
getting a little
Rudy
shaky after
Giuliani's
their
legal
experience in
expenses.
Fulton County today?
Well, both Eastman and Jenna Ellis say they're going to fight the charges, and they're condemning the prosecutors. But Jenna Ellis has also complained about Donald Trump not paying her legal
Yes,
bills.
she has.
Outspoken about that. Rudy Giuliani was trying for months and months to get Donald Trump to pay his legal bills. He had wanted something like $20,000 a month, and Trump had essentially refused to pay him despite entreaty after entreaty to try to get these legal bills paid. And finally now, when he showed up at the jail, is Donald Trump saying he's now going to try to help him with the legal bills. That's in stark contrast to some of these other lawyers. Donald Trump has paid millions of dollars to other
CNN's
attorneys
talking
who
about
I think
that
he
Russia thing
valued
right
more,
now.
thought could help him more. He had sort of thrown Rudy away, it seemed. And I think that does present a
Let's
risk.
jump over to Fox News to see what's going on over there. It looks like they're actually talking about the debate for once. Let's see. My internet connection is strong enough. Stop messing around, Fox News. Come on. Oh, come on. Seriously. Oh, there it goes. Sorry, guys.
Key
Stand by.
state right
There we
now.
go.
That's no doubt about that. And he has a track record of success in his first term, despite all the investigations. But Pete, I think that DeSantis, for whatever reason, hasn't broken through to the same people. He's appealing to the same crowd
Because
and
no
I think a lot
one
of them
likes
think,
him.
well, the system's kind of screwed up. Maybe it's rigged, maybe it's not. But we're just going to throw in with a guy who we know is going to burn that system down in a positive way, not in a bad way, but and really fight hard. So DeSantis has that
Naruto, this is
credibility
a
gap
great
on
fucking
fighting, even though he
idea.
put together an amazing coalition in Florida. I mean, no
Naruto,
one
this
can
might be
doubt
one of your best
DeSantis'
ideas of all
record in
time.
Florida
I'm
or Trump's
taking a
record, I think,
screenshot.
as president.
Sure, Laura, look, I think this race hasn't even started. I mean, Ron DeSantis is far ahead of where Mike Huckabee was in Iowa, where Ted Cruz was and won. I mean, this thing, we're in the first inning here. We're we're right at the first debate. So
Fox News is going to be simping so bad for DeSantis tonight. Wait for it. He's going to get all the softball questions. They're going to simp for him all night.
Primary is because I want to vote in it. That's just not the way things work in this country. You got to go through Iowa. You got to go through New Hampshire. And I love Ned, but I wish Ned were in the White House. Hopefully he would have done what he said tonight and got rid of these bureaucrats run wild and actually laid out a clear plan. We have not had that after 4 years of a Trump presidency. We're going to have that with Ron DeSantis, and you'll see that tonight.
I don't know, Sandy,
All
but
right,
something's
Pete and
gone
Ned,
horribly
we're gonna have you back.
wrong.
We're going to be doing these debates all throughout the campaign primary season. Thank you both.
Thanks, Laura.
Fighting for freedom, for more
What is
rights,
this?
not less, has been the cornerstone of President Biden's first term.
What?
And I've got a message for these Republicans. We are just getting started.
Huh?
Okay, here's what the Democrats' platform is. You ready? Pot, porn, Planned Parenthood. Okay, that's it. And throw in
That's
some
not
COVID
true,
masks,
Laura. That
as for
is
freedom for
completely
Americans, the ones
untrue.
they actually care
Democrats
about,
have
freedom
more
to
of a
prosper.
platform than Republicans, Laura.
That's out the window. Joining us now, Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the
Oh
House, Fox News
my
contributor.
God.
Newt, I mean, they are just not going to talk about the economy. They think they can still win the suburban women, get them to turn out in close states on the abortion issue. Is that a winning strategy for them?
Yes!
They feel like they had
Yes!
some success.
They won
in
the
that Wisconsin
midterms last
state,
year with
you know,
that strategy.
the Supreme Court
Yes,
race,
that
and a
is
couple
a
other
winning
issues as well.
strategy.
Well, first of all, I think it's very hard to measure
Yes.
individual races unless you look at
Oh my
the
God.
difference
They're
in total amount
still
of money.
coping
The
from
Democrats have
the
been
midterm
remarkably
loss.
good at mobilizing nationally for specific races and just simply outspending the Republicans, drowning them. But I think if you look at actual data, and
How
you know
do they
this as
have the
well as I
money
do,
to
Laura,
outspend
if you
Republicans?
pit a
Abortion.
Democrat who had voted against, for example, the Born Again Alive bill, and who literally refused to allow medical care for a baby that had survived an adoption, and who believes in an abortion
That
at the 9th
survived an
month,
adoption,
and
Newt?
who believes in sex selection abortion. You go down the list. They are so extreme that if Republicans slow down, and I personally believe that the winning formula is to be for 3 exemptions: rape, incest, and life of the mother, and for 15 weeks, which is where the country is. About 75% of the country would accept that standard and would marginalize the Democrats as the kind of pro-death extremists that they really are.
Hey, Newt, upon being confronted with the Biden economic record, the DNC chairman, I think most people don't even know who he is. His name is Jamie Harrison. But this is what he could muster as far as a response.
63% of Americans disapprove of the way that the president's handling the economy. His campaign thus far has focused on the economy. It does not appear to work. Why?
No, you just got to keep going out there, making sure that people connect the good things that are going on with the president, because they're happening because of his policies.
Newt, they have no idea. Really, they have no
What
idea
is
what to say.
what is the
because
GOP
people
platform,
feel how
Laura?
bad this
What is
economy
the
They
GOP
know
party
it.
platform?
And that's
Because
their
it
best
hasn't
response.
changed since Mitt Romney ran for president.
No, but look, their problem is, and Joe
The
DeSantis, who
goal
runs
of
the
Laura
America's New
Ingraham to
Majority
say
Project,
the
just showed me
Republicans,
some
the
numbers on this.
Democrats just don't know what's going
57%
on.
of the country
Are you
says that
kidding me? This
affordability
is why
is the biggest
Republicans
economic
always
issue.
lose.
15% says jobs are. So Biden or one of his surrogates makes a speech, it's all going well. People go and buy gasoline, which went up 30 cents in the last 2 weeks. They go buy food. They look at their electricity bill, which has gone up remarkably. And Dave Winston at the Winston Group had developed what he calls a presidential inflation index. That is, you start
Oh
the day
God,
they're
Shannon,
sworn in.
don't give them any ideas,
Biden
Shannon.
is the
Don't
second
do it.
worst president in modern times. Only Jimmy Carter is worse than Biden. And people know that because
All right,
they
guys, I'm already
feel it
one beer
when
down.
they try to buy a house. They
One
feel
beer,
it
1
when
hour.
they have to pay for an apartment.
Perfectly
They feel
acceptable
it
drinking
if they
rate.
try to feed their family.
It's Newt, do you agree with me that this should be a 50-state strategy for victory for the Republicans? Go into those inner cities, go into
Are
those
you
neighborhoods. Do you agree?
insane?
Absolutely.
Are
I
you
believe,
fucking
as did Reagan.
insane?
Remember
You
when
think you're going
we
to execute
ran
a
in 1994 and
50-state
finally won a majority
strategy?
for the first
Have
time in
you
40 years,
lost
which
your
I outlined in my
minds?
book, March to the Majority. We ran candidates everywhere. Only 3 candidates, or only 3 districts in the entire country did not have a Republican candidate. We beat Ross
Republicans are
Jankowski,
not hinged into
chairman of the
reality.
Ways and
I'm
Means
sorry.
Committee,
Laura
in
Ingraham is not
downtown
hinged into
Chicago.
reality
We
at
beat the
all.
Speaker of the House for the first time since the 1880s in Spokane, Washington. We beat the chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the Houston suburbs. No consultant would have thought we could win those races. But our goal was
fire the consultants.
run everywhere, spread out their resources, keep them on defense, and have a positive, unifying message of a better future if we win.
No city or state left behind. Newt, love it. Thanks so much. All right, with less than 2 hours to go until the first debate of the season, I
How
have some advice for the
stupid.
candidates. I'm going to explain it next.
How dumb. Listen, the idea here is why it is stupid for Republicans to even consider anything like a 50-state strategy. It like, first of all, right now, Republicans are not winning in 2024. I really hope everyone understands that. Donald Trump is not going to win in 2024 as things stand now. What that means is if they have any shot, it is going to be an eager of an election. And they're going to need to marshal every single resource that they have to the swing states where it is actually going to be a close contest. And that is what they need to do to have any singular hope of winning the presidency. These people, like Republicans, like to act like we're winning, we're obviously winning. Don't mind those midterms. Just like, who's even thinking about the midterms anymore? I mean, like it was a distant memory. It wasn't that, don't worry about it. Like, no, they are not winning. Republicans are not winning. And they don't have a single hope in hell of winning the presidential election next year unless they marshal every single dollar, every single resource, every single surrogate, every single everything to the key swing states like Michigan and Georgia and Wisconsin. And I'm sorry, people don't want to hear this, but Texas is getting more and more and more purple. And if Republicans lose Texas, they are effed forever, ever. Yeah, exactly. Arizona, Nevada, exactly. If you are going to try to pull something like a 50-state strategy, you're going to take the resources that you could have used in Arizona, that you could have used in Georgia, that you could have used in Michigan, that you could have used in Wisconsin, and you're going to put them in California? You're going to put them in New York? Why? Why on earth? Why would you waste resources trying to win California? You're never going to win California. Why would you waste resources trying to win New York? You're never going to win New York. It is a stupid idea. And the fact that Laura Ingraham and Newt Gingrich were just like, yeah, we're going to have this great 50-state strategy, and they're Democrats, they don't even have a platform. The Republicans have not updated their party platform since 2010. Are you kidding me? Pennsylvania literally elected a guy that is basically brain dead to the United States Senate, and Republicans think that they're winning? Unbelievable. I'm leaving it on Fox News in hopes that Laura Ingraham comes back and actually does debate analysis. Let me just check in on our other channels over here. Joy Reid's on commercial. CNN still talking about the Russia thing. We're waiting for Fox News to come back. I'm checking in on Tucker Carlson. Because if Tucker posts the Trump interview at like 8 o'clock, we'll watch the Trump interview. Oh, no. Tucker says he's not posting it until 8:55, so sadly, we're not going to get to watch the Trump interview tonight. But it's like pre-recorded. Like, I'm sorry, this thing with like how Tucker Carlson is doing this Trump interview is also stupid, because it's like Trump pre-recorded an interview and they're just airing it during the debate. Like, why? Why? Like, you can watch it anytime. It's pre-recorded. It's not even live. Dee Dee, welcome to the channel. We're really glad you're here. Guys, please mount that like button for me. Again, mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend the stream to other people. We're doing a little pre-gaming right now. We're kind of cruising through all the cable channels, seeing what they have to say, getting our comedy on MSNBC, getting our conservative shit talking on Fox News. CNN isn't even talking about the debate right now. Hopefully they will be at some point. We are going to be watching the debate when it starts at 9 o'clock. Just as a reminder, I am not only on YouTube, I am also streaming on Rumble. So just in case YouTube pulls my stream for whatever reason, because I guess Fox isn't like streaming the debate anywhere, I don't think it'll be a problem, but just in case, I am on Rumble and you can catch me on there. And Rottweiler says they don't want to win. They wouldn't have anything to campaign on. Remember, it seemed okay-ish until Graham talked about federal ban on abortion. Exactly, Rottweiler. Republicans don't really want to win. But let's listen to what Laura
will be on stage tonight, and Republicans who run in the future. You need a top-notch legal team in strategy. as you run, if you're the nominee, I mean, I'm talking about the best lawyers around, not people you just found 5 minutes ago. And as Trump often reminds us, they aren't just after him. They're going to come for any Republican that they think is a real threat. Joining us now is Saul Weisenberg, former deputy independent counsel and a Fox News contributor. Saul, I remember well because I was down in Miami-Dade County when the recount was going on for Fox, and George W. Bush
Republicans
at the time
really
had an
think they're going to
incredible
win opposing
legal
pot
team in place.
legalization.
A lot of
They're
people
like,
are friends
no
of mutual
pot,
friends of
no
ours that
pot. Like
already
they think that's
fanned
going to
out
be the
across the
message that's
country
going
to
to unite
Ohio and
people.
beyond.
Bro,
How
come
important
on.
is this as we consider this race as it goes forward to have a smart legal strategy?
It couldn't be more important if you're interested in fairness and integrity of elections. And it's not enough to have a team in place, as you alluded to earlier with an earlier guest. It's not enough to have a team ready and in place on election night. If you've anybody who has read the great book by Molly Hemingway, Rigged, knows that in leading up to 2020, it wasn't something that just happened right before the election. There was lawfare practice openly. It was done through going to the court by the Democrats. How did they do it? They entered into consent decrees, for example, with friendly state attorney generals that ended up changing state election safeguards. It allowed for earlier voting. It allowed for absentee and mail-in balloting. Now, there's nothing wrong with that if the people of a state, if the legislature of a state votes for it. But when it's done through a consent decree or when they go to a judge that has a unrealistic interpretation or an illegitimate interpretation of state statutory law, that's a problem. And the Trump legal team was outgunned and outclassed while that was going on. It was no secret that this was going on.
Yeah, and we know that the Democrats, while they have a horrific economic policy, crime is rampant, border open,
I
all the
also
things
have
we
some
know,
pub cheese for a
they're
snack.
really good at this stuff. They're really good at being
That's really good.
proactive in the litigation front and leaning into
some
ways
Cheez-Its.
to make it easier for them to amass huge surpluses of votes before a single vote is cast on election day. That's what they're really good at. And from all indications, they're investing more this time, not less.
Well, you know, it's a pendulum. It's like a lot of things historically. And there was a time when the Republicans were better at it. And I think
Delirium
2000 is a very
Tremens
good
is a good
example
solid
of it, as
beer.
you
I would
say.
bust that out for the debate. I'd maybe
And it
wait a
was
little while,
certainly
but
the
I
other
would bust
way
that
in
out for sure.
2020.
Yeah.
And so the
Good
Republicans
choice.
better be ready to play catch up and to articulate
Delirium
what they're doing
Tremens is
as
like
well.
it's like a
So
Belgian.
I
I
want
think
to
it's
play
a
one more
saison.
thing
It's
for you
very,
because
it's
a
got a
lot of
really good
people have been
flavor.
asking me, pinging me all day long about this ridiculous legal theory that they're able to keep Trump off the ballot through this twisting of the Constitution. Mike Ludig, who we used to all think was a conservative, used to be on the Fourth Circuit, then went to be a general counsel of Boeing, and now is just a kind of a left-winger. He's making this argument. Watch.
There will be secretaries of states in several of the states who will decline to place the former president on the ballot, arguing that he is unqualified by virtue of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. That decision
Gavin
will
Newsom's
be
already doing this,
immediately
by the way.
challenged. This will be a matter destined for the Supreme Court.
Gavin Newsom's already
Saul,
doing that
really
in
quick.
California. They want to keep Trump off the ballot in
I never thought of
California.
him
I
as
mean, but like
conservative.
he
I
wasn't
just
going to win
thought of him as
California
incredibly
anyway.
pompous. I just don't think that's going anywhere. If a state AG is stupid enough to do it, it's going to be appealed right away to the federal court, and it's not. I don't think it's going to happen. You're going to have real chaos if it does.
All right, Saul, thank you. Great to see you. All right, up next, what does Taylor Swift and Cornel West have in common? Well, they can both throw a wrench into Joe Biden's reelection plan. I'll tell you how and why next.
Oh, really? Taylor Swift is going to bring down Joe Biden? I guess we'll see. All right, let me check in on my other channels, see what else is going on. MSNBC is covering the Russia plane crash. CNN is on commercial. I guess we'll go to MSNBC for a moment since they have something on.
I'm pronouncing her name correctly, who's a Belarusian opposition politician and the primary rival to the current Russia-aligned president, Alexander Lukashenko. This is what she tweeted. The criminal Prigozhin won't be missed in Belarus. He was a murderer and should be remembered as such. His death might dismantle Wagner's presence in Belarus, reducing the threat to our nation and neighbors. No one should trust Lukashenko's security guarantees or any of his deals. How do you think, if he is in fact gone, it does impact Belarus? But also, you know, Wagner is very active on the African continent as well. What do you think the impact of his death, if it is confirmed, would be?
Well, I agree with Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. This is good news for Belarus. It's also good news for Ukraine.
We're going to go to CNN because CNN is talking about something that's not the Russia thing, because I don't really feel equipped to do commentary on the Russia thing because I don't know that much about it. Other than some guy died in a plane crash, like whatever. Come on. Why are you... Oh, Jesus Christ. CNN. I just want to watch CNN. I don't know why this is so hard. Thank you guys for bearing with me. We've got 3 channels loading right now. Okay, hang on.
Working with Donald Trump, trying to advance his goals to sow disinformation about the election. Sidney Powell was also booked at the jail today, as was Jenna Ellis, another attorney. And they got steep bond amounts, 6 figures for each of them, just like Donald Trump did. Trump's was a bit more at $200,000, Rudy Giuliani at $150,000. And so that process has really put the emphasis on how the people at the top of the pyramid around Trump were quite significant here. We're seeing them all be arrested. Trump is now set to be coming in tomorrow to do his part of this process, to respond to the indictment by being arrested as well and released from jail.
That lady's got good glasses. I'll give her that. I like her red
but there's
glasses.
Still some tension here. Not all of the defendants have come in, including 2 people that were top officials in the Trump administration. One, his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and the other,
we'll put her in timeout. Well, you guys can bully Autumn.
Whom Donald
We'll get
Trump
her in.
wanted to
We'll get her
install
later.
as Attorney General. Those 2 men, Mark Meadows and Jeffrey Clark, they were trying to hold off being arrested, but after a fight with the prosecutor's office that spilled into open court, a judge in the federal court system has said, no, we're not going to put the state proceedings on hold. These 2 men do need to show up and turn themselves in to the jail by noon on Friday, or else be arrested. Have the district attorney send someone out to make those arrests of those men by Friday afternoon, or beginning Friday afternoon. And so we're going to be waiting to see Trump showing up tomorrow in Georgia, as well as what Mark Meadows and Jeffrey Clark do next. The district attorney's office has just put a filing into court as well, arguing that this case should remain in state court. It should not be removed to federal court.
Oh,
That
please
like
let it
Mark
remain
Meadows
in state court.
Jeffrey
If
Clark,
it's in
who are
state
arguing
court,
that they
it'll
were
be
federal
it'll be
officials after the
televised.
election,
It'll be so
shouldn't have that
great.
protection
We will
because
watch the
everything
whole
they were
thing.
doing was political activity.
Caitlin Polantz with the very latest from the Fulton County Courthouse. Thank you. And out front now, Chris Timmons, who is a trial attorney and former Georgia prosecutor who is an expert in this sort of case in the state, and John Avlon, CNN senior political analyst and former chief speechwriter to former Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Chris, to you first. Trump expected to be processed tomorrow night there at the Fulton County Jail. Defendants in this case have been going through the booking process, including fingerprinting. We see the mug shots. Quickly, it's been happening, less than 90 minutes. How do you expect that this will all play out for the former president?
I think it will be fast. When you're bringing a former president into the jail, it's a dangerous situation, and you can't book anybody in. You can't book anyone out. And so everyone's waiting for the former president to be booked in. So I think it's going to move as speedy as possible. I think he'll have his fingerprints taken. I think he'll have his mugshot taken, and I think he'll be released quickly.
John, you worked closely with Rudy Giuliani back when he was mayor. Fast forward now, he is Trump's former lawyer. This drama today, turning himself in for arrest at the Fulton County Jail, getting his mugshot we see here taken. He said this before he traveled to Georgia this morning.
People like to say I'm different. I'm the same Rudy Giuliani that took down the mafia, that made New York City the safest city in America, reduced crime more than any mayor in the history of any city, anywhere. And I'm fighting for justice. I have been from the first moment. I represented Donald Trump.
He says he's the same. What do you think?
He's not the same, almost self-evidently. Those are his accomplishments, and they should not be forgotten. But the Rudy Giuliani we've seen the last few years has no filter, no judgment, and the characteristics that made him such an
On
effective
MSNBC,
U.S.
they're
attorney,
calling Donald
mayor,
Trump
seem to have,
defendant Trump.
abandoned him. I mean, the very idea that law is a search for the truth has been made a
Oh, is
mockery of in the service
does
of Donald
Autumn
Trump.
have another
When
fake
you look
account
at
right
that
now?
mugshot, Bree, it's just a gut punch. It's a heartbreaking, almost
Is
unimaginable.
Dee Autumn?
20 years ago, in the wake of his leadership in 9/11, to say that fast forward that he'd be getting a mugshot of this desolation. It's a self-inflicted tragedy, to be sure. He's being held accountable for trying to overturn an election in the United States of America, but it's a terrible twist of fate.
Yeah, rewind 20 years ago. This is unimaginable, but this is what we're looking at here. Chris, Ken Chesbrough, the indicted pro-Trump lawyer, the fake elector architect, filed this motion earlier demanding the speedy trial in this case. You say this is a really significant development. Explain that to us.
Oh,
This is huge. When he filed a speedy trial demand, that means that he's got to be tried by November 6th or he is acquitted, which means that this case has got to go to trial within a few months. That's a huge
Sorry,
development in
Dee
this
Dee,
case.
if I
That's
wrongfully
massive.
accused you.
So we may see all of the defendants go to trial by the November 6th deadline, or we may see Mr. Chesbrough, or we may see a handful of them. But that is a massive turn in this case. We may see trial in the first week of November based on that demand.
Yeah, that would be extraordinary. And John, you have this federal judge rejecting the emergency motion by Mark Meadows, Trump's former White House chief of staff, to block District Attorney Fani Willis from arresting him if he fails to surrender before the Friday deadline. But his broader effort to move this case to federal court, that's going to continue. What do you make of his role in all of this?
It's a decisive Heisman from the judge in this attempt to sort of delay justice. I mean, delay is often a denial, a classic Trump tactic.
No, because we keep her around so we can bully her.
Not
84% of you think that Republicans should impeach Joe Biden. I agree.
As the judge and others have pointed out, they weren't acting in a federal capacity. They were meddling in state elections in a political capacity, in a hyper-partisan capacity. And so we'll see what the courts ultimately decide. But this judge was not subtle. That attempt to sort of duck out from under this is a no-go.
No, the judge was not. John Avlon, Chris Timmons, thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Out front next, Trump coming to Rudy Giuliani's aid.
Oh my God!
Now reportedly
Why
hosting a
isn't
lavish
anyone
fundraiser
doing
to help pay for the former New York City mayor's legal bills after Giuliani was forced to plead with Trump for.
Let's go over to Fox. Fox is talking about Cornel West, and at least Cornel West is entertaining. If nothing else, he's entertaining.
American voices to come to terms with the 63% of fellow citizens living paycheck to paycheck. So no, we are on the move, my dear sister, very much so.
There is concern in Democrat circles, Dr. West, that your candidacy, which is interesting to a lot of people, would actually potentially throw the election to a Republican and force Joe Biden into the loser column. What would you say to that?
I wouldn't be upset about it
if that's ultimately what happened.
I would say that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are not entitled to any votes. They have to earn those votes.
That's
most
right,
of the votes
Cornel.
that I will get are voters, fellow citizens who would not vote for either Republicans or Democrats. And keep in mind, my dear sister, 40% of our precious citizens don't vote at all. And I'm going to them as well as those in the Democratic Party, as well as the Republican Party. So it's a matter of ensuring that the Negro National Anthem, lift every voice, lift every vote. Democrats have no ownership over any vote. Black folk, working people, women, and so forth. Republicans have no ownership. You got to earn it.
Oh, I agree with that. No one should take any constituency for granted. They're coming after you, and I predicted that this was going to happen, Dr. West. Daily Beast, which is pretty much a attack website, they say that you owe the IRS more than $500,000 in back taxes. You do argue that the rich should pay their fair share. So, what do the voters need to know about this? Is this correct?
Oh, they need to know that all of us need to pay our fair share of taxes. They need to know that I've always said that I'm broke to the 10 Commandments financially because I'm not concerned with money making. They need to know I've always had plans in place because I'm already in process of ensuring that I stay in line and paying those taxes. So in that sense, again, it's just a matter of
Socialists usually
the
broke.
foes, and I don't know whether it's Democratic Party, Republican Party. It's probably the Democrats. They are afraid. But you know what, Sister Laura? They got good reason to be afraid. Why? Because we need to focus on
How does
poor
one
and
get to the
working
point where they owe
people.
$500,000
And
in
if we
back
can't come to
taxes?
terms with that, poor and working people and 63% living paycheck to paycheck,
Like, that's, like,
then
seriously
they don't
impressive.
deserve to win. That's true for Republicans. That's true for
Cornel
Democrats.
West is
It's
really a
time
libertarian.
for
He just doesn't
a
know it.
break
Cornel
from the
West is a
corporate
libertarian.
duopoly.
Cornel West
All right,
is like
Dr. West,
taxation
I know
is
we'll
theft.
have you back when we don't lose you for a minute, but thank you so much for joining us. Great to see you. All right, for a look at the drama, kind of the theatrics surrounding the debate, Raymond Arroyo has all the details. CNN
Oh,
CNN
good.
is next.
Finally, debate analysis. That's great. Finally, someone is doing debate analysis on
reason
debate
Donald
night.
Trump-
Let me just check in on our other channel, see if they're doing anything interesting over there. Oh, MSNBC's talking debate. Let's go to MSNBC. Even though it is telling me my internet. God damn it. I got to figure out a way to switch these channels without it taking 15 goddamn minutes. What's the difference between GOP and libertarians? So much. Libertarians are not conservatives. Conservatives are not libertarians.
Play out. And I think the big loser in tomorrow night's debate has already been determined, and it's Donald Trump, because he didn't have the guts or the respect to show up on that stage and defend his record and advocate for the future of America.
Now we know that this is going to be a Republican audience.
Yeah.
If Chris Christie says that tonight,
He'll get booed.
He'll get booed.
Does that help him though? Because
there is a booth
outside of
square
there,
on our
there are
bingo
still,
card.
I'm sure some sort of
Sure.
Republicans out there in the world, maybe 10% of them, I don't know, who are like, please, we want someone besides Trump. Does he win any points if he does that on stage tonight?
I don't think tonight. Look, the strategy is a long one. The governor's right. And there's a sequence to it.
Yeah.
You only get to take on Donald Trump if you overtake Ron DeSantis. If you go
Libertarians
after
are not
Donald
in
Trump tonight,
favor
as
of
Christie
war.
and Hutchinson and
Libertarians are
others
not
have
in
said,
favor of
you
foreign
likely get
aid.
booed and you don't
Libertarians are
move in
not
the
in
polls
favor
and you
of
don't
drug
hurt
laws.
DeSantis.
Libertarians
We have 5
are
months until the
perfectly
Iowa
fine with
caucus. Your
sex
goal
work
right
being
now is
legal.
to overtake Ron
Like,
DeSantis. And then baked into all candidates'
Libertarians
strategy
actually
is
want
that
to abolish
somewhere Donald
schools.
Trump
Conservatives
is going to so
don't.
injure himself that
Public
he'll
schools.
start to fall. We haven't seen that moment,
Yeah.
but that's simply in the strategy of everybody on stage.
I mean, they're probably going to be selling, Trump faux mugshot T-shirts outside of the
Goddamn
thing. So let's talk about
right.
the other sort of oddest
Goddamn
candidate,
right.
Ramaswamy, who's got a sort of boomlet among the media, but he's also, the candidate who's trying to be like a rapper and play on black culture, but doesn't seem to
Libertarians
black
don't want
people.
any government.
He said the weirdest
No
thing about
government.
9/11. Let me just play it. He's trying to defend himself on it. Here it is.
Well, there's a difference between entrapment and a difference between a law enforcement agent identifying it.
I think it is legitimate to say how many federal agents were on the planes that hit the Twin Towers. Like, I think we want it. Maybe the answer is 0. Probably is 0 for all I know, right? I have no reason to think it was anything other than 0. But if we're doing a comprehensive assessment of what happened on 9/11, we have a 9/11 commission. Absolutely, that should be an answer. The public knows the answer.
Anarchists or
Way to leave
libertarians.
yourself open to even Mike
There are
Pence could beat him up
minarchists,
on that.
but
Like that is
many
such an
libertarians
odd
are
thing
anarchists.
to say on tape if you're running for president. What is happening with this guy?
The only thing this field was missing was a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, and we just got it. Just in time,
And there
right?
he is.
And look, Chris Christie, I believe his wife was down at the Twin Towers that day, and Christie's told a story how he didn't know if his wife was alive.
Yeah.
So watch out on this, Ramaswamy. Now, the interesting thing is, do Republican voters care? Probably not, because the amount of crazy on that stage
probably all
tonight is
agree with
already, at a high def level. The reality is, America gets to see Ramaswamy for the first time tonight, the North Dakota governor for the first time. Those
Yeah.
are kind of the two that people don't know right now. So we'll see. At some point tonight, there may be a star,
Yeah.
or there may be somebody whose star fades
Sarah!
quickly.
Yeah.
And Ramaswamy could be.
Sarah, thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Sarah says, I hope Vivek destroys all of them. Here's a little bit of money for your beer fund. I really do appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat.
Spokesperson, the former Speaker of the Florida House, Jose Oliva. Why? Why is he on his campaign? host bodies?
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing, we face this with Donald Trump as well. How much of it is tactic and strategy of playing to this crazy right wing, and how much of it is personal ethos? And I think we all get to make a judgment, but I think on issues of race, gender, immigrants, all of these hard cultural
He is
issues,
100%
it's
serious.
okay to assign
He's serious. He's
personal
not trying to
biases
sell
to Ron
anything.
DeSantis and say, this is your ethos.
He doesn't need
this
to
is
sell
who
it.
you are, and the people
Vivek is like a
you surround
billionaire.
yourself with
Vivek
reflect
like
who
has
you are.
hundreds of
I
millions
think
of
that's a
dollars.
judgment everybody gets to make.
You don't need to
I
sell
think it's
merch.
a personal belief system of Ron DeSantis.
It leaves it open for, you know, Gillum had this moment where he
Yeah.
said, I don't think I'm not saying he's a racist, but the racists think he's, he had a lot of lines like that. The host bodies thing leaves it open, saying, you know, I'm not saying that he doesn't respect women. I'm just saying that people who don't respect women think he doesn't respect women. That he thinks they're host bodies. What? Leaving yourself open. David Jolly, thank you very much. It's going to be fascinating. All right, up next, a new expose reveals some alarming facts about Elon Musk, including concerns about his use of prescription and over-the-counter pharmaceuticals.
Oh my God, Ronan Farrow!
Expose, Ronan Farrow.
Ronan Farrow is so beautiful. He is. Okay, I wanna watch the Elon Musk expose, because even though Ronan Farrow is gay, he is legitimately one of the most beautiful people ever in the history of people. And can we just acknowledge that Ronan Farrow is beautiful? He is okay, but like he's total fucking leftist. But like I don't even mind, because he's so beautiful that I don't even care. Anyway, I have exciting news for everyone. I have a Joshua update. Joshua is going to be joining us by 8:30 at the latest. And Joshua tonight is bringing psychic astrology debate predictions. And he has looked at all their charts, and he wants to talk about all of them. And he might join a little bit sooner if he can, but he's going to be joining by 8:30 at the latest. We're going to get psychic debate predictions. It's going to be great. I mean, yeah, Ronan Farrow is like pretty much as close to perfect as you could possibly be, except he's gay. But he's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful man. Let's see. Let me just check in on our other shows. I do want to watch that Elon expose. CNN is talking about the Trump fundraiser for Giuliani. Fox News is apparently showing Vivek Ramaswamy's workout videos. We can look at that for a second. Oh, no, Fox News just went a commercial. Never mind. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. God. Hang on. Look, Vivek's workout videos.
Not a bad idea.
Another candidate. Yeah, another candidate's also cutting through, Laura. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
What is he?
Finally made
Is
headlines.
he really?
He tore his Achilles tendon
really
playing
cutting through?
basketball with his
Oh,
stick this morning.
he got an
Somehow
injury,
he
and that's what's
managed
making
to
him
debate
cut
hobble
through.
a walk through. The injury deeply affected Burgum.
I mean, if you're going to lead this country, you ought to be able to stand on one leg for 2 hours. You know, it's not Dancing with the Stars. I mean, come on.
It's starting to feel like Dancing with the Stars. Now they're stealing my lines, Laura. Maybe this humanizes
No, Ronan
them.
Farrow's
But,
not running
you
for
know, with a leading
president, John. He
candidate
wrote
at
an
62%
expose
in the
on
polls,
Elon
that's
Musk.
a lot of aerobics and injuries to catch him. You know,
Yeah,
and one
I was-
GOP
yeah.
candidate who you probably never heard of is Perry Johnson. Now, he didn't make the debate stage, but he has a literal online reality show about running for president.
Really?
It's amazing to watch the campaign and how it evolves. In the beginning, nobody knows you. And then all of a sudden,
No one knows who you
they
are, Perry.
meet you, and little by little it grows.
Or maybe it doesn't grow.
Or
Laura.
maybe
I
it
mean,
doesn't
the
grow.
poor
That's
guy,
Tales from
he
the crypt.
qualified. It looked like Politico said he qualified in 3 of the polls. He was polling at 1%, but the RNC rejected the polls. But you know, he has an interesting idea. He's kind of a Ross Perot meets a televangelist, but he wants to cut 2 cents from all the discretionary spending in the government. Not a bad notion. Maybe it'll come up tonight.
Can we go
and Laura,
back to,
we have a breaking
well,
news
hold
alert.
on. Wait. Before
Yeah.
that, I know news is important, but the
Yeah, this is
Achilles
important.
tendon issue, Justice Thomas ripped his Achilles tendon when I was clerking for him, and it might have been my
Prometheus,
fault.
I agree.
Anyway,
The
he
teeth, I don't trust him.
He was down for the count for quite a while because of that injury. The fact that Burgum can actually be up, that is impressive. I can tell you that is a major, major injury. So good for him.
Bot
Well,
has
he's
a
fighting
soft
through it.
spot
We'll
for
see
Perry.
tonight.
Okay, we
Let's
won't
get
bully
to this
Perry.
Fox News alert,
What is
Laura.
the
President
news alert?
Biden is speaking out in advance of the GOP debate.
Really?
Here he is from Lake Tahoe.
What did he say?
I don't know enough to know the answer. I've been working out for the last hour and a half.
You've been working out for an hour and a half, Joe? Bullshit.
Vacation,
Bullshit.
Yeah, what's amazing
You've
is
been
how the
working
media,
out
they're
for an
still
hour
trying
and a half.
Salvage
Joe Biden does not
his
work out for an hour and a
drive-by
half.
in Maui, though. After he's like, I don't wanna get
Whatever.
in the wake of all the fires, Raymond.
Oh.
Then he spent about two hours with people.
All right. We're going to go back to Joy Reid because I want to watch Ronan Farrow. I'm sorry. This is purely selfish for me because Ronan Farrow is just the most beautiful person in the world. And so we're going to watch Ronan Farrow.
Source of information and political discourse. But his influence
You'll all
on U.S.
thank me.
policy
It'll be
goes
fine.
far beyond that, ranging from space to energy to even funding Ukrainian soldiers access to the internet. As Ronan Farrow reports in The New Yorker, there is little precedent for a civilian becoming the arbiter of a war between nations in such a granular way, or for the degree of dependency that the U.S. now has on Musk in a variety of fields. In the past 20 years, against a backdrop of crumbling infrastructure and declining trust in institutions, Musk has sought out business opportunities in crucial areas where, after decades of privatization, the state has receded. The government is now reliant on him, but struggles to respond to his risk-taking, brinksmanship, and caprice. Ronan Farrow, investigative reporter and contributing writer for The New Yorker, joins me
Fucking
now.
beautiful.
And
He's like an angel
so great
sent
to
from
see you.
heaven.
It's always a pleasure, Joy.
For all of us.
Even though you just scared the hell out of me with this piece.
Beautiful.
I'm sorry.
Well, and I love you for reading that whole long tract because we were talking about this in the break. This is a piece that is about those big themes, not just the scoop. So I really appreciate your highlighting that in a thoughtful
Well,
way.
the Starlink thing is particularly frightening. Okay, so this is, essentially, he controls the access to the internet that Ukraine depends on to survive in the midst of a war, and he seems to be becoming pro-Putin and against continuing to help. Why is the United States government dependent on him for that? Why is Ukraine dependent on him?
As in so many of the areas I write about in this piece, the answer embodies a
I don't know
mix
what
of
you're
pros and
talking about.
cons that it plays out
He
across the
does look
story.
like a Slytherin.
You have the
He
pro
does.
of Elon
It's
Musk
true.
identifying in a really canny way an area of government underinvestment
Listen,
and getting there first
He's
and
gay,
putting his
all
personal
right? A girl
resources
can
into
dream.
it and bringing his no holds barred progress at any cost, risks to human lives, his own and those of others be damned philosophy to it. And in the case of Starlink, his satellite system, that is, as you say, providing the backbone of communication in Ukraine as they need that communication for both civilian and military purposes to literally coordinate and defend themselves. He did get there first on this kind of private satellite business model and this kind of mobile station to connect to that network. And, I talked to NASA officials who warned that we're going to see even more dependence on him in this area because he's filled so many of the orbits of the Earth with his satellites that he is just going to be an ongoing, if you'll forgive the phrase, center of gravity in this world.
Let me read the scariest line. I want to read the scariest line in the whole piece. SpaceX is currently the sole means by which NASA transports crew from U.S. soil into space. And then you name a bunch of other agencies, which you could go on, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and on, even the chargers that the Biden administration is depending on for this electric car, it's all him.
Yeah, he has 60% of the
Yes,
charging
he built
stations
a
for electric vehicles in this country right
private
now.
company.
So any green energy policy
Private
is going to
company.
have to revolve around and work with him in significant ways. None of this is black and white and simple. There are competitors in all
That
these
sounds
spaces.
great,
NASA
El
is saying, look,
Gringo.
we're trying, and we hope in a year Boeing is going to be able to do some of these things. But historians told me this state of affairs, where we're sort of scrambling and trying to find any alternatives at all in so many areas with respect to one person, that's new.
And is he stable? Because you talk about ketamine here, you talk about some behavior,
He seems to be
telling his wife, I'm
fine.
the alpha. And
He's
not that
running like
marriage not lasting
5 different
long.
companies.
Is he stable?
He seems
Well,
fine.
While I think the bigger warnings in this story are about the systems of modern capitalism that concentrate so much power and wealth in so few, There's also a fair set of warnings about
Victor's so
Elon
getting
Musk
laid
that
later.
some
I'm
people
not even
close to him
joking.
are sounding. And
Like,
in a way,
really?
he is a perfect illustration of those bigger themes, Joy, because there is so much to be said about the ways in which he has pushed
Oh yeah,
progress
apparently
meaningfully,
Elon Musk
and we have
uses
benefited
ketamine.
from that. But also, he is a figure
According to
that makes
Ronan
it
Farrow.
difficult to rely on him. He is subject to erratic turns. We have seen him slip into political radicalism in a way that, I think people fairly find hurtful and destructive to other human beings. His own daughter is a trans individual, and he has really descended hard into anti-trans sentiment on Twitter. That's just one of many examples. He's spreading a lot of misinformation. He is trolling people in a way that is very rooted in alt-right vernacular, calling people pedophiles all the time.
Yeah. No, he's not. What are you talking
You take a guy with this much power who is talking openly about
Ronan
his
Farrow
sadness,
is
his
ruining his
isolation, his
looks by
loneliness,
making everything
who
up.
is, as you say, known and reported to be using a variety of different
Just look
substances
pretty,
that can
Ronan. That's
contribute
all
to
we need you
erraticism,
for.
even
We
though,
don't
I
need
should
you to make
caution,
shit up. We
many
just
of those
need
can
you to
also
look
be used in
pretty.
healthy,
That's
medically
it.
prescribed ways. There are people around him who are concerned. And then we as a nation, and indeed as a world, have to be concerned because wars depend on him.
Yeah.
Major policies depend on him.
The thing I think that is the bigger picture, and I want to come back to that because I think it's an important point you make. This country has been through periods where we've over-depended on very rich men to fund the government, to do things the government should be doing. How many other Elon Musks are controlling a lot of our what should be government functions?
I'm glad that you mentioned that, because this story about Elon Musk, like most of the stories I'm drawn to, is not about one person.
Right.
You're absolutely right. There is a billionaire set right now of hyper wealthy individuals who are less prominent
I
than Musk,
would
and because they are less
absolutely sign up
colorful,
for it if
they are
Ronan
pulling
Farrow
the
had an
strings in all
OnlyFans,
sorts of
and I'm not
significant
even
ways. Now,
joking.
Elon Musk
Can
is
we
unique
draft
in
Ronan
the
Farrow
number of
into
industries that
OnlyFans,
he has this
please?
influence over and presents unique problems.
Yeah.
But you're right to highlight he's not alone.
Scary stuff, but I really recommend everyone read this. Ronan Farrow, thank you
Thanks,
for
Joy.
the great
Thank you,
work
Ronan
that you do.
Farrow.
It's so important in
Thank
letting
you
us
for
in on the
allowing
scary
me to
stuff
look at
we
you
need to
for
know.
5
Scaring
minutes.
Back at you. Thanks.
Thank
I
you very much.
appreciate
Okay,
it.
we'll be right back.
All right, let's see what else is going on. Thank you guys for allowing me that interlude of staring at Ronan Farrow. Let's see what else is going on. CNN is on commercial. Fox News seems to be talking about something, so let's go to, I guess, Fox News. Jamie, Julian, can't sign up for any more subscriptions, but I can do this from time to time. Do you have Cash App or Venmo? I don't have Cash App or Venmo, but you can always make a one-off donation if you want to on my website, which is actively unwoke.com/support. Link is in the description below. And I do appreciate it, Jamie, Julian. I can't do it without you guys, and I do appreciate the super chat as well. All right, let's pop into Fox News. Let's see what they're talking about.
Lines, especially if you're not all that good of an actor or actress. Reagan could get away with that. Trump could because he has experience in entertainment. But sometimes they're risky.
Got to get around.
Well,
got to get
really
a secret credit card of your very own.
Remember when Donald Trump first entered the debates? I mean, most people, even those who became his ardent supporters, were saying, "Who's this rodeo clown in the debate? What's he doing here?" But he entertained so well. He threw so many punches. He ignored so many mores and things that had kept things so rigid for so long. They ended up shooting up in the polls pretty dramatically and pretty quickly. Vivek has been someone who's been really doing that. The more people see of him, the more interested they are. But I don't know how totally serious of a candidate
he's
he
a
really
completely
is for broad
serious
national appeal.
candidate.
And of course, I'm going to have my eyes closely on DeSantis, who is someone who everyone really had high hopes for, who has struggled so far in the campaign. But his campaigners routinely pointed out correctly that the debates hadn't started yet. Well, now they have.
Yeah, Sean, I mean, DeSantis was someone everyone, I think, thought was going to be the rock star of the moment. But people can reset. I mean, it's not impossible. So everyone who writes everything off, nothing's possible, I think that's a fool's errand. Anything is possible in politics.
Anything is possible. And this is the first night they're all going to be together on the same stage, sparring with one another. DeSantis has a great record in Florida. The problem is he's had a likability issue on the campaign trail, and he has some awkward moments. Is it going to be awkward tonight, or can he let some other Ron DeSantis shine through and be relatable and personable and really authentic with the voter? I haven't really...
Fun fact, did you guys know that Ron DeSantis was literally in my town's 4th of July Day parade? and he got completely soaked, and all those images, because it was raining, and all those images wound up on social media. But that was my town's 4th of July Day parade in New Hampshire.
Who brings that?
Yeah, a little sense of humor. I mean, Reagan, always, he could be self-deprecating about his age and his experience. And that's not easy to pull off either, but it's endearing when someone tries it. Chris, as for the more establishment candidates, obviously someone like a Tim Scott, someone like a Nikki Haley, they're very likable people. Has the party moved on from some of their views on the key issues, or do they still have some opening, if not for presidency, for the cabinet?
Well, Nikki Haley's views seem to change depending on the year and who's in charge and what voters
Ain't
want.
it
So
the
she might
truth?
be able to push back through this. And Tim Scott is someone who I actually thought was going to be stuck in a similar mold, someone who hadn't really stood out to me very much as a senator, aside from a good sense of humor. But on the campaign trail, he's actually been rather impressive. He's tackled a lot of the issues.
Tim Scott's good. I don't mind Tim Scott at all. I mean, if Tim Scott broke through, I would have no problem with it at all.
He stood out as someone who really could be potentially, if not presidential candidate, because of just how skewed the polls are right now, certainly a strong candidate for vice president on the Republican ticket. But I don't see a lane for the establishment, old school 2010 Republican in this kind of a primary environment at all.
All right, really quickly, Sean, Biden's person today would not commit to his debating in the general election.
Biden's not going to debate in the general?
A long time ago.
Oh my
I don't even think he's going to campaign.
I'm not
really.
even
Quick response.
I
surprised.
think you're right. He doesn't have the mental acuity to actually stand on the stage with Donald Trump. That'll be exposed if he does it. So I think as a campaign strategy, you got to try to hide him as much as possible. And they're just prepping us for that right now.
Yeah, or there'll be some
I
type
agree
of
with
new
that.
pandemic alert, or
That's right.
some other safety alert or climate alert, and everyone's going to have to stay home and do mail-in voting. Who knows? Chris and Sean, it's great to see you tonight. Thanks so much. All right, there's a lot that's going to happen tonight. I want you to stick around. I'm going to be back on a few times tonight to bring some analysis before the
we
debate.
should be getting into more hardcore debate analysis. Let's go to this super chat from Inside of the Ages. The federal government has the biggest monopoly of all. We should have 10 plus more Elon Musk. Maybe if we would, our economy didn't run on monopoly money. I agree with you that Inside of the Ages. Thank you for that super chat. I do appreciate it. All right, guys, we are 1 hour away from the debate. I will be streaming the entire debate. If for some reason something happens to the stream on YouTube, which I don't think will be a problem, but just in case, I am currently streaming on Rumble. The link for the Rumble video is in the description. If you don't see it, just refresh because I added it after the stream had already started. And so hello to all the people watching on Rumble. Really glad to have you guys. I'm also streaming on Odyssey. I'm streaming on Rockfin. I'm streaming on Twitter. I'm streaming on Getter. Please go ahead and mount that like button for me on whatever platform you're watching on. We're kind of switching back and forth between all the different cable channels right now to see what they have to say about what's going on and doing some debate commentary. Joshua is going to be joining us in probably about a half an hour. Joshua does a show with us on Tuesday nights called Nothing Remotely Controversial. He is a professional psychic. Yeah, for real. And he's going to tell us psychically and astrologically which candidates have the leg up in the debate tonight. We're going to make some predictions, and then we're going to get started with the debate at 9 o'clock. Everyone go and get some snacks. Go and get some drinks. We're going to have a long night here together. It's going to be great. Let's tune in and see what Jesse Waters has to say.
And a war on gender and common sense. The specter of senility, corruption, and incompetence has created deep distrust and anxiety as we head into a tumultuous year that will likely see an impeachment trial. Other trials are certain. Donald Trump will spend the first half of the next year in the courtroom, facing a blizzard of desperate political charges designed to disqualify him from holding office. And this will open up a Pandora's box of political retribution, because if Trump wins the next election, we will witness a one-term revenge tour. The Biden family will be indicted. Both Biden and Trump are running to avoid the threat of prison. Here it is. On the one hand, you have a weak, debilitated, detached, incompetent, and corrupt establishment Democrat incumbent with an unelectable VP, likely facing a controversial, criminally exposed Republican business tycoon and populist avenger. The former president made a calculation to skip tonight's debate based on his 40% primary lead, and this creates an opportunity for the other candidates to distinguish themselves. Here is what they need to do. The winning candidate must have a vision. The country's experiencing a spiritual vacancy. The toxic combination of drugs, screens, and poisons can't be ignored.
Seriously.
With the Cold War won and
Seriously.
globalization discredited, the country's struggling for direction. Those who can deliver a meaningful message and solutions to problems will thrive. In addition, a war is being waged by the professional class against the masses. Their grip on power in the information age is slipping away, and they're violently lashing out through censorship, disinformation campaigns, and lawfare. The American people deserve a better way forward. And Republican voters are craving authenticity. We smell a phony. Rehearsed cornball behavior will backfire tonight. Winning candidates must be comfortable in their own skin and showcase humor and humanity. Next, policy over cheap shots. Obviously, candidates want to go viral, but the electorate wants answers. In this order, how specifically are you going to address the economy, inflation, illegal immigration, and crime? If you're a culture warrior, explain the stakes. If you're not, please don't pander. Sharp elbows on stage. Mr. Nice Guy going to get lost in the shuffle. Candidates have to tangle with their competitors. Show the voters you want it. Don't be a jerk, but be relaxed and aggressive. And enjoy jockeying for position. And
Could
finally,
Jesse Waters be
eviscerate
any
Bidenomics.
less inspiring?
One of these candidates may wind up as VP, and Republicans are looking for an attack dog, someone who can destroy the Biden record so completely that he's disqualified. And while you're at it, roast the media. Everybody hates them. Oh, and obviously navigating the debate without the frontrunner in a party that largely supports the frontrunner will be tricky. So good luck. Ron DeSantis, as David Bowie said, under pressure. The great Florida governor has not met expectations. He's lost momentum.
This is the best that Fox News has for their 8 p.m. primetime
Donors
slot.
need to see DeSantis serve up some aces tonight. DeSantis should just have some fun, knock some heads together, and stay classy, because this is going to be a pile-on. He cannot look annoyed on a split
It's not going to be a pile-on on DeSantis. It's going to be a pile-on
DeSantis
on
does not
Vivek.
have a lot of experience in this format. And his goal tonight must be this.
Look, they're
Remind
totally
the party that he is the
simping
only
for
one with the money,
DeSantis.
the support, and the name ID.
He doesn't have
who
the
can
money.
conceivably consolidate the base in the possible event that something politically
Jesse.
dire happens to Donald Trump.
They're
Sticking
simping
to
for
economic
DeSantis.
issues would be smart.
This is why you should
Vivek
not vote for Ron
Ramaswamy
DeSantis.
is surging.
Yes, he is.
One poll has him tied with DeSantis. He's on TV more than Brian Kilmeade. He's young, he's likable, bright, with an uplifting and energetic message. He's been financially successful, but the question is he the flavor of the month?
No.
Or has he tapped into something real? He's somewhat of an unknown entity, which gives him a great opportunity to make a good first impression tonight. But Vivek came out of nowhere, so the Oppo dumps just hit it. He has a vulnerable resume with inconsistent positions that his opponents will exploit tonight. Look for Ron DeSantis to target him early. Chris Christie will be a huge factor.
Literally.
He's going to command attention with constant attacks and insults against Trump,
Literally.
DeSantis, Ramaswamy, and anything that moves. He's a seasoned debater with a quick New Jersey lip. The audience won't love him, but he'll initiate clashes all night. If one of the candidates can kick Christie in the teeth in the first 15 minutes, that'll help. The others up on stage have no momentum and need breakthrough moments. So desperation will be in the air. It'll be a lively night. Charlie Hertz, a Fox News contributor who joins us now. So what is the mood that's kind of hanging over this debate stage tonight, Charlie?
Well, I think you summed it up quite perfectly there. And, you know, the thing, you know, obviously, I think that the most amount of pressure we're seeing right now is going to be on Ron DeSantis.
MSNBC is still talking about
because of the
mugshots.
expectations that he and his supporters sort of set for him at the beginning. But you're exactly right. You know, debates are not necessarily his forte. He's
Anderson
never,
Cooper is also talking about mugshots.
demonstrated a particular prowess at debates. You look at a guy like Chris Christie, who is a master at debating. You look at a guy like Mike Pence, who has a lot more experience with debates. But the problem with both Pence and Chris Christie is that both of them are kind of known quantities, and so it's kind of hard to figure out how they're going to reinvent themselves tonight. But for a guy like Ron DeSantis, he doesn't have a choice. He's got to do it. He's got a tremendous record behind him of accomplishments in Florida. He had a tremendous record in politics, getting reelected. But the problem that he's had is conveying that enthusiasm that Florida Republicans and Florida independents have for him.
Yes, Joshua will be here
that
soon.
To people in Iowa and New Hampshire and across the country. They're just not buying what he's selling. And the problem, and I think that he's got to figure out a way to solve that tonight, or he's going to, his campaign problems are not going to go away.
And you have on the one side Vivek, who anything can happen. We have no idea what this guy's capable of. He's extremely articulate. He's got a ton of energy. He's young looking. And then on the other side, you have Christie, who's going to bulldoze everybody, constantly interrupting people, jabbering and jawboning the heck out of anybody that gets in his way. How does anybody manage those two forces on stage?
Well, I think you're exactly right. Christie is going to be a huge presence,
huge.
No matter what. And he's
but they're doing this on purpose.
The
These
skill
fuckers.
Of being a good candidate is you've got to figure out.
They have to be doing this
And I
on
think that Vivek Ramaswamy, who has demonstrated an extraordinary ability to synthesize and talk about the issues that people care the most about, is going to, he's got the most to give. If Ron DeSantis has the most to lose, Vivek Ramaswamy has the most to gain tonight. And I think that one of those two is going to be the story coming out of tonight. But the good thing for Republicans, and you touched on this,
low
is the
key
fact
fat
that
jokes.
all of the ideas are on the Republican side. Republican voters care about the issues, and the issues are what they're going to win on. Democrats have nothing but fear and claiming racism and claiming climate change.
Thank you, Alatrope. Trump is the only reason to ever stoop to voting Republican. I hope the Democrats
Republicans
beat DeSantis.
are talking about real issues that matter to people at home.
No, they
and
aren't.
That's what's going to resonate with voters who don't particularly care about all the political nonsense.
Exactly right. Thank you so much, Charlie.
Good to see you.
Talk to you later. Up next, the trickiest dance these candidates will need to pull off tonight.
Oh, God. No. Don't fucking copyright strike me on that music, Fox News. Go fuck yourself. All right, guys, let's just check in on the other channels. Fox News trying to give me a copyright strike. Everyone's talking about Rudy Giuliani's mugshot. Literally, CNN and MSNBC right now are both talking about Rudy Giuliani's mugshot. That's all they're talking about. All right, guys, we have about 20 minutes left until Joshua joins us for pre-debate psychic predictions on what is going to happen. Joshua, for those who don't know, is a professional psychic. We do a show on my channel every Tuesday at 9:30, except for yesterday because Joshua was on an airplane because his flight got delayed. But like where we talk about the news, and then Joshua uses psychic and astrology and tarot card prowess to help us predict what's going to happen. He is freakishly accurate in his predictions. As a reminder, Joshua predicted January 6th on January 5th on our show. True story. So he has been looking at the astrological charts of all of the people in the debate tonight. He has some definitive opinions on what we're going to see. And so we're going to see how closely Joshua's opinions line up with what actually happens in the debate. And will he stay for the debate? I hope so. But Joshua can be a little anal about his schedule, so he has to decide how much he wants to stay for. But I think we should all encourage him to stay for the debate if he wants to. Let's see. Guys, please do make sure you mount that like button for me. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. I normally stream every Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow, the QAnon Shaman is going to be on the channel live at 5 p.m. Jacob Chansley. I am so excited for the QAnon Shaman to be joining us. I know that he doesn't call himself the QAnon Shaman, but that's just how people know him. But I'm really excited. I'm not going to talk to him as much about January 6th as I am about his spiritual beliefs and his view of the world. And I just think it's going to be a great discussion. And that's going to be on the channel tomorrow at 5 p.m. And then, of course, if you guys do want to support the work I'm doing, one of the very best ways that you can do that is by heading over to the Unwoke art store. This is my merch store. And in the store right now, we have something very special. We have the limited edition Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt that is only available in my store because I'm the one that created the design. It's got Donald Trump doing the victory signal on the front of it for the Indictment Victory Tour. And then on the back, it has every single Trump indictment so far. Just like a list of tour dates, the inspiration for this shirt was like a concert t-shirt that you would get at a show that you sell that has all the tour dates on the back. But instead of the tour dates, we have all the Trump indictments listed on the back. It is a cool shirt. We have it in the t-shirt. There's also the ladies cut t-shirt. There's hoodies. There's a cool Stonewash tank top. So you can get that all in the Unwoke Art store and lots more if you want to head over there. The link is pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube or in the description. That is unwokeart.com. And of course, all purchases do go to support the work I'm doing, and I really do appreciate it. All right, let's tune into some MSNBC. Just because MSNBC's our comedy. Let's see what they're talking about.
First of all, what he's giving up, his defense attorney, he's not going to have motions. Is he really saying, I'm not going to move to suppress evidence? Is he really saying, I'm not going to spend months looking at the discovery to find inconsistent statements or possibly...
They're talking about Georgia, obviously.
Material?
You think it's a bluff?
I think it's a bluff. And if she falls to bluff, well,
yeah,
then
we're
guess
ready.
what?
Let's do it.
That's right. And now you're on trial, and you're like, you're stuck with all the evidence that you didn't move to suppress. And you know what? It's not, these prosecutors have spent 2.5 years investigating it. Their opening and their summations have already been written. If not on paper, it's in their head. And if he decides to suddenly say, oh, never mind, I'm not ready, well, that's the end of that. Then no judge will ever listen to him again when he says he wants a speedy trial.
What do you think about the plan? I mean, when you read through the 100-page indictment, one of the things that the document, I think, does well is it sort of conceives of it as a unified whole, even though there are many different aspects to the conspiracy. And in some cases, I think a lot of people weren't even in contact with each other. That's the strength, as Timmy Dio said, of the conceit of this as a RICO case and of the conceit of 19 defendants. You tell the whole story at once. What do you think about that?
All right.
Possibility?
Fox News is back, and they actually seem to be talking about the debate. So let's go over to Fox News and see what they have to say about it. Fox News is the only channel that's actually talking about the debate right now. Everyone else is talking about Rudy Giuliani.
Especially considering the fact that the incumbent president has been accused of headlining an international bribery racket and is in the process of orchestrating an administration-wide cover-up. Tonight's a balancing act, and Donald Trump has already said he's evaluating the men and women on stage for potential VP or
I know, I'm not
positions.
watching it. It's pre-recorded.
All of this
It's
affect the
pre-recorded.
candidate's
Why does it matter
performance?
if you watch it like
Well,
during the
candidate
debate?
that respects the former president and deftly maneuvers the conversation to focus on Biden's deficiencies and their solutions will prosper. Let's turn to Kayleigh McEnany, former White House press secretary, and Pete Hegseth, Fox and Friends weekend co-host. So before we get to you, Kayleigh, I know ladies first. Pete, you're there on site. What is the energy like?
I think there's a lot of, I would describe it as anxiousness. A lot of campaigns, just talking to them, they know how big this is.
Well,
Listen,
we'll
the
just
latest
see
CBS
what
poll that
happens.
just came out, Trump's ahead by 46 points.
If they want to
after
ding
the
my
fourth
channel, they can
indictment.
try to
He
ding
may
it,
not
but it's
be
on
here,
Rumble,
but he's
so
in
we'll see what
everyone's head.
happens. I'm not
And
worried
you
about
said
it.
it so right. What's the balance? If in that same poll from CBS, 99% of Republican voters say their life was better under Trump. 91% say they'd prefer the candidates not talk about him and talk about their issues. So how do you differentiate yourself on immigration, crime, inflation when they were all good under Trump? It's almost an impossible task. And so you'll see some kamikaze drones and others try to praise Trump, but it's an impossible balance, Jesse. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Kayleigh, what do you think's the
Guys,
biggest
hang on,
challenge
we'll
for
do
these
this in-
candidates tonight?
You know, the biggest challenge is breaking through and being noticed on a stage of 8 people. I mean, to Pete's point, he's exactly right. Don't attack Trump. Let Chris Christie do that on his kamikaze mission. But, I'm told by the DeSantis campaign, they're taking the fight directly to Biden. Doesn't sound like they have a big focus on Trump, but they're going to focus on this being a 2-man race, taking the fight to Biden. Meanwhile, Tim Scott, he says his campaign tells me they feel like they're going to get some barbs, so they're ready to punch back if necessary. So the biggest threat, I think, for these candidates, You got to play defense and offense. You got to play defense and field these attacks away and the barbs coming at you. But you got to play offense and win voters and be memorable. That is a very hard task.
So as Pete knows, you got to have the sword and you got to have the shield. Should be fun to watch the combat. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
So how Republicans should disqualify Joe Biden. Next.
All right, guys, as a reminder, so Teresa says Fox News is saying no more than 3 minutes of sharing the debate for 7 days. Well, Fox News can suck a dick. I'm streaming the debate. If they don't like it, they can try to ding my channel for it. But if they do try to ding my YouTube channel for it, you can head on over to Rumble, because I'm streaming the debate on Rumble. I'm streaming the debate on Odyssey. I'm streaming the debate on Rockman. I'm streaming the debate on Twitter. I'm streaming the debate on Getter. I'm streaming the debate on Facebook. I am streaming the debate in all the places. And so just in case something happens to this stream because Fox News is being a dick, you can find it in other places, guys, and it'll be totally fine. Don't worry about it. Mama over on Rumble asks, how do I get merch that reads Make Orwell Fiction Again? I probably should make that merch, Mama. I haven't personally made that merch, but I know other people have because I have a hat that says that. I probably should make that merch. I've streamed off of cable like multiple times and nothing has ever happened, so I'm not actually that worried about it. Let me just see what's going on the other channels. Also, my channel is like relatively small, and so I don't actually think they're gonna do anything to me. MSNBC isn't doing anything. CNN is talking about Mark Meadows and Georgia. Let's see. Let's go over to CNN just because, like, at least they're doing something. Oh, now they're talking about Russia again.
A later look ahead at tonight's first Republican debate.
Oh, good. Well, I guess they're not doing something. I was wrong. So, guys, again, please mount that like button for me. We should be getting started. Joshua should be joining us anytime now. We're going to do psychic predictions before the debate to see what's going on in the land of astrology with all their astrological charts. Even if you don't believe in psychics, you're going to love Joshua. It's going to be great. And it's just meant to be a lighthearted look at things. I mean, like, what other channel on YouTube is giving you psychic predictions about the debate with astrology and like stuff like that? So it's just the way it goes, guys. I'm just waiting for some cable news channel to do something interesting so I have something to react to, but everyone's on a commercial right now. I guess we'll go back to Fox. That should be coming back soon. What a night. Does everyone have drinks? Does everyone have snacks? Everyone good to go? Let us know if you're drinking something fun in the chat. And let us know who you think is going to win tonight. What do you think is going to happen? If you have any insight, please chat in. Let us know. Oh, Autumn. Ban. Thank you, Autumn. Yeah, Kino, I saw that DM. I don't know the name of the account off the top of my head. Well, Fox is breaking rule number 1. I mean, for real. Like, you're honestly going to tell people they can't show more than 3 minutes of the debate? Like, really, Fox? Really? Grant, oh my God, that's a really good one, Jeff. I appreciate that. Kino's drinking some rum and Coke. Also some rum and Coke. Pecans and banana chips. That's a saucy choice. Okay, let's see what Fox News is saying.
And we are moments away from the first Republican primary debate of the season. Joe Biden will be a punching bag this evening, deservedly so. He spent almost the entire month of August on vacation amidst an exploding corruption scandal and the deadliest wildfire in modern American history. He left a Pilates class this afternoon in Lake Tahoe. Yep, a Pilates class. And spoke to reporters for the first time in what
Joe
feels like
Biden took a
months.
Pilates class?
Will you watch the debates later?
I'll try to see as much as I can.
What's your expectation for the GOP debate?
Prosecuting the case against Joe Biden should be easy. He's the weakest incumbent in decades, and the goal of tonight should be disqualify him. The country despises his economic performance and believes we're headed in the wrong direction. And he seems incompetent or incapable of managing the country and executing the duties of the presidency. First, candidates have to make the case against Joe Biden himself. This case is personal. From his heartless performance in Hawaii and Afghanistan to his cowardly lack of communication with the American public to allegations of corruption and to his dishonest and dishonorable use of the FBI and the Justice Department. It's clear that Joe Biden and his lackluster vice president are unfit to occupy the Oval Office and deliver results for the people. Dishonesty, laziness, brutish, sleazy narcissism, these are the core characteristics of Joe Biden that he cannot change and we cannot excuse. Secondly, and most important, Republicans must annihilate Bidenomics. The economy is the top concern, and the Biden economic record has been so atrocious, Americans have lost money under his leadership. Record inflation, reduced wages, and sky-high rates are doing great harm to our families.
Really?
Record illegal immigration
Of course.
and wackadoodle energy policies are also squeezing bank accounts with no end in sight. Biden's been callous.
I don't
From the
believe it
canceling
until
of
I
the
see the
Keystone
picture.
Pipeline
I
to
do not
firing
believe it
unvaxxed
unless I see
workers
the picture.
to
I'm
doing
sorry.
nothing to defend inner
Don't
city
believe
store
it.
owners. Biden's creeping corporate socialism and student loan bailouts to wealthy grad students are an insult to the great American work ethic. So, Republicans who make that case must then pivot to what they'll replace it with. Not platitudes, not wonkiness, not the staid policies of the past. Tonight, we need modern, common sense solutions to reduce inflation, crime, and illegal immigration.
I mean, fresh grown
Tap into
cherry
the
tomatoes
cultural
are pretty
currents.
fantastic,
Mention
Teresa, if
the
we're honest
Oakland
about it.
woman
That's a good
pistol-whipped
snack.
and dragged across the pavement. Zero in on that. Draw the country's attention to it.
Do you
Revolting
really?
spectacles like this are the direct
Really?
result of left-wing policies. Gas prices are now heading over $4 a gallon. Tell us what that means.
I didn't know
for
weed was
Iowa
legal in
farmers.
Illinois.
Maybe mention the fact that Biden officials drilled 114
Ask Joshua why
gaping
Perry
holes
was
in the border
excluded.
wall
Try Newsmax. I
so
don't know how
that
to stream
antelope
Newsmax,
could migrate through.
but I will ask
Instead,
Joshua that. Thank you for
1,400
reminding me,
illegals per day
sorry.
are migrating through these antelope openings. Some of them are Chinese nationals. And ask if your son or daughter dodged taxes, dumped an illegal gun by a school, and funded an international sex trafficking ring. Would they get off with a warning? Katie Pavlich is the editor of townhall.com, and Molly Hemingway is the editor-in-chief of The Federalist. They're both Fox News contributors. So obviously you want to counterpunch, but the attacks against the Joe Biden economic record, Katie, have to be front and center. Do you think the candidates understand that?
I think they do understand it, and there's a huge contrast, especially with someone like Ron DeSantis. You know, inflation from Democrats in Washington, D.C. under the leadership of President Joe Biden is a boot of the federal government on the necks of every American in this country. It's a permanent tax. It costs people thousands of dollars a year when their wages are not going up. It affects everybody, and it's not just a top issue for Republicans. It's a top issue for independent voters as well. And also, Mr. Empathy, you know, inflation is not an empathetic thing to place on the country. It's a horrible thing that makes everybody's lives much worse. When someone like Ron DeSantis has taken government off of people's backs and enabled them to grow in their own way economically and to prosper without the government getting involved and making it so they can't make their own decisions about their future.
Yeah, Molly, Katie's right. It's about character when it comes to how callous the president has been with regard to his policies. Do you think the Republicans on stage tonight are going to be able to paint a colorful portrait of that?
Would be a good strategy for them to focus on that. People do want to see some pugilism. They do want to see some fight, but they don't actually view the vast majority of people on stage there as their enemy. They do view the policies and the people associated with the Democrat Party as people that they would like to see these candidates effectively push against. And so it's not just President Biden, it's a whole party of people, but President Biden himself provides a target-rich environment. He is a very weakened president. He does have personal scandal. He has issues with his own, senility or seeming difficulties doing his job. The personal scandal is not his son's, it's his. And it relates not just to him running the family business, but also overseeing a Department of Justice that has been completely corrupted as it has gone after political opponents in the Republican Party and defended the Biden family. That's what I think a lot of Republican voters are going to be looking for on the stage tonight. Who understands the actual threats? Who understands the problems with the economy, the problems with the border, the problems with how we're doing foreign policy right now? And they want to hear people speak to those issues that they care about.
The assault against Trump voters, Donald Trump himself, do the candidates understand that they can make that a bigger issue about this overwhelming and desperate attempt to demolish
Why is
anybody
Jesse
that questions
Waters
their
their like
policies and
primetime
authority,
guy?
Katie?
He's awful.
They have to
This
make it a
is
huge
awful.
issue. You cannot live in the United States of America where justice is supposed to be applied equally and tolerate what has gone on with this Department of Justice against Donald Trump, against his attorneys, against the very people who
Didi, no
President Trump says
whining.
that he's representing, that the regime in the Department of Justice wants to go after. It's not just people who have worked for the former president. It's Catholics who want to go to mass. It's parents who want to show up at school board meetings to talk about issues that are happening to their students when their young women are put in danger by transgender policies in these schools that they try to then hide from parents. This is an issue that affects Americans all over the country, and it's certainly something that Republicans have to deal with if they want to see the America that we are all, that we all love, and that is supposed to be the equal application of the law and not the weaponization of government.
And Molly, I don't know if you caught the sound at the top from one of the voters who said, I don't care at all how likable these guys are. I don't even want to like them. I don't have to like them. All I care is I have more money in my bank account. Is that something you think the American voters feel generally, that they don't even want to like the person running for office? They just want results?
I think a lot of people will say
Sarah,
that.
he is
Certainly
smarmy.
it is true
Jesse
that the
Waters
economy
is
is
smarmy.
a
You're
very
right.
important issue.
Exactly.
This is something Republicans should think about because the economy was doing so well under the previous administration.
I'm turning
doing
off
so poorly
MSNBC
right
and
now.
CNN
But it's
because
also true that people are swayed by how the
Joshua
media
should be here soon. We'll
characterizes,
just watch Fox until
different
then.
candidates. And that would be another thing that I would say, that candidates tonight should think about how much low regard people have for corporate media, how they cover issues, how they've lied about the Biden family corruption, how they've lied about the state of the economy, and go ahead and realize that the media are also a political opponent that smart and savvy Republican candidate should go against.
Any chance you get to stick a dagger in the media in front of a Republican audience like that, take that opportunity. Ladies, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let's bring in Bill Hemmer and Dana Perino, who are on site. Guys, I don't know if you heard Pete Hegseth. He described the mood there as nervous anxiety based on how monumental things are. Is that the vibe?
Well, we'll see, right?
It's also 109 degrees, so things are hot, Jesse, and they're about to get hotter.
All right,
Real
have a good
feel.
one.
Jesse, thank you,
you.
Jesse, and welcome to Wisconsin. Good evening from Milwaukee. I'm Bill Hemmer.
And I'm Dana Perino. We are less than 30 minutes away from the opening salvo
What?
in this
What?
first debate of the Republican presidential campaign
Where
season.
is
So
Joshua?
8 candidates will be on stage at the Fiserv Forum behind us. They will be fighting for their political lives. You know, a great performance could jumpstart a path to the White House, but a poor showing could be lights out tonight.
Coming up during the next half hour, we will
Joshua
check in
is
with our
late.
debate moderators, Brett Baer.
We'll check
and
in with
Martha
him in a couple
McCallum.
minutes. He'll be here
And we will
soon.
talk to a number of experts, including Britt Hume, Harold Ford, and Trey Gowdy.
Kellyanne Conway is here. Karl Rove and Laura Ingraham. We'll get a prediction from Sean Hannity, and we'll get live reports from the White House and from right here in Milwaukee.
And that is where we begin tonight. It's time to look at the final preparations, and Bill Malugin joins us. Good evening to you, Bill.
Dana, good
Look
evening
at that
to you.
crowd.
Goes
That's a
without
lot of
saying, there is
people.
a lot
Holy
on the line for these
shit.
candidates tonight. These
That is
first
a
debates
lot of
always seem
people
to
for a
get the most
debate.
attention during every campaign cycle, right? So that means this debate tonight is a huge chance for these candidates to really make a first impression with voters who are watching at home. For those voters, it's going to be the first time seeing all these candidates on stage together, face-to-face, debating ideas in person under the bright lights in front of a national audience. There will be chances
rather
for
impressive
folks to have a
the
breakout
audience
moment
they
on
have
that
for this,
stage likely,
because that's not
remember, it's
usual
not just
for
gonna
like
be
a debate
Republicans
like
watching
this.
tonight. There will be independents. There will likely be Democrats. These candidates know that. They're looking to take advantage, and they want to shake this race up. We're almost there, guys. Send it back to you.
Yeah.
All right, great
Good stuff.
report update for us. Thank you, Bill Maloosh.
Thank you, Bill. Our debate moderators are in their chairs. Brett Baer and Martha McCallum, they've been working all week. What's it like, guys? Good evening.
We're not in the chairs yet. We're backstage. This is where all the candidates are going to be lined up right here, and we're getting ready to go. Martha and I, it feels like the first day of school.
Martha
We've got
looks
our
great. That's a great outfit. Is she wearing a
Wouldn't everyone like to
jumpsuit?
know what's in the binder? But you're going
I
to
gotta
find
say,
out
Martha
in
looks
a short
good,
time.
man.
On our way here, we ran into some of those that are getting ready to come out. They seem pretty pumped up and excited, as are we. So
Good for her.
We
Yeah,
wanted to show you what it's like
The
back here.
crowd is big, probably
An
4,000, maybe
unorthodox
plus,
choice.
and they're fired up. They've been in the seats for a while. They think they're anxious to get started, and we'll be walking out, giving them a little
That is a
preamble,
huge
before
crowd for a
everything
debate.
starts, and then we
Holy
will get
shit.
to the debate moderator desk and start
That is
asking
a
questions.
huge
Yeah, we're
crowd
looking forward
for a
to it.
debate.
So, Bill, Dana, we'll send it back to
It's
you.
been a
This is kind
great
of like the
day.
Oscars behind the scenes.
I love that. I love that.
Hey, it looks fantastic. We'll see you guys in about 28 minutes. Brett and Martha,
Great
thanks.
pre-show, you guys. We'll see you later.
They're not paid to
All
be
right,
there,
well,
Autumn.
let's bring
That's
in our
not
panel,
true.
Britt Hume, Harold Ford Jr., and Trey Gowdy. So, Britt Hume, it's wonderful to have you here. And what do you look for in tonight, especially for somebody like a Ron DeSantis?
Well, I think DeSantis is needing.
I've
to
never
get his
seen a crowd
campaign
like that for a debate.
a boost.
Someone's going to get booed
And I
tonight,
kinda
man.
think
Chris
that
Christie's
one of
going
the
to
things
get
we're
booed
hearing
off
is that
that
he's gonna
fucking
be
stage, and it's
under
going to be
attack.
great.
And I wonder if that might not be just the best thing that would happen to him, because he's a smart guy. We hear he's prepared to fairly well. He's probably anticipated a lot of attacks. And if he was, first of all, when you're attacked, you get to respond, no matter what the other time limits are. So it will give him more
Really?
airtime
When
if
you're
he's
attacked, you get to
and it'll give him
respond?
more opportunity to make a sharp,
Oh, this is going to be
well-rehearsed
great, but
response
Becca's going to
that
kill
might-
all of them.
might end up helping him, and I think that's what he needs, and so that's something to watch for.
He's taken a lot of incoming the last few months.
And
too.
I'm sure he's heard it all.
Where the
prepared
hell
for
is
as
Joshua?
much of it
I'm
as
going
he
to text
can.
him.
It'll
I
be
just need to
interesting
finish
how he
this row.
responds.
Okay, all right, Britt, Trey, you came with a few ideas. What do your notes tell you?
All right.
That it's a
Texting
celebration
Joshua.
of democracy. I mean, I think sometimes we overlook.
You
I mean,
are
we're excited.
late.
There's a lot of excitement here in Milwaukee, but everyone doesn't get to pick their own leaders. And the fact that we get to hear them tonight debate one another is worth celebrating. It's also a chance
Trey
to plus up
Gowdy
your
is
weaknesses.
like
You know,
disconcerting.
my
at
friend Tim
best.
Scott is perceived as being too nice. I'm not sure you can be too nice, but he's people say too nice. Is he enough of a fighter? It's a chance
Tim
tonight
Scott
to
is
say,
too
you know
nice.
what, I do have another side to me. So you can not only accentuate a strength, but plus up a weakness in the debate tonight.
But you know what they say, you should always marry the nice guy. Indeed. And you are a nice guy as well. Harold Ford Jr., you've debated, and not on the presidential stage yet. We are waiting to see that. But when you are getting in these moments just before the debate, how important is it to remember who you are rather than who the consultants told you to be?
Yes.
It's probably the best
Trey
thing to think
Gowdy
about,
has Lindsey
when you get
Graham
in one of these
energy.
races,
That's
and
right,
Trey and
Jeff.
I've
I
been in
agree.
races before. You're reminded that campaigns and politics are about people. I was working out this morning to the Oliver Anthony song, Richmond North of Richmond. And it reminds you that at your best, and politics at its best responds to people and tries to respond to people's aspirations. And tonight, these candidates are going to do two things. One, most people don't know who they are. They know who Donald Trump is, but don't know who they are. So they're going to have a real opportunity to present themselves and present their ideas. And I hope as they do it, they talk about how they're going to solve problems the way Britt talked about earlier today. And at the same time, talk about how you're going to reach across the aisle. Two, that room is electric.
I think
right
he's
now, that
aware.
auditorium. I mean, it's almost
I
like
think he's
everybody
aware.
feels like it's the first day of school. I know a bunch of, but most people there are Republicans, but they're old pals. And I was walking through the hall and enjoying that. Finally, President Trump chose not to come. I think depending on how well everyone does tonight, whether it's DeSantis, Ramaswamy, Christie, Haley, Scott, I hope that Tim Scott and Nikki Haley find a way to also break through. I wonder if President Trump will regret not coming tonight, depending on the night that these guys, these men and women have.
We're about to find out. Gentlemen, stand by here in Milwaukee, okay? When we come back, who will break out? Who will back down? Good
Sean
question.
Hannity will give us his predictions about what will happen during tonight's debate.
All right. Well, guys, we are waiting for Joshua to join us. I have texted him. I do know to defend Joshua for being late for a second. He did have like an appointment that like was supposed to run right up to when he was supposed to join us. And so it might just be that his appointment is running a little bit late, and it's probably more important than us because it's like a client thing. And so He'll be here soon. I believe in Joshua. I'm pretty sure I sent him the link. I'm just making sure. Did I send Joshua the link? I thought I sent Joshua the link. Yes, I did send Joshua the link. I did. Don't know why it's not in my outbox, though. That's weird. That is weird. Well, Joshua will let me know if he doesn't have the link, so. All right, guys, we are 20 minutes from the debate. We are waiting for Joshua to join us right now so we can do some pre-debate predictions. Yes, I did send Joshua the link, so he should be set with that. And yeah, let me know what you guys think, what you think is going to happen tonight. Should be a good night. I'm really looking forward to it. I have turned off MSNBC and CNN because all the extra streaming channels were taking up a metric ton of bandwidth on my computer. We're just going to focus in on Fox because, to be quite frank, MSNBC and CNN aren't talking about the debate. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch the full debate. If something happens to my YouTube channel, remember, I am streaming on Rumble. The Rumble link is in the description of this video. So if something happens to this stream, because Fox News is being a dick, we are still streaming on Rumble. We're streaming on Odyssey. We're streaming on Rockfin. We're streaming on Twitter. We're streaming on Facebook. We're streaming on Getter. But my recommendation would be to join the Rumble stream. And shout out to everyone who's watching on Rumble right now. I see you guys. I appreciate you. I have the chat on my screen. So if anything happens to the stream on YouTube, migrate over to Rumble and we will still continue. And it'll be great. And after the debate is over, we're going to check back in with Rachel Maddow on MSNBC, and we're going to see what Rachel thinks of the debate performance. We're going to check in on CNN to watch Anderson Cooper cry at the debate performance. And we might stick around for Fox News a little bit too, but we will be checking in with the cable news hosts after the debate to see what they said and to see how they're spinning it. And, you know, MSNBC is obviously going to be the most entertaining of the post-debate analysis, and it's going to be great. Also, remember, you guys can still get your Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt at unwokeart.com. If you have not seen that on YouTube, it is pinned to the top of the chat. You can also find it on unwokeart.com. Just type in the website address. It is in the description on all the different places that I'm streaming on, and it's right at the top. If you just scroll down the page, you'll see the Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt. So if you're supporting Trump tonight, that'll be a great item for you. All right, let's turn up our volume and see what else Fox News has to say.
Looks like 20 minutes on the clock for the big countdown.
President Joshua's here. Hang on. Joshua has arrived. He has arrived. Joshua, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
Hi. How are
Happy
you?
Republican debate. I'm good. How are you doing?
Happy Republican debate. You look great.
Thank you. You do too. Are you having? I heard you're such a powerful voice. You're presenting and boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom. I loved it. It was great.
It's because I've had 2 beers already and I'm about to open a third.
Wow, you're so. That's so funny because when I have beers, I can't communicate that effectively. So
I feel like I get better and louder in my communication.
You had such a rhythm to it, like you already had, like you said it a million times, and you didn't miss a beat. I love it.
I have said it a million times. I've already been streaming for 2.5 hours.
Oh,
all right. So Joshua, you have debate predictions for us.
I do. I sent you a PDF. I don't know if you
sent me a PDF. Okay, like hang on. Let me see. I haven't had my email open because there's a lot going on my computer, but I can open my email. Joshua did a PowerPoint presentation. All right, this will take a minute to download.
I don't know if it'll be useful.
No, well, this will just take a minute to download. So how did you come up with this PDF? You analyzed everyone's astrological charts?
Well, yes. First, what I did was I ran the chart for the night tonight at it's going to be 8 p.m. Milwaukee time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I ran the chart for that to see what we have going on and how the aspects are. It's the first day of Mercury retrograde.
Seriously?
Yeah. And the sun just went into Virgo, so it's a big night. So then what I did is I ran all the charts for all the candidates. The only one whose actual time of birth I have was, I believe it was Chris Christie.
Oh.
So everybody else, I had to just eyeball it, and I made the sun sign the ascendant like you do when you don't have the actual time of birth. But I think that we still can gain a lot of information from from what we have in terms of their actual charts. I mean, there could be variation based on their rising sign, but I think that we have a good indication of how it's going to go tonight.
Okay, I've got your PDF. It has downloaded. Window, there you go.
So we're going to have a Pisces rising at the time of the debate. So that might make things a little bit fuzzy, a little bit unclear. And those charts that have a really strong earth and water, they're going to do the best because we have a Pisces rising tonight at the time of the debate, as well as a Scorpio moon.
Ooh, so is it going to get it spicy then?
Tim Scott should be doing very, very well.
Really? I like Tim Scott.
So do I. Yeah. Because he has a lot of Virgo in his chart. And we have a grand Earth trine that we're still playing with. And
he's just a nice guy, too.
Oh, yeah. He seems really nice. And he's supported because he also has a Scorpio stellium.
What does that mean? Is that another word you just made up?
I just made up that word. Yeah. And it's three or more planets in the same sign. And he has 3 planets in Scorpio in his chart that we know.
Holy shit, he's going to have a good night.
He's going to have a very good night, I would like to think. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
So do you want to walk through the candidates?
Sure. Let's do it.
All right. Let's start with Ron DeSantis.
So via his natal chart, what I did is I looked at okay, is this person a good debater astrologically, and what does it look like for them tonight? So his natal chart would suggest he is a very good debater. He's a Virgo, which is Mercury ruled. That's all about communication. And he has Mercury as well in the sign of Virgo. However, Mars, the planet of war, is in Libra, which is detriment. So he's best when responding to things and sort of, he's not good at going on the offensive. Do you know what I mean? So he's going to probably be best at attacking back or defending a position that he has.
Okay.
Tonight, he has excellent chances of doing well. Because
do you know what I heard tonight before? So they were saying that if you get attacked by someone in the debate, you automatically get a chance to respond.
Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah.
That's really good.
So that should play well for him then.
Very, very well. Yeah. So also Mercury right now is transiting and it's on his sun. Very, very good for him. Also, transiting Mars is on his north node. So he's going to have tremendous focus tonight, most likely. And the moon is in positive sextile to his sun and his north node. So I expect a very good night for Ron DeSantis.
All right. Let's see what you got next. Vivek.
So I think he is a good debater. His sun is close to Mercury, the planet of communication, but Saturn does square his Mercury, which might at times make him held back. And because that holds him back, because he's a Leo with his sun and Mercury, Leos want to do better. They always want to improve. So he may overcompensate like a Leo would do if they know that something is a weakness. They're very self-aware. They're going to overcompensate to deal with that. So sometimes you might see him be too held back and then go over the line. Tonight, it's not incredibly favorable for him. The moon, we don't know exactly where his moon is, but it looks like his moon is in Taurus, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's definitely a Taurus mood.
I think so. I think that's why he's so likable. The moon in Taurus is the best placement for the moon. And the moon, we do know now, is in Scorpio. So that is an opposition. However, Venus is on his Mars and Jupiter is on his north node. So that's going to be number one. Venus on Mars makes somebody very sexy, charismatic. And meanwhile, Jupiter on his north node is likely to give him great presence, great appeal. He's going to probably seem really, really big without having to do much.
I also feel like Vivek like thrives under pressure in some respects. I think he likes being challenged. Like he's going on all these opposition shows and basically opening himself up to challenge. He's been doing it for months. And so do you think that could play into this as well?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that he knows that he's smarter than other people. So I think that it's just a matter of slowing down, but not slowing down too much. I think that for him, it's always a matter of how much force do I apply in this situation.
All right. Fair enough. Next up, we have Doug from North Dakota.
Yep. So I think he's a really powerful debater. His Pluto is with Mercury in his chart. So Pluto is all about destruction, and Mercury, so when he says something, it usually hits pretty hard. Venus is trine Neptune in his chart. So he's likely to be very appealing and magnetic, which is kind of surprising given his picture. But he might have a very, very appealing magnetic presence. Mercury also, though, like Vivek, is squared by Saturn. So just like Vivek, he might not always know when to push it and when to be held back. But because this guy, he seems to be different than Vivek in the sense that he might go too far.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think Vivek might push, be held back more.
I think he's going to be more desperate to have a breakthrough moment than Vivek would.
Yeah, and it's interesting. This guy, he literally has an Achilles issue, which I think is interesting.
Literally,
but he is doing what he can to make it, and as you said, he's going to make it, which is great. But tonight, it's really rough for him. The moon will be squaring his Mercury, so the moon is so important, and Mercury's his communication. So his communication is going to be thwarted. And he's going to be feeling frustrated, most likely.
All right.
However, Venus is in Leo, and that's going to be making him charismatic because it's hitting his it's hitting his Leo planets because he is a Leo. And the transiting sun will be on his Jupiter, and that'll also give him presence. The moon, however, is on his Saturn, so I feel like he's going to be feeling restricted because he has that. Saturn square Mercury like Vivek, but I don't think he's going to do as well as Vivek at all.
All right. Chris Christie. So Fox News kept making low-key fat jokes about Chris Christie. They kept saying every time they were talking about Chris Christie, they were like, he's going to be huge. And I was like, every single time they said that, I was like, bro.
Yeah. I understand and Chris Christie a lot more since running his chart. So astrologically, he's a really good debater. He's pretty smart. So he has Mercury in Libra. So Mercury is planet of communication, and Libra is all about debate. Libra is tit for tat. Libra is the ultimate debater because they're cool and they're detached and they're just very lawyer-like, which is a debater's quality. And then we do know his actual time of birth. So he's a Scorpio rising, Chris Christie.
Oh, good. So he's going to be extra spicy tonight.
Yes, exactly, because we have the moon in Scorpio. But also Mars, the chart ruler, because he's a Scorpio rising, is in Cancer in the 8th. So as a debater, he knows how to play on people's fears and emotions. He actually is pretty deep in terms of his intellect. And his Mercury is supported by his moon and his Saturn. So astrologically, he's a very good debater, actually.
All right.
But tonight, the transiting sun is on his Uranus. So he may be actually shocking. He may be in what we would call rare form tonight.
Excellent. That's exactly what we need, a good Chris Christie moment.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he has all that fervor that he was staving for Trump. And now he doesn't it's is he going to actually say anything now that Trump's not there? Right. But we also have the moon and the rising sign tonight in water, which very much support him because, like we said, he's a Scorpio rising with that ruler in the 8th house in Cancer. So he should be doing quite well, actually, tonight.
I just want a good spicy moment from him. I want him to yell. I don't want Chris Christie to get booed. There is a huge crowd at the debate, Joshua. This is a whole arena full of people. I want Chris Christie to get booed.
Oh, really? He may be. He may be. I guess people in his state don't even like him. So
no one really likes him.
Yeah.
All right. Nikki Haley.
So she's I think she has to work at it. She is a Capricorn, so she's able to work hard. She's very innovative with a North Node in Aquarius, but probably not a great debater with Mercury square Mars in her chart. Her Mercury's in Capricorn, her Mars is in Aries, they square. It's just not easy for her to be eloquent. Sun trine Saturn, however, does make her seem very competent, as Capricorns are prone to appear. Tonight does not look good for Nikki Haley at all. Saturn is on her Venus, restricting her feminine qualities. Now, this is doubly so because Venus is now retrograde, so all feminine qualities are somewhat restricted, but she's the only chick on this stage.
Mm-hmm.
So she should be utilizing her femininity.
Oh, yeah. She should be like the mama.
Right. Exactly. But that's going to be problematic because we have Saturn restricting her Venus. Saturn is on her Venus, and Venus is retrograde. So that's not great for her. Mercury also, we don't know where her moon is, but it looks like Mercury is going to be squaring her moon. The moon will be sextiling her sun. So there may be some smooth moments for Nikki Haley for sure.
All
but not that great.
Next up, Asa Hutchinson, who I can't believe even qualified, if I'm honest about it.
So this guy is a stellium, which is 3 more planets in Sagittarius. So that makes him a visionary, though communicating his ideas may not be easy because Mercury is in detriment in Sagittarius. So Sagittarius gets the big picture perspective, but they don't tell you how to get there. They don't show you the math, right? And that I think is important in terms of debates. So he gets the big picture, but communicating the logic may prove challenging for him. Tonight, Mercury, the planet of communication, is on his South node, so he could get very lucky with some questions that are posed. Transit Mercury, however, is squaring his Mercury and Chiron. So what we can expect is somebody to say something tonight that cuts very deep.
Ooh.
With this guy, most likely. He's set up for woundedness.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And then we've got Mike
Pence. Judas.
Mike Pence. He's definitely gonna get booed tonight. It's gonna be great.
Quite possibly, right? So astrologically, he is a good debater. He has a stellium, including Mercury and Gemini, empowered by Chiron and Aquarius. So he is good. Tonight is possibly, however, a rough night for Mike Pence. Mercury is going to be squaring his Mercury, and that's not favorable at all. And Venus is on his Uranus. So we may see a side of him that we have not seen before that is actually very favorable. But it's not a great night for him.
Yeah, I mean, when he did the VP debate in 2020, he had a great night. Now he was up against Kamala Harris one-on-one, so it was a little bit different. But he actually was really good in that debate.
Was he? I forgot. Okay.
Yeah,
that
he
makes
was.
sense. Yeah.
But now everyone hates him.
Yeah, it would seem that way for sure.
Indeed. All right, and then we have Tim Scott.
Yeah, last
but not least.
So he's a powerful debater, perhaps comes off too powerfully because he has Pluto and Uranus next to his sun. And he also has that Chiron opposition to Mercury. So there's a sort of, when he winds up communicating with Chiron there's almost like a pain that he experiences. So he needs to learn how to balance that, not going too strong, not being too soft. Jupiter does square his sun, so he's not always able to show how good he is, how smart he is. However, tonight is a highly favorable night for Tim Scott. Mercury is on his Mercury, Mars is on his sun, and the Scorpio moon supports his Scorpio stellium, which is 3 or more planets. So I expect a very good night for Tim Scott.
Excellent. All right. So overall, what would you like us to know about tonight's debate?
I think it's going to just be very interesting. It'll just be interesting to see how everybody plays together. I think that Tim Scott looks good. DeSantis looks very, very good. In terms of Vivek, what did we say about Vivek?
That he was going to have a tough night.
Oh,
but I think he's going to rise to the challenge. I think everyone's going to be attacking him because he's the one surging, and I think he's going to rise to the occasion.
I bet you're right. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So I think it'll be really interesting, actually.
All right. Are you going to stick around and watch some of the debate with us?
I am. I am going to stick around. Yeah, I'm really curious.
Excellent. Have you ever live streamed a debate on the internet, Joshua?
No, I think we did State of the Union, didn't we?
We did do State of the Union. All right, guys. So we are T-minus 4 minutes from the debate. Now, as a reminder, in case anything happens with this stream, I am streaming on Rumble. So just head over to Rumble because Fox News is apparently being dickish about streaming this debate. They're saying you can only stream 3 minutes of it or whatever. And I'm like, F you, I'm going to do what I want. But if they pull my debate off YouTube, then I will just go to Rumble. It's not that big of a deal because we're on both. And on Twitter and on Odyssey and on Rockfin and on Facebook and all that stuff. But that'll be good. Oh, they're all doing the Pledge of Allegiance right now. Isn't that Joshua? You know what I found out today?
What did you find out?
I'm going to get to go to the RNC, the Republican National Convention.
Oh, awesome. When?
Because it's in July of next year. It's in Milwaukee in the same place as they're having this. And I'm going to go. So a friend of mine is involved with one of the state Republican parties, and I'm not going to say who because I don't want to like give him crap or anything. He's going to bring me as a guest of the state delegation. Isn't that going to be fun?
That's super cool.
Yes.
When is this?
That's in July 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's awesome.
That's going to be fun.
That's going to be super fun.
All right. Any final words before we kick off for the debate?
Oh, geez. I maybe we should pledge the allegiance to ourselves.
No,
quietly?
I don't want to pledge the allegiance.
I'm going to say it quietly to myself.
I pledge allegiance to something to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's indoctrination. When you're doing the Pledge of Allegiance in school, that's indoctrination.
Is it?
Yes. If you're having someone repeat the same thing every single day, that's indoctrination.
Oh, I guess you're right. I did that in grade school. We also had to sing our Country 'Tis of Thee. Do you know that song?
Did you have to do that every day?
Every morning in the schoolyard. Yeah.
Wow. This is a national anthem right here. Oh, look at this. Look at this poor girl in this outfit.
Yeah,
this is Mike Pence. This is the most conservative. The sound isn't even on, and this is the most conservative thing that I've ever seen. All right. Look at Chris Christie. This is great to watch with the sound off before they really get started.
This is really good.
Nikki Haley. Wow. She was having a moment there.
Who is this singer?
I don't know, but I'm just enjoying watching it with the sound off.
She looks like a wedding cake that came to life.
We should watch the entire debate with the sound off and just do like Mystery Science Theater.
So DeSantis looks like he's dropped a few pounds. He's actually getting kind of good looking.
He's getting very skinny.
He certainly is. He can't get too skinny. He should definitely get like beefed up. But he's definitely
Hutchin is looking dapper. He's looking good.
He is looking good.
Why is she wearing that dress? Why does it look like it looks like a little girl's dress, doesn't it?
It looks like a wedding cake that came to life.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
All right. Joshua, I want to encourage you to pipe in with any snarky comments you have as we're doing a commentary at any time.
Okay.
Because that's really our role here, is to make fun of all these people. Look at this crowd, though. This is a giant arena. I know someone that's sitting on the floor somewhere. I hope we get to see him.
Ooh.
Primary debate of this 2024 election season. The candidates are on the stage. Martha and Brett are going to start the questioning in our drone.
Yeah.
Because we're right in
I mean,
there.
she almost makes you feel like play ball, right, Harold? I mean, let's go. Let's go inside Fiserv Arena. The people here in Milwaukee have been fantastic, and they are giving us their best tonight. 4,000 strong inside, and you're about to see the first
people.
event
Look at that crowd.
of the political season. Where we end up in
That's
November
a lot of
of
people for a
2024
debate.
is anyone's guess, but
That
tonight is the first step in that direction. Enjoy it, America. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Brett and Martha, take it from here. Good night.
Here we go, everyone. Mount that like button for us, please.
Some call it the heartland. Others flyover.
So there's going to be commercials tonight?
No, I don't think
For
so.
the 2024
Okay.
presidential hopefuls,
Is the
the
sound good
Midwest
for you?
is the place to
Yeah.
land.
Okay.
Perfect.
Here, there is one battleground that may be harder to win than ever.
Bottoms
Wisconsin,
up.
Yay! Cheers.
a state known
Cheers.
for its beer and cheese, gridiron and
Wisconsin
grit,
does have good cheese.
and also its razor-thin elections. In 2016, Republicans narrowly flipped the Badger State red for the first time since Ronald Reagan. But it was back to blue by 2020. That election came during an unprecedented year. The country was rife with tension. In the
This
suburbs
is so
of Milwaukee,
dramatic.
the division
I
seemed
know.
deeper than ever. But that was just the beginning. 2 years later, the U.S. Supreme
This is
Court
like
struck
so
down
like
Roe
fear-inducing
versus
on
Wade,
I
Fox
know.
News part. This
of
is
abortion up to
awful.
the states.
What kind of beer are you drinking to change the subject?
Nearly
I'm
total
drinking
ban.
Sam Adams
Power
Oktoberfest,
that
which
issue
just
drove
came out as the
Democrats to
best
polls
beer.
this year.
I love that you're
Now
drinking
that
it now.
new
You're
thin
rushing
liberal
fall like I
majority
am,
on the
aren't you?
court could
It's
have
so
that
good though.
abortion issue
It's like my
before it
favorite
again,
mass-produced
just
beer.
as the race for the
It's so
White House
good.
accelerates.
It is good, Oktoberfest. I have had that. It's really good.
Tonight, the Republican candidates will face off at the home of the Bucks and the Marquette Golden Eagles, hoping to return
Cheers,
next July
Keno.
to this city on the shore of Lake Michigan to accept the Republican nomination.
Let us know
at
if you're
their
drinking
party's
anything fun in the
national
chat.
So Tucker's streaming Trump?
He is. Yep.
Wow.
But it's not. It's pre-recorded. It's not even live. So it's like, why?
Ballbuster, that's why.
Exactly.
Takes flight. Welcome to the first debate.
All right, I'll get the bingo card.
Presidential campaign.
That don't
live
worry.
At Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee.
Oh shit.
8 Republican candidates have qualified.
There's your bingo card, YouTube.
On our debate stage tonight.
And there's
They
your
are here to
bingo
lay out
card
their
rumble.
vision
Let
for
us know if you
America,
get a bingo in the
the
chat.
battle as they battle for the GOP nomination. Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. This is the very same stage on which the Republican choice for president will accept the party's nomination next summer. The 8 contenders are
And I'm gonna be
positioned by
there.
the order they sit in the polls, with the highest polling candidates in the middle standing center stage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Ronnie.
He is looking good, Carlin.
He is looking dapper. Oh, Vivek looks so good. Oh, that guy. Oh, how can you not love him?
They want to buy him a Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Governor Nikki Haley.
Nikki.
Yeah.
Former
No.
New Jersey Governor
Chris Christie's going to say something. You know he's like riled up right now.
Oh, yeah.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa
Come on.
Hutchinson.
And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
He does look good. He looks like he has charisma.
He does.
Some ground rules.
I'm gonna turn
for
the volume
tonight.
up a little
We'll
bit.
ask the questions, and then candidates get 1 minute to answer. If someone is singled out, you get 30 seconds to respond. And when the time runs out, we all will hear this. Very pleasant.
Is the volume
So
good
tonight,
for
these
everyone in the
candidates
chat?
have a
Let us
big
know.
opportunity to break out of the pack and to explain why they are best prepared to be the Republican choice for president. At a time when the likely Democrat nominee, President Joe Biden, is working to convince the country that with Bidenomics, things are looking up.
Bidenomics.
They call my plan Bidenomics. I'm not sure they meant it in a totally complimentary way at the time. But guess what? It's working.
But is it?
Boo.
More than 65% of Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction. And here's the reality for some voters we talked to here in Wisconsin this week.
We have noticed a dramatic increase in prices at the grocery store just across the board.
Gas is high and food is high. A lot of people's out here homeless because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 7-8% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford a house anymore.
It's inflation is ridiculous. It's killing us out here.
As we sit here tonight, the #1 song on the Billboard chart is called Rich Men North of Richmond. It is by a singer from
You like that song?
Farmville, Virginia.
I don't know it. I
Named
don't think.
Oliver Anthony.
Like a bluegrass
His
song.
lyrics speak of alienation, of deep frustration with the state of government and of this country. Washington, D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, 'cause the rich men.
So, Governor DeSantis, why is this song striking such a nerve in this country right now? What do you think it means?
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable.
That was like
It's
such a setup
choice.
for Ron
We need
DeSantis.
to send Joe Biden
That was a
back to his
softball.
basement and reverse American decline.
Ooh.
It starts with understanding we must reverse Bidenomics so that middle-class
Yes, I can raise
families
the
have a
volume.
chance to succeed again. We cannot succeed as a country if you are working hard and you can't afford groceries, a car, or a new home while Hunter Biden can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on lousy paintings. That is wrong.
That was
We
good,
also
Rod.
cannot
Okay.
succeed when the Congress spends trillions and trillions of dollars. Those rich men north of Richmond have put us in this situation. And finally, we need to lower your gas prices. We're going to open up all energy production. We will be energy dominant again in this country.
He is spicy, Joshua. You're right. This is very on Ron DeSantis.
I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
He's a little bit likable.
He is a little bit likable. What happened?
What happened?
Governor Christie, do you agree with Governor DeSantis just said there? And why would you be better on the economy than him?
Well, look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. And I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas. And be able to put ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate in the 24, but also by having someone who's had the experience of doing it. Now, I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state with 61% of the vote, with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time. And we still, through hard, strong decision-making, brought them around to our point of view. We cut taxes in New Jersey. We cut debt in New Jersey. We made sure that each and every time we were confronted with bad Democratic ideas, we stood and stopped them. And when there were good ideas, we brought people together to make progress going forward. Truth and accountability are the things we need to do to fight waste. And I'd say the last thing is this, Brett. We cannot sit by any longer and allow the kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar they spend is a dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their grandchildren. It's robbing our country, and it's wrong.
Well, Governor, let me just follow up very quickly. New Jersey, when you were governor, had the second lowest credit rating in the nation after Illinois, and it was downgraded 11 times.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut debt in that state, debt that had been left to us by 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine who ran up that debt tremendously. And what you also saw us do was to cut the unemployment rate in half. It was over 10% when I became governor in 2010. What we also did was cut pension payments to public employees to make sure that taxpayers were not being soaked by a public employee union system that was killing.
Like, I'm not
the
getting anything
taxpayer.
from him. Are you?
No, it's
Governor
hard for
Scott,
me to
Tim
follow
Scott,
him.
Senator Scott,
Yeah.
excuse me. The song also goes after welfare
I
programs.
agree, Naruto.
As a
Thank
senator, now President Biden argued for freezing federal spending. This was back in the 80s, and dealing with sacred cows. He does not talk about that anymore. You have been a senator, though, for 10 years. So what have you done to rein in the increasing size of government?
Well, thank you for the question. Over the last several years, I've had an opportunity to vote against spending package after spending package after spending package. What we also need to understand is that Joe Biden's Bidenomics has led to the loss of $10,000 of spending power for the average family. When you see 16% inflation, your gas is up 40%, your food is up 20%, your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off in Washington, sending the money back to the states, and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. We cut taxes for a single mom, the one that raised me, by 70%. For dual households by 60%, returning to the average family $4,000. If you don't send it to Washington,
I would pay
we
money
can't
for
spend
that.
it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up,
yay, it's terrorism.
During the Trump
Terrorism.
administration, you approved 4.4 trillion, 4.1 trillion, 1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
There's no doubt that during the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployment, 3.5% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for women. African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low. but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe
He also is
Biden,
very
we've seen
feminine.
the exact opposite.
Do you
Yeah.
find
We've
him to be,
seen
feminine?
inflation explode, which led
I think
to
he's probably
12
trying to downplay
Federal
his
Reserve increases
power.
that's
if that's
devastating
true.
home
You're probably
buyers
right.
today.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're listening to these answers.
If I may,
Oh,
I mean,
hold on
that
one
Yes,
was
second.
our
I see that.
We're going
administration,
to-
so I don't know if I get a
He
chance
didn't-
to respond.
He didn't mention you specifically, but we'll be with you in a second, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, relax,
Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this, why should voters choose you over more experienced politicians on this stage? You're basically, a blank slate for people. You're 38 years old. You've said that you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this moment, this political race.
So first, let me just address a
That's
question
like a
that is
power
on
tie.
everybody's mind at
Power
home tonight.
tie.
Very.
Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician, Brett. You're right about that. I'm an entrepreneur. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apoorva, raising our 2 sons, following our faith in God. That is the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our 2 sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outsider, because for a long time, we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something. Now is our moment to start running to something, to our vision of what it means to be an American today.
Yes.
If you have a broken car, you don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it again. You hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem. That's why I'm in this race, and we're just getting warmed up.
Yes.
To you, Governor Haley.
How's a power
So
opening?
why are you better positioned to turn around this economy that we've heard all of these voters talking about tonight than Mr. Ramaswamy, who is a successful entrepreneur nationally right now? He's beating you in the polls.
Well, I don't care about polls. What I care about the fact is that no one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us too.
That's
when they
true
passed that $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill, they left us with 90 million people on Medicaid, 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix it. I'll tell you how to fix it. They need to stop the spending. They need to stop the borrowing. They need to eliminate the earmarks that the Republicans brought back in. And they need to make sure they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars. And while they're all saying this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence. They all voted to raise the debt. And Donald Trump added $8 trillion to our debt. And our kids are never going to forgive us for this. And so at the end of the day, you look at the 2024 budget, Republicans asked for $7.4 billion in earmarks. Democrats asked for $2.8 billion. So you tell me who are the big spenders. I think it's time for an accountant in the White House.
Vice President Pence.
That was spicy. I was not expecting that out of Nikki Haley.
Yeah, exactly. Not very Venus, was it?
54% of voters say the cost of groceries is a, quote, major problem for them.
Right.
You blamed the Biden administration spending for that increase. But as vice president, your administration spent more than any prior, $7.8 trillion added to the national debt, $3.5 trillion of that before COVID. So does that mean that you're part of the spending problem?
Well, first off, thanks for the question. Thanks for letting me respond to a reference to our administration's record. I'm incredibly proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration.
The
In
Trump-Pence
4
administration.
short
Okay,
years,
Mike.
we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy. And we appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning.
You weren't
for the
involved
right
in
to
any of
life.
that, Mike.
Martha,
No
you
one
asked
gives you
earlier
credit for
who's
that.
the most best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I am the best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States. I led Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor. And as vice president of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the military cuts of the Obama administration, and then we were there in the
Mike
worst
Pence
pandemic.
is going to make himself look
in
more
100 years.
unlikable tonight.
All that being
He's
said,
going to
I
be
was the
more
first person in
unlikable than
this
he already
race
was.
to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare.
mean, Vivek, you recently said a
Oh,
president
attacking
can't do
Vivek,
everything.
bingo square.
Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor
Mr. Vice President.
and when I was vice president.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
if I-
we
hold
can
on.
respond
Yeah.
since I was. since
You
I
were
was
named
invoked.
earlier. I'm going to get Vivek first.
We'll get to both of
Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy, drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear.
Yes!
Go back to work
Yes!
by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations
Yes!
acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on
Well,
it.
let me explain it to you. Vivek, if I can. I'll go slower this time.
Oh!
Look, I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed the Deficit Reduction Act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States when I was the leader of House conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor. I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience.
Boo! Yay! Bingo square. Someone got booed. Bingo square.
30 seconds when you have a rebuttal, okay? And you are up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open. And I can tell you this, as your president, I will never let the deep state bureaucrats lock you down. You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
That was clever. That was clever, DeSantis.
You know what? We're going to bring in.
I just want to finish responding to Mike. I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now. The reality and the fact of the matter is...
Is that one of yours?
Not really, Mike, actually. We're just going to have some fun tonight. And the reality is you have a bunch of people, professional politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform, which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I stand on the side of the American revolution.
I've got to address
rather than
We're going to
this
take control back here.
We need everyone
Remember?
to have a moment on the economy.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Vivek is having the most fun, I feel like. I feel like he's the most relaxed.
There are two people who we have not heard from yet. So let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson on the economy, sir.
Well, great. Thank you, Martha. And of course, I'm from a town of 300 people. It's a big deal to make it on this stage with all these folks. But
I mean, he's
when
very well
they
liked.
were all wishing me well,
Doug.
and I think I took them a little
He's
too
what?
literally when
He's
they
well
said go
liked.
to Milwaukee and
Yeah.
break a leg. So, but I do want to say on this, we're missing something. We can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state in our country right now. But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act is something that is just subsidizing China. If we're going to stop buying oil from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China, we're just trading OPEC for Sinopec. And then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil.
I agree.
Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutchinson, quickly.
Thank you, Grant. Delighted to be here tonight. And let me just tell you that I'm a pro-life governor from a conservative state that have a conservative record in which I lowered taxes in Arkansas as governor. I created a $2 billion surplus that I passed over to my successor, and I made sure that we shrunk the size of government. We have 14% fewer state
I feel like
employees in
Asa Hutchinson has
Arkansas
the best
after
makeup
I
of the
left
night.
government than when I
Who?
took over as
He
governor
has like
8
the
years
best
ago.
makeup of the night.
I tell
He
that
does. He looks
because
great.
He looks
that's what we
good,
need
right?
in Washington, D.C.
Nikki
We
Haley,
need
too much
somebody who
rouge.
can actually
Oh, I
constrain
didn't
the growth
notice.
of the federal
Oh, you'll
government.
see it when
that
she's
can
back on
actually
camera. Too
reduce
much.
the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10% our federal non-defense workforce. That's a specific pledge to make that attacks the administrative state. And let me applaud some of the business partners that are here that have had success in business. But let me tell you, I've been a federal prosecutor. I've served our country in terms of being head of the DEA, in Homeland Security, in times of crisis. And while I think that that's experience that is important for the future of our country, to be the president of the United States that can lead with positive solutions and be held accountable.
Thank you. We have a lot of topics to get to, and I promise we're going to get to everyone if we play within the rules. Okay, next topic. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui after the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Hawaii's governor and White House officials said that climate change amplified the cost of human error.
And a tropical storm hit California for the first time in 84 years. The ocean hit 101 degrees off the coast of Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
So Alexander Diaz from Young America's Foundation has a question for you all.
Polls consistently show that young people's #1 issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican Party, calm their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about
Why is
climate
the Young
change?
America's Foundation
So we want
asking
to
about
start
climate
on this
change?
with
That
a
makes no
show of
sense.
hands. Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to start.
Whoa.
Oh,
Who said that? DeSantis?
Ron
I think that's the
DeSantis,
way to
yeah.
do. So
Good for
let me
him.
just say to Alexander this. First of all, one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled
really is
disasters
doing
in
well.
Florida,
I
you
have to
gotta
give
be
him credit. He's
activated.
doing
You got to
good.
be there. You got to be present. You got to be helping people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question.
So is that a yes or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No,
because
no,
the
I
climate
didn't
change
raise- I
agenda
didn't
is a
raise a
hoax. Let us be
Yes,
honest
but
as
that climate
Republicans.
change
I'm
hoax,
the only
bingo
person on the
word.
stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a
That's
hoax.
just ridiculous.
The climate change agenda is a hoax, and we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is, the anti-carbon
Oh
agenda
my
is the
God.
wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate
Governor
change.
Haley, are
That's
you
true.
bought and
Rate
paid
is
for?
down by
Hold on,
98%.
listen. Wait, hold on.
I've had enough. I've had enough already tonight.
Oh, here we
of
go.
A guy
Here we
who
go.
sounds like ChatGPT standing up here. The last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur standing on stage tonight.
Come on, give me a hug. Give me a hug just like you did to
Oh
Obama.
my God.
And you'll help elect me just like you did to Obama, too. Give me that
The
bear
same
hug, bro.
type of amateur.
Hold on. Governor Haley, would you like to respond? Are you
So,
bought
Brett,
and paid
what I
for?
would like to say is the fact that
Chris
I
Christie
think
doesn't even know what the question
this
is at this
exactly
point.
why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
See? Femininity, Joshua.
Oh, there we go.
First of all, we do care about clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the environment, then we need to start telling China and India that they have to lower their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies that Biden has put in all he's done is help China because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done. What that does, half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping the environment. You're putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China, you've got to stop polluting. And that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry.
Are you bought and paid
Absolutely not. I mean, here's what the American people deserve is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth being childish is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country. Number one, wait a second. Number two, as a kid who grew up in a single parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream real for kids who are devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life? I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America. If we want the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create
Tim Scott
10
is
million
boring.
new
He's
jobs in our
boring
Made
by
in America
comparison
plan, we
to the
will
other
have
ones.
a better economy and a better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America,
Do it quickly.
America has cut. I'm a Southern boy. I talk slow. So America. That was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to increase, Africa, 950 million people. India, over 1 billion. China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage? Devastating our own economy. Let's bring our jobs
I don't even know what he's
home.
talking
We have
about.
a lot of different
I know, he's a
topics to get
smooth
to.
test.
We do. We thank you all. Thank you, Senator Scott. So coming up next, the candidates will
Ooh,
weigh in.
maybe there
on
will
what
be
could
commercials.
Be a defining issue in the
We have a
2024
chance to
campaign.
debrief.
The first Republican debate continues moments away.
All right. Let's turn the volume down. Joshua, what do you think so far?
Well, we did get that side of Pence that we didn't see before.
Mhm.
And Chris Christie did act like he had that Uranian aspect when he went off on Vivek like that.
Oh my God, that just came out of nowhere. I was like, that was very New Jersey, Chris Christie. Like, that was so New Jersey, wasn't it?
It was so New Jersey, and he called him Chat GPT. Why?
Yeah. Just because Vivek has been accused of being robotic, but Vivek was like valedictorian in his high school, and his valedictory speech came out this week, and Vivek is exactly the same now as he was at 18 years old.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
Like, so, and Kino says, thank you for the super chat. I'm a Southern boy. I talk slow. Ding, ding. Accurate AF. Exactly, Kino. Exactly.
He seemed like he was on Quaaludes or some.
He
like,
does. Tim Scott
sedative.
is like, he's like very nervous. I don't feel any assertiveness. There's no executive presence coming off of him. I mean, he's very nice.
Right, but no that panache.
Exactly. There's not the special something.
Right.
You need
right,
to
right.
be president, right?
Yeah, I think DeSantis is doing beautifully.
DeSantis is doing great. I agree with you on that. I'm actually, I am shocked at DeSantis. He's taking charge. He's acting like a leader. He's getting some zingers in there.
Absolutely. Did you see him try to smile at the end of the first thing he said? He tried to crack a smile.
Oh, he's trying to be more likable.
He's lost weight, and he does look. I mean, he's become handsome.
I mean,
he has become handsome. I
and
think.
You can tell he's had some sort of training. They did a lot of debate prep, probably. I'm sure, but
oh yeah, because they probably told him you are not likable. Nobody likes you.
Jeff says, didn't Christie do the same thing to Rubio in 2016? Called out his robotic repetition. Oh, so this is like a Chris Christie thing that he does, apparently.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That makes sense. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. I'm sorry, what were you going to say about DeSantis?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they probably told him, his media people, you're not likable. You need to drop some weight. Next thing, he might get his ears. People have the ears like that. They get there's an operation.
Oh, that you can actually get an operation to do that?
Yeah, there's an operation people have for that. Yeah. I don't think he will at this point, but I mean, I'm sure it's crossed his mind.
What do you think about Vivek saying that climate change is a hoax?
I think it's great. I think it's very controversial, and I think he's probably going after Trump's demographic.
he definitely seems like the most relaxed to me. He kind of just seems like I'm just having a good time. Like you can like it doesn't seem like he's under a lot of pressure tonight. Whereas like some of the other ones, they definitely seem like they're under pressure.
Yeah. I think that's really an interesting thing. Well, did correct me? Did Trump say that it was a hoax or no?
I'm not sure if Trump has been that explicit about it, but I think that he thinks that.
Yeah.
Beth says, it makes me excited to go see DeSantis on Saturday. Beth is going to go see Ron DeSantis at a pizza parlor, apparently.
Oh, okay. To
That'll
make him even more like relatable, he's gonna have pizza now with people. I like it. Okay.
Apparently. But
yeah, well, maybe she should report back to us.
I think she probably will, definitely. And I think Nikki Haley is coming across as very spicy as well.
Oh, yeah. I think that I don't think that's the right way to go for this debate. I think she should really play up the femininity or the femaleness, because otherwise it's like, I don't know. I feel like her being a woman is really, it could be really advantageous for her to be the only chick on the stage. You know what I mean? And she seems to be one of the more aggressive ones. She's certainly more aggressive than Tim Scott.
Indeed. If Hunter S. Thompson was alive, he'd vote for Vivek. I think that that's true. I think Vivek's going to get a lot of new fans after tonight if he keeps going at this rate. But Ron DeSantis might win some people back. Who knows?
I would not be surprised. I think that he's really worked hard for this.
All right, guys, please go ahead and mount that like button for us. Let other people know to come join us. We're returning.
Abortion has been a
abortion. What could possibly go wrong?
The Dobbs decision.
Oh, right.
In 6 state referendums, all have upheld abortion rights in this country. And even in red states, there are more swing state referendums that are coming up as we head into the elections as well on this. So, Governor Haley, what do you say to your party and to your state, which today confirmed a 6-week abortion law as well, especially the impact on women suburban voters across this country?
Thank you, Martha. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children. So I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal, because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? Can't we all agree that we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion? Let's treat this like a respectful issue that it is, and humanize the situation and stop demonizing the situation.
Brett,
All right.
You're not mentioned.
That's all right.
Vice President Pence. Governor DeSantis, you signed a 6-week abortion ban in Florida. One of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right. I believe in a culture of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter in my wife's womb, and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids. What the Democrats are trying to do on this issue is wrong, to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different hospital. We're better than what the Democrats are selling. We are not going to allow abortion all the way up till birth, and we will hold them accountable for their extremism.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban federally?
I'm going to
No.
stand on the side of life. Look, I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence,
You didn't answer the question, Ron.
Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head. What?
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause. After I gave
Mike
my
Pence
life
is
to
gonna
Jesus
cry.
Christ
He's
as
gonna
my
cry.
Lord and Savior, I opened up the book and I read, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And see, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life." And I knew from that moment on, the cause of life had to be my cause. And I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as governor and as vice president. And to be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of leadership. When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states only issue.
Mike Pence
It's a
is a
moral
dick
issue.
tonight.
And I
He
promise
said that
you,
the
as
new side of
President of
him
the
we'd
United
see,
States,
right?
It
the
is. He's
American
being a
people
dick.
will have a champion for life in the Oval Office. Can't we have a minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed? A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people, but it's going to take unapologetic leadership that stands on principle and expresses compassion for women in crisis pregnancies. I'll do that as president of the United States.
He called my name, so I want to respond to that.
30 seconds.
So first of all, I will say it is in the hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people. We haven't had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legislation
But
to ban
70% of
abortion
the
after
Senate
a baby is
does
capable
not.
of experiencing pain.
Nikki Haley's looking like a boss
70%
bitch.
of the Senate does not.
She
You have to
is.
be honest with the American people.
15-week limit.
Let's get Governor Bergman for one
Yeah,
minute
Mike,
here.
I agree, Keno. I agree.
But the Supreme Court
Pence is
did
done. Yeah.
overturn
Yeah, I
Roe
agree.
v. Wade. And the result of that decision was that it went back to the states. So that's where it is right now. So as I understand it, you are not in favor of a federal ban. What do you say about the states? There's about 5 of them, including New Jersey, I think a few others, that allow abortion up until the time of birth.
I'm
though. If
kind
you
of
were
coming around to
president,
Nikki
would
for
you
VP.
be
I
able
really
to
am. A little
abide
bit.
by that?
A little bit.
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life governor of a very pro-life state. And this issue is, of course, very important. But I am on the record, and I
This is
stand
also a good
behind
point, Brian.
that we should not have a federal abortion ban. We should not. And the reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment in the Constitution. In the Constitution, which the states created the federal government, not the other way around, it says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, or importantly, or to the people. We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country. And we can't have Republicans who fight for 50 years for this great cause and to return it back to the states. And then the next day they turn around and go, no, the feds should do that, because the feds are stepping into people's lives. They're stepping into people's businesses over and over. If we say that the feds should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution, and this is returned to the states. This is where it should be.
But Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. So you're saying federally, it's all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's
Governor
why 50
Asa
states.
Hutchinson,
That's why
right
50
here.
states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all, the
No
Supreme
one cares,
Court gave it
Asa. I'm
back to
sorry.
the
No
elected
one cares.
representatives, whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress.
That's
so there is authority.
That was
and
a good
that's why
answer for
President
Burgum.
Biden is pushing for
I
a
think so.
Democrat proposal, which is, in essence, abortion on demand through the term. So they have their extreme position at a national level. It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well. Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life state in the nation. I signed 30 pro-life,
pro-life, okay.
pieces
Yeah.
of legislation while I was
You thought he
governor.
said pro-choice?
Every state can determine a different
No.
outcome here. And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about it in terms of compassion, in terms of protecting the life, and also understanding how we have to enhance adoption services, how we have to enhance maternal care. Those things we've done in Arkansas and are important for our nation's future.
There are a lot of issues that are very important. Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortions on demand up until the day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong. We must have a president of the United States.
It doesn't happen that often at all.
Advocate and fight for at the minimum a 15-week limit. I'm 100% pro-life conservative. I have 100% pro-life record. I got to tell you, though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us inalienable rights that include life. That is a list. That is an issue we must solve. We can't leave it to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois. We must solve that issue with a 15-week limit at a minimum.
Brett, I think we're all pro-life, but
Thank
what
you.
I would love is for someone to ask Biden and Kamala Harris, are they for 38 weeks? Are they for 39 weeks? Are they for 40 weeks? Because that's what the media needs to be asking.
All right, another issue is America and the crime crisis, the homelessness crisis. American cities are in decline. People are moving out as homelessness, drugs, crime move in. There are problems accelerated. They did accelerate during the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history. Vice President Pence, a lot of this began in the COVID era. How much of what we're seeing happening around this country is a result of those COVID lockdowns? And is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well, I think what's in part to blame is the Democrats have been talking about defunding the police for the last 5 years. And we ought to be funding law enforcement, particularly in our major cities, at unprecedented levels. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about the violence that's claiming innocent lives literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2025 if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those tax cuts, and we're going to close the Federal Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the states.
All right,
with a
I'm on
growing
board with closing the
economy
Department
and
of Education.
choice
First good
and
thing
cr-
Mike
and
Pence
law
has said all
enforcement,
night.
We will bring our cities back.
Governor Christie,
That's fine.
Another issue. This weekend here in Milwaukee, reports say there were 30 shootings, and a number of them including kids. Add that to the big increase in school shootings around the country. Democrats blame this crisis on easy access to guns. They also blame Republicans for blocking gun control legislation. What would President Christie do?
You know, I'm proud of the fact, Brett, that I'm the only person along with Governor Hutchinson up on this stage who's actually running United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban crime. And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities. Secondly, what we need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the laws apply to everybody. And when Hunter Biden fills out a fake application, a false application for a gun permit, and then is facing a 10-year mandatory minimum, which was mandated by legislation sponsored by his father, and then you have a Justice Department that walks away from those charges, we're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In a Christie administration, he would go to jail for 10 years.
What about a President Ramaswamy? What does a President Ramaswamy do about guns?
So the reality is we have a crime wave in this country and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine to do it? More cops in the streets who are on the streets able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulder for getting sued. And we also have a mental health epidemic in this country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel. It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here too. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. And I say this as a member of my generation. The problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic, is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when family, faith, patriotism, hard work have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top, saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime across this country.
He has the most executive presence of the entire stage. Am I wrong?
Identity crisis. Did that?
I think
We're not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled,
He's a little slight.
freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is
Well,
you might have.
I don't
some
know
others
about
like you might
that, and
have
I
on
don't
the
think it
stage,
makes a
it's Morning in
difference,
America
to be
speech. It
honest.
is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal, sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to
equating the
recognize
American
that in
people
order
with the
to actually
failed
win.
government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So, let me just finish addressing that slogan because I don't know what that slogan means. We need to shut down the administrative state. And Mark, that's actually how we translate it.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis. How do you stop crime?
Well, actually, crime's at a 50-year low in Florida.
Not in Miami.
We're happy with that. Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low. And so here's the thing. These hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons, because you have George Soros funding these radical left-wing district attorneys. They get into office and they say they're not going to prosecute crimes they disagree with. The inmates start
Like
running
Trump?
the asylum. There's one guy
Like Trump in
this
Georgia?
entire
Is that what you're
country
saying,
that's
Ron?
ever done
Like
anything
Trump?
about that. Me. When we had two of these district attorneys in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone. And as president, we are going to go after all of these people because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Okay.
How are you going to do that? You don't have control over them.
But Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors help neighbors. People understand each other. If a farmer gets sick, everybody comes together and helps them get the crop off. There's accountability. There's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back to get this country on track again.
Governor Hutchinson?
As former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America. And right now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city, there's three simple words that would be helpful. One, enforce the law when it comes to crime. Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl. And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming from Mexico, but it's also about education of our young people, making sure that we have the tools that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge of America, though, no one likes to see an America with smash and grab in our inner cities. As President of the United States, that will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined by attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system and saying he's aggrieved. And so we have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts at the top with the President of the United States.
And Asa Hutchinson just shot himself in the foot.
So, speaking
Bye,
of that, right now
Asa.
you are looking live at Fulton County Jail, where former President Donald Trump
We get
will
Trump's
be processed
mugshot tomorrow, Joshua.
So next
What?
we'll
We
have
get
an
Trump's
opportunity
mugshot tomorrow.
to talk about
Oh,
the coming trials of
fantastic.
I'm
Donald
putting it
Trump.
on a T-shirt.
You certainly are. 100%.
All right, I guess we have another commercial, so we can have another time to do more debrief.
I know.
This is going by so fast, isn't it?
It's so fast. I'm impressed.
So, what are your impressions so far?
I mean, I think it's very, very interesting. I think Pence, we're seeing a totally different side of him tonight. I think he's being quite the jerk. I certainly didn't like how Christie had just attacked Vivek like that.
Oh yeah, he was like Christie was out of line.
Right. Yeah. So I think, and we saw that with what we looked at with the charts, that he would show us a different side of him. Well, we saw Pence would show a different side of himself, and that Christie would be a little bit of a wild card. So we saw that. I gotta say, I'm really impressed by DeSantis.
DeSantis is having a good night. I will give him that. He's done some good debate prep.
I've never seen him more likable in my life. I think he looks fantastic. I would call him handsome at this point. And I think he's very, very well spoken and elegant and eloquent. And I don't know. I think he's doing the best. I'm afraid Vivek could be coming off as a little bit too amateurish.
See, I love the way he's coming off. I do. I mean, and I understand that because he's definitely coming across off like as different than the other candidates. But for me, like I see it as having presence.
Yeah.
Like he knows what he wants to say. I think he's not afraid to put bold ideas out there, and I think he's getting into it with some people. I don't know.
I just wonder if we've seen anything like this before, because, and it's not that it's bad that we haven't, but it's sort of a matter of, if we want people to vote for him, he probably needs to align more with what we've seen previously. Or do you disagree?
I mean, what do you mean in terms of what we've seen previously?
You know, with previous presidents, like either Trump, for instance, or
I think he's trying to be the Trump role. I think he's trying to be Trump on the stage because Trump obviously isn't there. Someone's got to play that role of like, you know, being a little boisterous, being a little out there. And I feel like, you know, Chris Christie tried to do it. He just looked like a dick. Mike Pence tried to do it. He just looked like a dick. I don't think Vivek is looking like a dick.
No. I think that what you see and you like of him, I'm a little concerned. He seems a little bit cavalier.
He is coming across as a little relaxed. Yeah. Like a little bit like,
laissez-faire. You know what I mean? And I think you like that. And for me, that makes me nervous.
I can understand that perspective as well. Mandatory Carey says, keep fighting. Thank you, Mandatory Carey, for that. Tim Scott is really underwhelming me, though, I have to say. Like, really underwhelming. Yes.
So boring. Like, I feel like when we saw his chart, he has Pluto, Uranus. I think that he could be too aggressive. And I think that maybe that's what he's doing. He's playing it really, really quiet and low because he's afraid of coming across as angry black man or too aggressive. I wonder if that's it.
That's what I was wondering. Like, if he's really trying to temper his own aggression and it's just coming across as like dead.
Way too diffused.
Yeah. Like there's just nothing there.
Exactly. Like he has no pulse. DeSantis is doing, I feel like he's being aggressive, but also articulate. I think he's really doing brilliantly. He's impressing me more than anybody else right now.
I'm still not going to vote for him, but I think he's doing really well. He's having a good night, which he quite frankly really needed to have a good night.
Oh yeah. And with all that he's put into this campaign, I mean, he has worked really, really hard for this. So who's to say? But we also have another hour left, so everything could switch.
I guess
You
we'll
know?
see. Are you going to
It'll-
stick around for the second hour?
Yes, I will.
We're going to get you for the whole debate, Joshua.
You might get me for the whole debate. I might have to take a little, go to the psychic room.
Go to the little psychics room. That's all right.
Yeah, I might have to do that. But otherwise, now this time, okay, when we start. Oh, actually, I got to do it from Milwaukee. I'll find out the rising sign for this second hour to see if that's going to change anything.
Excellent. Well, it looks like we're about to come back. So I'm going to turn up the volume.
We cover the stories nobody else will.
Guys, please do make sure to mount that like button for me if you have not already. And please make sure you subscribe to Joshua's YouTube channel. I did put a link in the description. If you don't see it, just click refresh. It'll show right up. And then I'd put the link on Rumble as well. We appreciate you being here tonight, Joshua. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Carlin. This is awesome. I wouldn't normally watch this debate. You know that, right?
Well, this is more fun, right? When you're doing it live on the internet.
I'd watch the highlights, but not the whole
primary debate. Policy discussions the Americans want to hear you all on. China,
Thoughts, Mom.
Ukraine,
Check her text.
immigration,
Check your
education.
text, Thoughts, Mom.
But we are going to take a brief moment and
Delivering
talk about
letters.
the elephant not in the room.
Oh, good. Trump. The elephant not in the room.
Has been indicted in 4 different states.
They're talking about
on
Trump.
91
Ooh.
counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County Jail for charges relating to the 2020 election loss.
You all signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee.
Fox is a little pissy
If
about this.
former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Raise your hand, Vivek. Yes! Yes!
Whoa!
Yeah. Oh, did Scott? Even Mike Pence, I think he went like, Mike Pence went like this, he put it down.
Hold on.
What's up with that?
Governor Christie, you were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand.
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And
not
I know
this.
you didn't.
Whoa. No.
What's
And then look, look, here's the bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now, whether or not
Chris Christie.
whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
You're from New Jersey, Chris Christie.
And you know,
Jesus Christ.
this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Just knew he was going to get booed.
Support him.
I'd like to get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century.
Yes.
It's a fact. And Chris Christie, honest to God, your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man.
Good for him.
Want to see a bunch of people
Yes.
blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country. They could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong.
That's
We
right,
should end the
Vivek.
weaponization of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Look, you know, let me tell you
No, I'm sorry.
something.
30 seconds, Governor
You
Christie.
make me laugh because
Goes
you
both
sit,
ways, brother.
you sit here in an answer. You sit here in an answer.
Boo!
You sit here in an answer.
Hello?
Hold on, Governor
Get
Christie.
wrecked, Chris Christie.
So listen.
Look, they're
The
shaming
more
the
time
audience.
we spend doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk about. So let's just get through this section.
Why can't
Governor
Christie
Christie.
answer the question?
You sit here
everyone's
talking
booing
about
him.
how you want to stand up for the rule of law
Yes.
and law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
That is not true.
It's very true. I read it,
Because
and
there's
I
a
know.
difference
Look,
between bad behavior and illegal
by the way,
behavior, Chris. And you as a
by the way,
prosecutor should know better.
Yeah, you know what? I know a lot
There's
better.
a difference between bad behavior.
And I know a lot better than you do. You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing. We've stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said,
Your MSNBC contributor.
he said, Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution.
Chris Christie is so
Now,
triggered
the
by
oath
that.
you take
Triggered.
is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
We have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right. So President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day, the vice president moved forward with the certification of the election. So do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing?
Eyebrow.
Senator Scott, do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two, we should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that, no one has confidence in our justice system. 17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. We keep seeing not only the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings. They're called, under this DOJ, they're called domestic terrorists.
Firing Christopher Wray,
that's not
shut down the FBI. Actually have the courage to get it right.
Mr. Ramaswamy. Let me finish my comments.
Yes.
Not only that, in addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
We have an important
But Governor
question still
DeSantis,
to
do you
answer.
believe that Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th?
So here's what we need to do. We need to end the weaponization of these federal agents.
But that's not
I
the
will do
question.
that.
That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing.
You can answer the
This
question.
election is not about January 6th of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025 when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country.
Right.
I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you focus on the mission above all else. You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward, and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in November
Did not answer
2024.
the question. Did not answer the question.
Vice President Pence,
The mission of the President
what
of
do
the
you think,
United
Vice
States
President?
is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So answer the question.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on
I'm relieved.
going forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis,
Democrats would love that, and they will win if we
Governor
let them get away with
DeSantis.
it.
Okay. Fair point, Ron DeSantis. Fair point.
Him ragging around this country, and we're going to hold him accountable.
Let me just say, Governor DeSantis, we spent an hour talking about policy. Former President Trump is beating you by 30, 40 points in many polls. So it is a factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection. This is something that could disqualify him under our rules and under the Constitution. And so, obviously, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution. And that's consistent with RNC rules. And I hope everybody would agree with me.
We're going to get to a lot more time.
We're going to move on. No, we're going to.
Martha, can I answer the question?
Can I get in on that?
Okay, I'd like to answer.
You have already been on it, Vice President Pence.
All right, I'd like to answer the question
Go
you
ahead.
asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution, and he deserves not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of office and the Constitution of the United States before personal, political, and unfair pressure. And the argument that we need to have in this party before we can move on to the issues that Ron talked about is we have to dispense with the person who said that we need to suspend the Constitution to put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no.
That's never going to happen, Chris Christie.
Nope.
Never going to happen, bro. Come on. Never going to happen.
Pence did the right thing that day or not?
Yeah,
I do think
exactly.
that Vice President Pence
Chris
did the
Christie,
right
the
thing, and
Christie
I do
Pence
think
campaign.
that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, I mean, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is that it is time for a new generational conservative leader. We have to look at the fact that 3/4 of Americans don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden. And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America.
What?
We can't win a general election.
I don't think
that
that's
way.
true, Nikki. He wouldn't be beating you all by 60 points if he was the most disliked politician in America.
Happy to answer the question. Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. But I would say you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education. We are. China is the number one threat to our country. And every minute that these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the past.
Okay, as promised, we were going to spend a few questions on it, let people say what they wanted to say. And now, indeed, we are moving on to the subject.
The U.S. has committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was
You
kind of
did
involved.
you answered on this.
You did say
answer.
something.
Yeah.
We thought you were done, but you
No, I
please.
wasn't done.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage who had the courage to actually say it. That is
Good move, Vivek. Good move.
And turn the page forward. That's
Donald
exactly
Trump
right.
will be convicted of these crimes.
He's not going to be convicted, Mike.
The same justice system that was this
Vivek, there's
corrupt.
a difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. Who can answer a question?
I've actually given pardons when I was governor of the state of Indiana. It usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may,
He won't answer. Mike Pence won't answer.
It's not about looking back at
because he
January
wouldn't do
2021. It's about January 20th, 2017. I put my left hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible. I raised my right hand. And I took an oath to
Mike
support and
Pence is
defend the Constitution of
angry.
the United States.
He's angry. Do
And
you
it
guys
ended
see
with
this?
a prayer, so help me God. It was a promise that I made to the American people, but I also made it to my Heavenly Father.
Oh, God.
Every day for 4 years, I sought to keep that oath. And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job
Literally,
and
oh,
the
God.
confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law. And President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to. And we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people deserve to know that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally.
He's fine.
Power
He's
that no
using the
vice
little
president of
psychic
American
room. He's
history had
fine.
ever
He'll be back.
exercised or taken.
No,
He
he'll
asked
be
me
back.
to put him
He's
over
fine.
the Constitution. And
Yeah.
I chose the
Super chat for
Constitution,
my dad.
and I always will. I had no
Vice
right to
President Pence.
overturn the election.
That was great.
And Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Thank you, Vice
You
President
ain't beating
Pence.
no one, Mike. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen.
Now we are moving on to other issues.
Let's talk
The
about
U.S. has
education.
committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine
Oh,
war.
no.
The administration is now asking Congress for $24 billion more. Regardless of that, the specifics of that plan, is there anyone on stage who would not support the increase of more funding to Ukraine?
We would not
Yes,
support it.
look at how high Vivek's hand went. Vivek, only one on the stage who doesn't want to fund
Mr.
Ukraine
Ramaswamy.
anymore. Thank you.
But you're saying you would not too, Governor DeSantis?
I will have Europe pull their weight.
But you
Right
would-
now, they're not
The rest
doing
of
it.
them are
And I think
fucking
we need to do it.
warmongers.
And I think
All
our
of
support
them.
should be contingent on them doing it. And I would have support in China to be able to take China and do what we need to do with China.
China.
so
You would not
happy.
support an increase of funding to Ukraine.
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous, that we are protected
Yes.
against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America.
Oh,
We
that
are
was
driving
brilliant.
Russia further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago
all right,
or
Brett.
Kensington.
Ooh.
I think that we have to put the
Amen.
interests of Americans first.
He was referring-
Secure our own border instead of somebody else's.
He was referring-
And the reality is, this is also how we project strength
And he
by
says
making
we're
America
using
strong at home.
Thank you.
All right, we
We're
heard,
gonna
we
go-
heard the names.
let's-
Governor
let's
Christie
go to-
first.
All right.
Yeah.
Look, I did go to Ukraine, and I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena tonight and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of
They
them
are
was
all
filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside to make over 20,000 who have been abducted, stolen, ripped from their mothers and fathers, and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight their own families. They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men, and then gone into those homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans. This is the Vladimir Putin. This is the Vladimir Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius. If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world, we will be next.
Hold on. You were
I have a question
were
for
mentioned.
Governor Haley. We'll come back.
Vice President Pence was mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, let me be clear. Anybody that thinks that we can't solve the problems here in the United States and be the leader of the free world has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth.
That is incorrect.
We can do both, Vivek. We've done both. We've been the leader of the free world and the arsenal of democracy for years. The Reagan Doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing
exactly
to fight the
the
communists
opposite
on
of
your
America
soil,
first.
we'll give you the means to fight
Mike
them there
Pence is
so
like
our troops
undoing
don't have
Trump's
to fight
foreign
them.
policy
Vivek,
right
if
before
we did a
you.
giveaway
Judas!
that you want to
Judas,
give to Putin to give
traitor!
him his land, it's not going to be too long before he rolls across a NATO border, and frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go and fight him. I want to let the Ukrainians fight and drive Putin and the Russians back out into Russia.
I want to just
So our
briefly
troops
address
aren't gonna have
Pence.
to make that
Vice
fight.
President Pence. I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990.
Did I say
The real
USSR?
threat, you talked about the communists, and the real communists that we have to address
Do you
right
not
now
have
is
any
the
idea what Vladimir Putin's aims
you
are?
already spoke. Now I actually have something to say.
Vladimir Putin has been saying he wants to reestablish
Shut
the
up,
old
Mike.
Soviet sphere
You've made
of
your point,
influence.
Vice President.
Vice
Now, if
President
you think
Pence.
I'm sorry if I insulted him by calling him a communist. He is a dictator and a murderer, and the United States of America needs to stand against authoritarianism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, 30 seconds.
Respond. The real threat we face today is communist China, and we are driving Russia further into China's arms. The Russia-China military alliance is the single greatest threat we face. Nobody in either political party is talking about it, and I am the only non-neocon on this stage who will keep us out of war.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear. Mr. Vice President,
is to give Russia
Mr. Vice
everything
President.
they
Shut
got.
up, Mike.
Mr. Vice President.
Give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO, and then somehow
Mr. Vice President.
China will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
Mr. Vice
and
President.
America needs to stand for freedom.
Okay.
Really?
Here we go.
Really?
When-
Mike
when
Pence
we
exposed
hear
neocon
this
shill,
bell-
neocon warmonger.
That means your time's done. So, Mr. Vice President, we appreciate your aggressiveness here. 30 seconds is 30 seconds. Mr. Ramaswamy, you were mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
So the reality is that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States of America. And I think that the same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War, you cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland.
All right.
That will be my top priority in foreign
I think
policy.
we gave you more
Protect
than
this
the 30
homeland.
seconds in the rebut. So I do want to get to some other people because everybody, we respect everybody's time here. So Governor Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you would support more funding for the Ukraine war. You have said of Governor DeSantis that you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute. Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to know the difference between good and evil. Right. When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about what has been given to Ukraine, less than 3.5% of our defense budget has been given to Ukraine. If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the US. But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics, and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't do that to
Yes,
friends.
we should absolutely
what
stop
you do
funding
instead
Israel.
is you
Yes.
have the backs of your friends. Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said, once Russia
Nikki
takes
Haley
Ukraine,
is
Poland
a
and the Baltics are next.
neocon.
That's a world war. We're trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin did today.
You're not trying to
He
prevent
killed
war, Nikki. You're trying to
Prigozhin.
perpetuate it.
When I was at the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer over a pro-American country.
First of all,
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 30 seconds. Mr. DeSantis,
Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
I'm not
But the fact of the matter,
on Raytheon, and
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week,
You want
Nikki.
to go and defund Israel? You want to
Okay,
give
let me
Taiwan
address
to
that.
China?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Go and give
I'm going to
Ukraine
address
Russia?
each of those.
She's looking a little histrionic right now, isn't she? She's looking a little shrill.
Under your watch,
So the
you will make
reality is-
America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what?
It shows.
Nikki Haley's inner neocon is coming out right now. Holy shit. Yes. Nikki Haley was on our VP list for half an hour. She is now off our VP list.
Then by the end of my first term. But it's not a client relationship.
Holy shit.
It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on this stage. You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity and an Iron Dome to protect their homeland. And so, yes, I want to learn from the friends that we're supporting. And what puzzles me is, I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
It's not our job to pay for Israel, Nikki.
Okay, Governor
It's not our
DeSantis,
job to pay for them.
Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute. Not only
No, it's not a territorial dispute
President
either.
of the United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people who are being killed because we're not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
we're actually going to move on to China. We're going to talk about China.
Okay.
Governor Burgum, China has the biggest navy in the world, the biggest army in the world. Now they have warships off the coast of Alaska. They are threatening Taiwan. In coming years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads, it's believed. The U.S. just arrested 2 sailors accused of spying for China within our military. So the question is, how would you deter China as a president, Burgum?
Well, this is the number one issue we're facing. And of course, we haven't been talking about it. And we act like that letting Russia win in the Ukraine is like a gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do it? The Biden administration is a complete fail. China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country. So they don't have energy security or food security. But the Biden administration sends Blinken, Yellen over there. They're over there. They don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here. And what we need to do is not meetings, not press releases, because something that would send a lot more than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength is that you actually have strength. You actually have deterrence. And what we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrence fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the fact that he green-lighted Putin moving into Ukraine, and then now they see weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move. And we have to be strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine, and we can solve the southern border. Absolutely, we can do that, because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staff because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the IRS as opposed to giving the money and the support we need to our own Border Patrol.
Okay. Senator Scott on China, that same question.
Can I speak about China?
Let's fire the 87,000 IRS agents and hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona about 2 weeks ago. The most pressing need of the American people from a national security standpoint is our southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl, plus 6 million illegal crossings since President Biden has taken office, and 200 people on our national security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spend $10 billion, we could finish the wall. For $5 billion more, we could have the military-grade technology to surveil our southern border to stop the flow of fentanyl and save 70,000 Americans a year. That should be the priority of this government. And as the next president of the United States, I will make that border wall complete.
There are many more questions on China. I do want to ask about.
I want to say I couldn't agree more. It's not just the 70,000 from fentanyl. We've lost 200,000 people to overdoses since Biden took office. That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic, but these are sons and daughters, nieces and nephews that we're losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there flying night helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop these transnational criminal organizations. They've got better funding on their side than we've got on our side.
Speaking of which, Governor Hutchinson, images from earlier this month, Governor Hutchinson,
with Mexico,
Vice President Pence,
policy.
images from earlier this month. Vice
Mike
President
Pence is like
it really
shouting
doesn't
and no
help.
one's
I'm asking
listening.
a question.
He's
Earlier
so
this
angry.
month, images showed suspected cartel members crossing into Texas with rifles. Do you consider this an invasion? Would you authorize lethal force along that border?
There would be lethal force used by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border. Absolutely. When you look at the military has to be used for intelligence gathering purposes. This is not unusual. Whenever I was in the Bush administration, we went down there and met with President Vicente Fox of Mexico and asked his help in going after the cartels. And he looked at me and said, they're a problem to us as well. And so we joined together and we took down the Ariana Felix brothers leading the Tijuana cartel. And that made a difference. Ramon was shot and killed and Ben Amin was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be
Christie left to
successful
get
going
himself a
against the
sandwich.
cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner. We have to use economic pressure to accomplish that. President Obrador has not been helpful, and we have to use economic pressure that this administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done. The military has to be limited in its use. When after 9/11, we had the global war on terror, and guess what? We protected the border at the same time. You can do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor DeSantis. So as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out drug cartel operations? Would you support that kind of American military use?
Yes, and I will do it on day one. Here's the thing. The cartels are killing tens of thousands of our fellow citizens. You want to talk about a country in decline? You have the cartels controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as Commander-in-Chief to protect our country and to protect the people. So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady in Texas named Tracy, and her son took one Percocet that was laced with fentanyl, immediately died. That is happening all across this country because of the poison that they are bringing in. So as president, would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
You know, Vice President Pence, why would you be better at this issue than Governor DeSantis? Governor DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
Right. Look, we secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. When Joe Biden took over, he threw open the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of fentanyl that's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across this country. But Martha, you began this evening talking about who is best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And I have to tell you, with all humility, I was there when we negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating on Capitol Hill around the clock. I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy on behalf of the President of the United States. And AC, you're so right. It's because we used economic pressure to bring the Mexicans to the table, and they allowed us to have people wait in Mexico while they applied for asylum and ended asylum abuse overnight. We got the Mexicans to deploy their National Guard to their southern border and to our southern border as never before. And I want to promise you, as President of the United States of America, I will engage Mexico the exact same way, and we will partner with the Mexican military, and we will hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. Another issue that is related to this is that almost 7 million migrants have crossed this border, our southern border, during the Biden administration. So, Governor Christie, what would you do about the 7 million who are here? How would you handle them? What would you do?
Look, Martha, the first thing we need to do is to stop any more from coming. That's the first thing we need to do. Then the next thing we need to do with the folks that are here is to, again, as we've talked about all night tonight, we have to have law and order in this country. We have to enforce the law. And what that means is to make sure that people who come here illegally are not rewarded for being here illegally. We have so many wonderful people from around the world who are waiting in line, following the law to try to come here and pursue the American dream. And those people are waiting and waiting and waiting because we haven't dealt with the problem of the folks who are here. We have to have them detained. We have to make sure that they are not rewarded for having broken the law. And one last thing on this fentanyl issue. With China, we can't take our eye off of that ball. Right. Yes, it's important that we secure the border. Very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens. The Chinese are engaging in an act of war against us, killing our citizens. We better make that priority one in our conversations with China and to try to straighten that relationship out, because if we don't, we're going to lose more and more of our citizens.
I just want to clarify, would you send those people back?
Of course. You'd have to.
We have a lot of issues that Americans care about. Next up, we're going to talk about the crisis in education.
Oh, good.
As millions
Finally,
of
something I
American
care
children
about.
are not proficient in reading or math after this.
All right. Well, I found that to be a little bit of a lackluster segment, Joshua. How did you feel about that?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I just can't get over how usually Pence comes across as almost like neutral, like you don't like him and you don't necessarily hate him, but you don't like him and you don't you know what I'm saying? He's usually not as so derisive. He seems so unlikable tonight.
I mean, it almost feels like he was like surprised to get the pushback that he got. And so then he just started like overcompensating and getting more and more aggressive. And it's like, it almost reeks of desperation now. Like, I think like this has been like a disaster of a night for Mike Pence. And he's also talking more than almost anyone else, which is surprising to me because like Vivek and like DeSantis are trying to be more aggressive. But Mike Pence is actually talking more than anyone else. And it's just not coming across well.
Were you surprised with all the applause that Pence got?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's gotten a lot of boos too, so I don't think that I don't think that the applause might mean what he might think it means. I don't know.
I see.
I could be wrong, but I don't think Mike Pence is coming across well tonight at all.
No, I think he's really unlikable. I think that he did better being the nice guy. Maybe when he was with Trump, he was playing more soft because we're used to seeing him next to Trump, and Trump is obviously more aggressive. I think that Pence does well when he does play the nice guy. He was so diplomatic in the debates that I saw him last in for the last election.
You almost have to feel sorry for Mike Pence because Mike Pence was like Trump's puppy dog for 4 years, and you just know that killed him inside. And now he's like, this mother effer has destroyed my political career.
Yeah.
I mean, Rottweiler says, I want more enchiladas from Mexico, not drugs. Chris Christie, probably.
Yes, well, I would have to agree. Bring on the enchiladas for sure.
I agree with that. Now, I will say, like, Nikki Haley basically got in a fight with Vivek.
Well, yeah, because she wants us to give plenty of money to Ukraine, and Vivek essentially is like, no, right? Is that the gist of it?
That's basically it. Like Nikki Haley's inner neocon came out like in spades, and you can just see like Nikki Haley has never been so passionate about something as it is funding foreign wars in Israel. And it's like, if that's the thing that you're most passionate about, I just think that that's a problem.
Right. And essentially, it's a really interesting point. I mean, it would be really interesting to really flesh that out, like her logic and his logic. I mean, where do you stand on that? Do you think that because we are allies that we should be funding these other countries that aren't ours?
I am completely against all foreign aid at this point. Like I have and that includes Israel. I don't think we should be funding Israel. I don't think we should be funding Ukraine. We have given more than enough money to Ukraine. We've given far more money than I ever would have given them, which was like 0 in my book. And I say that as someone who's married to a Ukrainian.
Right.
And it's just like, I'm against all this. It's not our responsibility. We shouldn't have to pay for it.
But her point, I guess, is that because we're allies, that we need to help them in order to stay on their good side, which seems to me like almost blackmail.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like a hostage situation. It's like, why do we have to pay for everything? Why? Like other countries in the world can step up. Like, why is it the United States' responsibility to pay for everything when we're not even involved in it in the first place?
Right. It's sort of like being the policeman of the world. I mean, do we really need to do that?
I don't think so. What do you think?
I mean, I don't think so either. But then again, I think it's one of those things, great power comes great responsibility, because we are so powerful and we are the most powerful country. I think if only to maintain our status as such, we do have to sort of step up to the plate when it calls for it. I think the question is, when does it call for it?
Yeah. I don't think Israel needs our funding. I like, if Vivek says this, he's like, oh, we got to come back. Never mind. Sorry, I didn't notice. Sorry.
Year-olds, Governor DeSantis, you would eliminate, you said, the Department of Education.
Yes.
But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix this crisis as we see it?
No.
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline. We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And in Florida, we stood up for what was right. First, we had schools open during COVID, and a lot of the problems that we've seen are because these lockdown states lock their kids out of school for a year and a half. That was wrong. We stood up. I took a lot of fire for that. I was pilloried by the media, but I stood for our kids. And as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well. But we have to make sure that what our schools are doing is focusing on solid academics. In Florida, we eliminated critical race theory from our K through 12 schools. We eliminated gender ideology from our K through 12 schools. And we have elevated the importance of American civics in teaching our kids about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. As president, I'm going to lead an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be graduating students that don't have any foundation in what it means to be an American.
Mr. Ramaswamy, Mr. Ramaswamy, hold on, Senator Scott. You've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the ATF, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, the Department of Commerce, many of these should not exist.
That's correct.
So to the education question, how would you deal with the crisis?
So look, we have a crisis of achievement. Let's shut down the head of the snake, the Department of Education.
Yes.
Take that $80 billion, put it in the hands of parents across this country. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the teachers' unions at the local level to allow public schools to compete. And then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that, frankly, every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country.
Yes, Vivek.
And the fact of the matter is, look, there's a part of education policy that also rests with the family. I didn't grow up in money, but the word privilege gets used a lot. Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of 2 parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement. And I want every kid to enjoy that. So part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to an epidemic of fatherlessness. And I think that goes hand in glove with the education crisis as well, because we have to remember education starts with the family, and the nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind.
That was an awesome answer. He nailed that out of the park.
Governor Haley has said that biological boys playing in girls' sports is the women's issue of our time. You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed. Are you saying that you think that too much is made of this issue?
No, I'm saying in North Dakota, we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state. But I would absolutely do that. But I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a federal government one size fits all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by states. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district, state, and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false.
Most
when
teachers
I was
are indoctrinating
building a company
people.
from scratch, with
Doug
small
doesn't know
town
what he's
kids, and we
talking
went,
about.
grew up in a town of 300, but we built a
Sorry,
global company
disqualified.
in 132 countries with over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of a state budget.
Yeah.
So as a governor, I go, I
Boo.
shadow a student. I don't, the night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit and lecture school districts how to do it. I go and see the experience. And there's a lot of things that have to change. But what needs to change in education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago with innovation, not regulation. I would get rid of the Department of Education. I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them on merit based on who's doing the most innovative. I just got done holding the 7th annual Governor's Conference on Innovation Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut loose the red tape, get the burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're fighting for those kids and their families.
Governor Haley, you said that this is the women's issue of our time.
First, I'll tell you, as a parent, the one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these things, and there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to get these kids reading. If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation all over this country. We need transparency in the classroom because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the classroom. Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools. Let's teach our kids to build things again.
That's a really good point.
When we do that and we allow that innovation, that's when it'll get back. And yes, I will always say I'm going to fight for girls all day long because strong girls become strong women become strong leaders, and biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of our girls.
We're going to start the lightning round, and the first question is going to go to you, Vice President. So this is a lightning round of questions, 30-second answers, please.
Ooh.
President Biden will be 82 years old on Inauguration Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve, Vice President Pence?
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody in Washington, D.C. pass a mental and but 30 seconds, no. The American people can make those judgments. But let me say, I'm running for president of the United States because we don't need a president who's too old, and we don't need a president who's too young. We need a president who's been there. We need a president who knows how Congress
takes
works,
care of that,
how
Mike.
the White House works, how states work. And on this education issue, Martha, I was fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education.
Oh, yeah.
I'll also shut down the Federal Department of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size of the largest school choice program in America, and we'll give school choice to every family in America when I'm in the White House.
This is a lightning round, Mr. Ramaswamy. I think you were mentioned there. You're 38. You're the youngest on the stage. You've said, and you just said, you want a civics test or public service for those under 25 to be able to vote. So the question is, do you want a mental acuity test for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and somebody who's actually a thinking agent in the White House, which we don't have in there today. And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence's comment. I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way I've run this campaign. going to the south side of Chicago, to Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia, where traditional Republican candidates don't go. We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic working class majority to deliver a landslide. And I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old, black or white, to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution. We're going to do it in 2024.
Same question to you, Governor.
Never voted in a presidential election.
Oh my God,
I
Mike!
will answer that.
Shut
I will
up!
answer that.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
30 second quick answer.
You guys need to get control of this debate.
Everybody's going to get a chance.
Listen, we're getting control of the debate. This is a lightning round, not rolling thunder. Governor Hutchinson, you have 30 seconds on the same question.
On education, first of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you compete with China. As President of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science for the benefit of our kids, and we can compete with China in terms of technology.
Thank you, sir. This is going to go to this is coming to you. We're trying to do a quick round of different topics here. So, Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before tonight. So, is there a role for a president of the United States in changing that? What would you do to change that?
Well, our nation was founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest nation on God's green earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine. Our responsibility should be to model the behavior we want others to follow. On education, the only way we change education in this nation is to break the backs of the teachers' unions. They are standing in the doorhouse of our kids, locking them into failing schools and locking them out of the greatest future they could have.
As President, Governor DeSantis, would you support some mandatory military service for all Americans?
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by September 11th, and I deployed to Iraq alongside U.S. Navy SEALs in places like Fallujah, Ramadi. And it's something that I think has taught me, you know, when you go in that type of environment, anything you have, your personal agenda, you check it at the door. You go there, and it's about focusing on the mission above all else. And guys come together, and they get it done. And that's how I would view being the president of the United States. It's not about me. It's not about all these other side issues. My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's decline.
Okay, now for something a little out of this world, and this is for you.
UFOs!
Governor Christie, do you believe that the
Yay!
recent spike in UFO encounters
Aliens!
UFO question?
Come on, man. But okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously. And we're hearing that, you know, there are things going on that people aren't aware of. So, if you were president, Governor Christie, would you level with the American people about what the government knows about these possible encounters?
Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects and Martians. We're different, but we're not that different. Look, of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President of the United States is to be a role model for our children and our grandchildren. And so whether it was UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them down to an all-time low popularity rating because they were putting themselves before our kids. That is the biggest threat to our country, not UFOs.
Okay. Well, coming up, we've got closing arguments. Plus, right after the debate, Hannity is live from the spin room right here in the Fiserv Forum with reaction from...
All right. Joshua, we're coming down to it. 10 minutes left with closing arguments. Who is your winner tonight so far?
Well, so far for the debates, I got to be honest. I feel like if DeSantis's policies weren't so extreme and terrifying, I would like him.
What do you mean about his policies being extreme and
Well, I
terrifying?
think that I think he's on a war path, I think, for ultra conservative values, and I think that can be very, very scary. However, I think that if his policies were more lenient and more chill, a little bit more like Trump, I probably would like DeSantis better than all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, anyway, because he makes me feel the most secure out of everybody on that stage.
I mean,
He's
I definitely
adamant and grounded.
I definitely do think he's having like a really great night. I like Vivek is just like doing everything I wanted him to do. I mean, I understand he's being a little bit spicy and a little bit lax, and some people might look down on that. But like, I feel like Vivek has come off as incredibly strong. He's the only one giving interesting answers.
Yeah, well, I guess my concern about Vivek, and I do like him, but like for instance, the Reagan. I mean, come on. He doesn't remember Reagan. He doesn't know. So what he's doing is he's really pandering to his audience. Like, he's very, very smart, and he knows what people want to hear. He's trying to hit the young people. He's trying to hit the old people who loved Reagan. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I feel like I hate to say it because I know you like him, and I do like him too. But I feel like there's just something that is a little bit, let me say, what is going to get me closer to candidacy. Do you know what I mean? Like, but in a disingenuous kind of way. Do you know what I mean?
To disagree with me.
No, I know. So many people I know do like Vivek, and I want to like him too. But a part of me is a little bit scared if he's saying these things that are trying to get people to vote for him. Like, is he going to have the wherewithal in office to actually lead our country? Because the game is different. The game right now is to get people to like him so they vote for him. But once he's in office, it's a whole other game. And I mean, at least DeSantis, and again, I don't like DeSantis because of his policies, but he does have a lot more experience, I like the idea of somebody being governor before they are president, or you know what I mean?
I mean, fair enough. Jetty's gonna yank you with it. Says predicted shows Vivek at 14 and Ron DeSantis at 16. So I guess Ron DeSantis is doing a little bit better on predicted tonight than Vivek is, but I'm still okay with that because I still think Vivek is better. And Tayton says the North Dakota governor earned my respect. I mean, he had it for me all the way up until he was like, not every teacher is indoctrinating people, and I'm like, okay, maybe not 100% of teachers are indoctrinating people, but like if you aren't going after teaching as a profession, I just don't take you seriously anymore.
Right.
That's how I feel. Tim Scott has been basically ignored.
Well, he's been such a snore fest. Like, why doesn't he have a pulse? I think that's a little bit scary too, because I think that you need somebody that's fiery and really, really adamant and passionate. And I feel like he might be trying to downplay his aggression, but I don't think that it's serving him.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
DeSantis is articulate. He's aggressive. He got wicked good looking compared to what he looked like before. I mean, I think that at this point he's handsome, and I think I'm sorry, but I do think that we are a visual medium, so we need to like the way these people look. We don't want to be looking like, that's the reason why they say Hillary didn't win. Nobody didn't win. We didn't want to look at a woman aging for 4 years, and we know how like presidents age. That's what they say.
Well, speaking of liking the way people look, Kino says, Josh, I love you in a hetero way, but Vivek has done more on a grassroots front than any other candidate. I agree with that. Vivek has been all over the place doing events. And I think he looks, I mean, he's not exactly my type, but I think Vivek looks very handsome tonight.
Oh, I do too. I do too. But I think in terms of Kino's comment, I'm concerned because the grassroots stuff, I don't think that really prepares you for a presidency. Not that I would want Pence, who would probably be the most qualified on that stage, just because he shadowed the president for 4 years.
And one more thing Tayton says, but he did say abolish the DOE. Well, we'll take what we can get. Indeed. Okay, so I guess we're coming back for the last part of the debate.
Ooh.
Let's listen to their closing arguments.
The Reagan Foundation and Rumble to bring you the second Republican presidential debate on September
Rumble
27th.
is sponsoring the second debate.
Nice there. 20 years ago, 70% of American adults said they were extremely proud.
Oh, Jan, did you send a super chat? I apologize. I didn't see it.
That number has now plummeted to just 39%. In his pitch to get to the Oval Office, President Reagan called America the shining city on a hill,
Chris
a
Christie
beacon of
will
hope
eat the aliens
and
too.
optimism.
Indeed,
So in your
Jan.
closing statement tonight, please tell American voters
The
why you are the
Vivek
person
show
who
he's
can
the one to be. I
inspire
agree,
this
Jenny.
nation
Thank you.
to a better day. These are 45 seconds, and we begin with Governor Burgum.
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was a freshman in high school. My mom, widow of 3, went back to work. Every job I had growing up was one where I took a shower at the end of the day, not at the beginning of the day. Our cities are less safe because of the fentanyl pouring into this country. Our economy is being crushed by Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline at the pump. One thing that I'll do as president, I'll secure the border. I'll get this economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now. And I would say that other thing is for sure, when I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless. And when you can almost see beyond that horizon, you can see that this great country, our future is unlimited. But we've got to focus on innovation, not regulation. We've got to cut the red tape. We got to drive ourselves forward. The way we win the Cold War with China is by growing our economy and through innovation. And as president, I will bring out the best of America. I will improve every American life.
Not the best closing there, Doug.
Governor Hutchinson?
Our nation is in trouble, and it's in trouble because of failed leadership. And the solution is not 4 more years of
We can
Joseph
only
Biden.
hope, Kenneth. We can only
The
hope.
solution is not 4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leadership that can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out the best of America. A president's #1 responsibility is to bring out the best of our people. That's what Ronald Reagan did. And he did it with optimism and hope for our country, with consistent conservatism. That's exactly what I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of securing our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of America in terms of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight, asa2024.com.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you. I was a disillusioned young man growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty. I wondered if the American dream was real for a kid like me. I can stand before you today and say the dream is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. I have the good fortune of a mom who works 16-hour days, making sure we have food on our tables. She taught me that if you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men. I'm Tim Scott. I'm asking you for your vote. And if you're in Iowa, I'm asking you to caucus for me. You can go to votetimscott.com for more information or to make a contribution.
Governor Christie.
Good for him.
Thank you, Brett.
That was
Thank you,
so
Martha.
smooth.
Look,
I wanted to
everybody
talk
on this
more,
stage
but
wants
you
to be
know.
the next president of the United States. And the only way that's going to happen is if we beat Joe Biden. I'm the only one on this stage who's ever beaten the Democratic incumbent in an election. I did it in a deep blue state, being outspent 3-1. Beating a Democratic incumbent is not
In
easy.
New
The last
Jersey.
Democratic incumbent president who was defeated was Jimmy Carter. And he was defeated by a conservative governor from a blue state who knew how to get results, who stood for the truth, who cared about accountability, and stood strong and hard against waste. Those are the very things that I did in my 8 years as governor of New Jersey, and it's exactly what I'll do as president of the United States. Believe me, the Democrats want some other nominee who's never beaten the Democratic incumbent. I'm the one who can win this race, and if you give me the chance, I will restore our country by winning it.
Thank you. Governor Haley.
Several weeks ago, I dropped my husband, Michael, a combat veteran from Afghanistan, off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they had never been, all in the name of protecting America. If they are willing to protect us from there, we should be willing to fight for America here. I will beat Joe Biden, and he knows that. I will strengthen our economy, and we'll bring this inflation down. We will put transparency in the classroom. We will secure our borders. We will have the backs of our law enforcement, and we will make sure we have a strong national security. And once again, we will make sure we have an America that is strong
Trump
and
needs
proud.
to call her
We have a country
neocon
to
Nikki.
save. Join us. Go to
Neocon Nikki.
NikkiHaley.com, and let's get it done.
So unlikable.
Yes, he's so unlikable. Too Capricorn.
God.
Thank you, Brad and Martha, for this evening. It's an honor to be here.
Mike
Joe
Pence
Biden
is the
has
Antichrist.
weakened America at home and
He
abroad.
really is.
The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, their war on energy, runaway spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, a crisis at our southern border, an assault on our values and liberties. And the American people have had enough. But I know we can bring it back. But different times call for different leadership. The Republican Party owes the American people a choice. Proven leadership at the national level that knows how to move a conservative agenda forward. We proved in the Trump-Pence years you can turn this country around faster than you can imagine. And I have faith we will again. Because I have faith in the American people. The good, decent, hardworking, faith-filled, idealistic people of this country. And I have faith that God is not done with America yet. And if we will renew our faith in one another and renew our faith in Him who has ever guided this nation since we arrived on these wilderness shores, I know the best days for the greatest nation
Ding,
on
ding,
earth
bitch.
are
Stop
yet to
talking,
come.
Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr.
really.
Ramaswamy.
Seriously.
I was born in 1985, and I grew up into a generation where we were taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776. And this is our moment to revive those common ideals. God is real. There are 2 genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to man. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what will win us the revolution of 2024. Thanks for letting me introduce myself tonight. Thank you.
That was good.
That was very good.
Governor?
This is our time for choosing. We will send Joe Biden back to his basement and we will reverse the decline of this country. I'm a blue collar kid. I work minimum wage jobs to be able to make ends meet. I understand the importance of the American dream, and I know how that's slipped away from so many millions of Americans. We'll restore it. I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also a dad and a husband to 6'5" and 3-year-old. I understand the importance of protecting parents' rights and the well-being of our children. In Florida, we showed it could be done. I made promises and I delivered on all of those promises. 2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan, no excuses. I will get the job done. And as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you all.
That was good.
It was good, but it wasn't as good as Vivek. I'm sorry. Vivek is
Agreed.
king.
Okay.
Vivek is king.
Thank you, everybody. We will see you on the campaign trail from debates to primaries to the general election
All
and
right.
conventions before.
That is the end of the debate. Now, Joshua, I'm going to stay and watch a little MSNBC after show. But I want to get your thoughts.
Well, I thought it was great. I'm so glad we did this.
It was fun, right?
It was super fun. Yeah, I think I have a good idea. I think we need another debate, though.
We're going to have another debate in about a month in September.
Exactly.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, hold on. Poker, sorry.
Sin is throwing her bra at Vivek, so that's great, Sin. Sin is single and ready to mingle, Joshua, apparently. Are you playing poker right now?
Yep.
Are you playing poker as we're watching the debate? Everyone is flashing. Everyone is sipping for Vivek in my chat, and Joshua's like, I just got a flush. Are you winning at poker at least? No.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay for now. No, I thought it was really, really good. Like I said, I think I really would like DeSantis if his policies weren't terrifying.
Yeah.
And I want to do more research, but I'm hoping that well, we have to have another debate. We got to like get further into figuring everything out, like what they all stand for and what their policies are. Have you investigated their websites?
Not as such. No, I haven't looked into their websites all that much. But I will at some point. So you're going to join us for the next debate?
I should. I think it's the 23rd
yes.
and 27th.
Yeah, something like that. So we'll do it in a month. We'll get on the calendar.
Well, no, you're going to do the Democratic debates too.
Oh, of course. But I don't think there are going to be Democratic debates because they don't want to admit that anyone's running against Joe Biden. And by the way, Bernie Sanders is about to enter the race because he's doing a very important speech in Manchester on Saturday. Why is Bernie Sanders coming to New Hampshire to do a very important speech?
Right, exactly.
So
very strange.
All right.
But thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming, Joshua. And again, guys, please make sure you subscribe to Joshua's YouTube channel. The link is in the chat. And thank you for joining us, Joshua. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. We'll do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good night.
You too. Have fun.
Thank you. All right, guys. Now that Joshua is leaving us, I am going to I'm going to turn on MSNBC because I want to get some MSNBC debate analysis coverage of what's going on. Let's see what the enemy had to say. This is just going to take a minute to load. And I've got Fox News pulled up still too, but I do want to hear your comments in the chat. What? Come on, Xfinity. Jesus Christ. Everything is slow tonight. MSNBC. Here we go. No, resume playback.
Desultory.
There we go.
We have to do the Trump section.
He wasn't petulant. He was aggrieved, but not petulant.
The hell up. We can get through the Trump section, okay? And it's like, right, that's the whole vibe of the whole thing. Because it was like, we're going to have 45 minutes where these
let us
people
know
all
what
debate each other
Hannity's
to become
saying,
the
but I want to know
nominee.
what the enemy's saying.
This guy's not there. And then it's like, well, we got to go check this box. Let's go check this box. The box is, there's a guy who's running 40 points ahead who tried to end the constitutional republic and whose braying mobs chanted for the murder.
They're talking about Trump. MSNBC is talking about Trump.
And then we can get back to like fentanyl the border in China. It's like, okay, like I get where the resentment they all have around it that was just encapsulated, and also the weirdness of this debate of him not being there, but looming in that way. Like, to me, the Brett Baer moment was kind of like, if you need 10 seconds of like, what was this debated with?
We also got the bracketing and Mr. Baer's co-moderator, Ms. McCallum, having to say like, we're going to move on. We're going to move on.
Yeah,
I swear this
they kept saying, apologize. Promise, last one on
We
this.
had to do this, but the whole section on Trump, they confined it to just a couple minutes before the top of the hour, and it was over by 11 minutes past the hour. I mean, they put it in a 12-minute box, and other than that, pretended like it wasn't happening.
Can I say just one more thing? I do think it's a defensible editorial choice to let them do other stuff beforehand, honestly, because like it is the case that they're, they are running for president, and he might not be the nominee for a million different reasons. And like, yeah, what do you think about a nationwide abortion ban? Like, there was some good, productive stuff there, substantive and important and interesting. It's just that like you just can't detach it from that reality.
Yeah, Joy.
It definitely felt like I don't really understand why they did that tonight, because I'm not sure what any of them are running for, because they all felt like they could be cabinet members in a Trump administration. None of them struck me personally as somebody who could actually be president, right? I mean, Burgum.
Are you serious?
Seemed like a bored
I
rich
think
guy
his
who
name
said,
is
you know what,
Joy.
I got nothing better to do.
You're a
I got
cable
lot of
news
money.
host.
I
You don't
paid
know
to
the
be
governor
here.
of North
I'm gonna say
Dakota?
some things.
I'm allowed to not know the
Christie,
governor of North
I thought
Dakota.
was going to come across as sort of a bigger figure. I thought he was going to be more of a presence. I thought he kind of disappeared, except for that clip or when he did the Chat GPT line at Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy just seemed like sort of your annoying freshman roommate in college?
Oh, what?
And it's not
They are
clear
so
why
afraid of
what he
Vivek.
was trying to
They
do
are
other than to be
so
provocative at every
afraid
moment
of
that he could.
Vivek.
And DeSantis was just yelling a lot. And I'm not sure why he
DeSantis
was
wasn't
yelling, and
yelling.
why he thinks that yelling made him seem that he
This is
had more
like
stature than he
this
did.
is an
But
alternate
I mean,
reality.
other
We're
than Nikki
looking into
Haley,
an
who I thought acquitted
alternate
herself
reality
quite well,
right
to be
now.
honest with you, and seemed like a reasonable Republican politician who kind of made sense. None of them, to me, even attempted to sort of project the kind of stature a president would have, other than at times Mike Pence,
I was
who,
gonna
of
say,
course, was the most
I think
unpopular.
Mike Pence exceeded expectations in
Definitely.
terms of being a more
Are
nimble
you
debater.
serious?
I might have expected him to be more forceful and more punchy. I think in terms of
MSNBC likes
his fighting
Mike
with Ramaswamy.
Pence.
Ramaswamy
They
certainly, I think,
Mike
was the
Pence
dominant figure in
won
the debate,
the
for good or
debate.
for ill. I'm not sure he did himself
Are
any favors in terms of
you
people liking him,
kidding
but he took up the most
me?
airtime. It sort of felt like he was the snappy podcast host, and it was his podcast, and everybody else was his guest.
I thought he was sort of running to be Jesse Waters fill-in. Like he seemed much more like a Fox host who's used
commentator.
Yeah, like trying to get a word in on the five. You know, like he seemed more like a banterer than a policymaker. I thought that maybe rivaling the most important moment was the need to defend Mike Pence, who was the target for political assassination on January 6th. And when Chris Christie said we shouldn't just begrudgingly say, oh, it's all right that he read the Constitution and abided by it, it's to be celebrated. And I think, you know, I think these, and I took as many notes about the ads I watched over 2 hours as I did over the debate. The whole thing was riveting. And the idea that even for that audience, they're not necessarily choosing from anyone on that stage to be the nominee of their party is something to keep in mind. Like even for them, this wasn't everything on the menu.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
Like because you go through this exercise of like, all right, let me see what they're choosing from. And like their number one choice by 30 to 40 points wasn't there tonight because he's busy. Because he has to practice and probably fast for his photo tomorrow. But what I thought was interesting is if you talk to democracy folks, as we all do on our show, they are
Democracy folks,
not anymore
FOLX.
pretending to be for the Constitution. Because all Mike Pence did, it really doesn't even warrant a statue or anything any time in the near future. All he did was he had a few people check the Constitution and he decided to abide by it on January 6th. But even that was like, well, yeah, and I don't have a beef with it. I thought DeSantis was ludicrous. I think intra-Republican chat will all be about how this was his time to rise and disprove all the naysayers on the right. I don't think he rose. I mean, I think he said some silly things. I don't think he disqualified himself. But I don't think he was sort of the anointed Trump alternative.
Did much
that has
better
not
than I
been the
expected
case.
him
I
to
don't
do.
think
I'll
he
say that.
conducted himself
Much
in any way
better
that
than I
reestablishes
expected him to do.
And I think
can I just say, I think DeSantis was absolutely terrible.
Okay, me
I mean,
too.
okay, yeah, it's
Really?
Nicer than that. But yeah, I mean, but I think what's happening at a process level on the right is he's lost all the fancy donors who were like, oh, DeSantis is going to answer our, Trump coup plotter problem. No, he's not. And he didn't do anything tonight to change.
I just thought that I was
agree.
surprised, and I'm
These
not rooting
people are
for him
so
or rooting
out
against
of
him. But I was
touch.
surprised as a candidate who has run in and won a lot of elections and been in a lot of debates and has been running for president and has been the number 2 person under Trump in the polling for so long. I really thought that like he was performing, and forgive me, at kind of a Doug Burgum level in terms of the way
Less
that
likable, though.
you would put him with among those candidates. If you didn't know where their podiums were, you would put Asa Hutchinson and Doug Burgum and Ron DeSantis together as being similar performers.
Totally.
And that is not, you can't do that if your podium
I
actually is in the middle
resoundingly
of the stage
disagree.
if you
These
want it to
people
stay
are
there.
so unhinged from reality. It's not even
how
funny.
bad Ron DeSantis is at playing politician.
He's so bad at politics. It also, I think it's like, wow, I guess not closing Florida schools is the reason anyone even considers you a serious contender. Because
These people are most afraid of Ron
what got
DeSantis
him
because
reelected
the
in Florida,
establishment
which is
Republicans
why he had
want
the
Ron
donor base,
DeSantis,
which is why he
and
was
that's
seen
why
as a
these
Trump
people are
alternative.
shitting
I
on
mean,
Ron
maybe
DeSantis.
that's the reason, because it's certainly not any talent for talking to people retail politics or actually explaining why he's a viable candidate. I was struck in the second hour of the debate, because I was occupied in the first, by the fact that even in a Trumpless debate, the shroud of anger and grievance colors everything. I mean, when you talk about people's good moments,
really, because Trump was not mentioned all that much in the debate.
Brilliant vision
darling.
or showing
He just
humor or
wasn't.
humanity or charisma. It's like Nikki Haley got really mad at Vivek Ramaswamy and said that he has no foreign policy experience and it shows. Or, Chris Christie landed one on Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, it's not Vivek Ramaswamy being the whipping post of all of this, but even the crowd, the Brett Baier moment, the having to scold the crowd. there was a time in American politics when winning wasn't just about who was the angriest.
Yeah.
Who was the meanest, who landed the punch most directly. And it is so clear to me that one of the myriad ways in which Trump has transformed the GOP is by making it a party that is driven by rage and is powered by a sense of grievance and injustice. And there is no offering of a vision for the country.
Mm-hmm.
There is the slamming of Democrats and liberal elites and Joe Biden and American society writ large is poisoned. And exactly. But no mourning in America here.
Yeah, and that was almost more on display with Trump's very noted absence.
Yeah.
If this is a dysfunctional family, Dad's not here tonight. Dad's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
And you must prove that even if we all know and refer to the bad things Dad did and continues to do, you're being tested by your ability, most of them, to toxically defend not only everything Dad got caught doing, but if Dad gets in even more trouble, you're tested by standing by him in the future. That is obviously, I think it is fair to say, unhealthy. To Nicole's point, the reason Mike Pence followed the rules is because he didn't want a mugshot.
Right. Yeah.
A lot of other people got mugshots.
You guys
White
are
House
obsessed
officials,
with
lawyers who
mugshots.
served for then president.
Mugshots
other
make you
people. So
iconic,
all of that I thought was
Ari.
played out. It
Trump
is
is going
interesting.
to
The other
ascend
thing
to
we
even a
learned that we
higher
say,
level
well,
of
okay, we already
godlike
know, but no,
status
you've
than
gotta
he
check.
already
We like to
is.
see the facts. The first debate of the 2016 campaign of the Republican Party, which was, a year out-ish, so it was in 2015, had a huge market for anti-Trump voices and something we might call right of center, hardcore, but not Looney Tunes conservatism. I think it's fair to say some of them. And where is that market now? Even when Dad is away.
Yeah.
It's very scary for most of those people, I think, in fairness, with perhaps the possible exception of Chris Christie at times, and perhaps Haley in foreign policy as being a type of, she spoke about certain facts and talked about realities. But the bulk of the stage for the bulk of the night, even though he dissed them by not being there and dissed the host sponsor, was all the market for Trump. So we're a long ways, obviously, from 2015.
Yeah, go ahead.
But just the other thing I'll say is that what's also interesting is that what Trump took advantage of was a huge disconnect between the professionals in the Republican Party and the base. And he did it on a few things. He did it on immigration, he did it on trade. That really helped, right? Like, I'm not like these Chamber of Commerce people. Like, you guys hate NAFTA and you hate trade and you want to shut down the border. And he intuited that. And he was right on Social Security, Medicare, that the base didn't care about that. And he was
This
right
is what
about
mainstream Democrats
the
think,
animus that was
guys.
driving the Tea
What
Party.
these people are
which was
saying is
Barack
what
Obama's
mainstream
president, they're
Democrats
taking
think.
the country away.
This is why
and
we
not-
watch
They
this.
spent too much in the omnibus in 2009. Like, but that kind of conservatism, they spent too much in the omnibus. That was the first 10 minutes. It's like, guys, they don't care. They do not care about spending. They don't care that they're busting the budget, blah, 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 blah. Rupert Murdoch cares about that. Mike Pence probably actually viscerally cares about it, but like, that's not your party, guys. And there is no theory of the case other than Vivek for what the party actually is.
And
Vivek Ramaswamy has an idea for what the party actually does and want and what like conservatism looks like. Everyone else is grasping at weird different iterations that just
But
don't.
isn't his idea just the Trump idea?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Trump's
And the other thing I think
dominating.
that-
Why wouldn't he?
What I saw, because they were mostly governors on the stage or former governors, right? And so they exist in executive positions for the most part. But the kind of leadership that you need in government, it's very functional. It's not
This
very
is the worst
jazzy.
wig
It
that
doesn't
Joy
have the
Reid
pizzazz.
has ever
What Trump
selected in
had,
her life. I
addition
can't
to
get
the
over it.
anger,
What is she
is that he's
thinking
an
wearing this
entertainer.
wig?
He's entertaining. He's a showman. So Ramaswamy attempted to sort of do the showman piece of it, but he also was, I think, exposed as being paper thin. He really does not seem as somebody that you would want to trust with the nuclear codes, but he has the entertainment value. Without Trump there, it definitely sucked the entertainment air out. And because Trump has injected that so deeply into the party, if you can't perform that, it's for the reason that I think DeSantis underwhelms.
Yes.
He's never been good at that. And I think what people don't understand, he was defeated soundly by Andrew Gillum in those debates. He was outplayed, outmatched. Even, Charlie Crist defeated him in the debates. But in Florida, that's not what you need to win. You just need to be a Republican. And all he needed to win re-election was 1.3 million people to not vote because they didn't bother. So he never has had political talent, but you don't need it.
I do feel like, though, there isn't issue about whether there's a vision, and as Alex, as you were saying, this issue about what happens with the anger and the grievance. The very first words of the debate were, "Our country is in decline." The very first thing that Ron DeSantis said. And then from Mr. Ramaswamy, we had, "It's not morning in America." Oh, it's not morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that it's an internal sort of cold cultural civil war. If we've got soundbite 38, that led to this back and forth, again, an angry back and forth, but between Mr. Ramaswamy and Mr. Pence on that point about whether America is mostly good or bad. Go.
We're not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have, some others like you may have on the stage, it's morning in America speech. It is not morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to
equating the
recognize
American
that
people with the
actually
failed
win.
government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
We're okay. We're okay. No, we're not okay. We're sick and terrible and
MSNBC
in
is
decline.
simping for
I mean,
Mike
that's-
Pence.
I mean,
Can
is
we
that
just
the
all wrap
generational
our heads
divide?
around
Old
this?
people think things are okay and young people think
MSNBC
it's not.
is
And the
simping
Republican
for
Party
the
needs to answer
most
to both.
conservative
I think on
jackass
the right,
in
it's
the
actually
entire
inverted.
race.
I think that on the on the right and in that Fox
They're
audience,
so
and if you
Trump
watch,
deranged.
I probably watched too
That
much of
they're
it, but I'll
simping
admit that here in
for
front of all of
Trump's
you.
mortal
If
enemy,
you watch the primetime
even though
programming,
Mike
it is, and
Pence
it's a largely older
is
audience, it is
directly
this
counter to
bleakness, this darkness. I mean, Fox is
everything
all
these
day the
people
crime. I mean,
believe.
the depiction of the cities was shocking if you don't watch any Fox News. But they do crime stats in cities. They do. It looks like Reno 911
I mean, come
sometimes during the
on.
day. I mean, their depiction of cities in America is what Vivek is sort of playing back. And that's where I get the cable host. I mean, I think his whole feedback loop, it all exists sort of in conservative media. I don't think it exists. He talked about traveling to some places where Republicans don't campaign. And if that's true, that's a good idea. But his whole feedback loop is all about the depiction of America in conservative media, and it doesn't go any deeper than that. The thing that I think might leave the biggest mark that happened tonight is that, you know, Christie made a nod to electability at the end, but they all eliminated themselves from contention by taking their positions on abortion.
Yeah.
I mean, we have tested that in red states since Dobbs was overturned. In Ohio,
Well,
they tried to rig the electorate.
Nicole
In
Wallace,
Kansas,
the
they-
rare
abortion
valid
was on the
point.
ballot. It's a massive loser. And none of them even, I mean, Nikki Haley a little bit, but none of them even tried to shade into any of their positions any gray.
And by the way, Tim Scott, who's been running away from that question throughout this entire election season, finally admitted tonight that a 15-week abortion ban at minimum, he said he wants to sign at minimum. And yeah, they all came out. Mike Pence very passionately argued that we need to have, that we can't allow California, New York, and Illinois to have different abortion rules. They're very clear. They want a national abortion
And
ban.
Pence
Nikki Haley-
kept saying 70% of the country wants a 15-week abortion ban. I was like, well, let's test that. Let's see. I mean, there's a way to, I went into like statistics trying to come up with like, how could he possibly justify that kind of an assertion? It's just, it is a plain misreading of public opinion on this, which has been tested in all of these states, including conservative states. It's not a thing that it's unknowable. And he's trying to tell people that his position is popular when it is just political malpractice to get that so wrong.
My favorite part was when DeSantis answered the question by saying, he started by saying, well, I was reelected by 20 points. Dude, that's before you signed the abortion ban.
Abortion ban in the middle of the night.
In midnight. He said it was one of the proudest moments at midnight.
That's why I did it. That's why I did it in my pajamas.
We got lots more of our special post-debate coverage to come. This part of it is more fun than the part you just watched.
All right.
I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here.
Chris Christie was trying so hard to be Trump.
Person in one of these debates,
He
Brett, who
was
stood in the
trying
middle of the stage
so
and said,
hard
"What's
to
a
be
skinny
Trump."
guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little tired. and I'm not even a little drunk because I only had 3 beers and they were Sam Adams Oktoberfest, so they weren't that strong or anything. But I just want to thank you guys for coming out for debate live stream tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, my clear winner was Vivek. But I do think DeSantis had a good night. I think Nikki Haley came off actually stronger on many things that I would have expected her to, but like her inner neocon came out, Mike Pence's inner asshole came out, Chris Christie's overt asshole came out. Like, I mean, I just like, there was no comparison. Vivek won. I'm sorry, Vivek won. If people don't like that, it doesn't really matter because he still won. But I'm gonna head out, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. But I want to remind everyone that we've got a big day coming up because at 5 p.m. on Thursday, which is going to start in a half hour for me. But tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, the QAnon shaman Jacob Chansley is going to be joining us on the channel. Please come back. It's going to be a great conversation. I'm really looking forward to chatting with him. This is probably the most excited I've ever been for a guest before in my life. I really want to talk to him about his spiritual views, about his beliefs. I don't want to do as much about January 6th because January 6th has just been played out, but I just think that he's going to be able to teach us a lot and it's going to be great. And so that's going to be tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. Please do make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Please make sure you have those notifications turned on. Please make sure you have mounted that like button on the way out the door. I hope you guys had a good night and enjoyed it. And yeah, guys, that's all I've got for right now. We'll see you later. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.